That's fine. They'll see him. They can see the hat. What is going on internet? And welcome to Only Cops. This is our Thursday stream. Every single Thursday at 7:30 Central Standard Time, we look at body cams, and this is exclusively the body cam stream. Every once in a while, there's an adjacent like news story. And this is one of my favorite designs that Juan's done, because I'm a very much spirit of the law kind of guy. One, that makes me a little spicy because that means I can fit some articulation in, but also conversely, I'm not as legalistic in my approach, and I do believe in officer discretion 9 times out of 10, but I'm probably the exception, not the rule on that. Anyways, for the uninitiated, here we have a collection of law enforcement professionals, people that are just, I guess, fans. You could consider them auditors if you'd like. And then you also have people like Producer Juan, who are just, we're going to call them conscientious objectors to the...
I do object.
Yeah, to the idiocy that is normally, unfortunately, both law enforcement interactions. On the law enforcement side, you see a lot of people that don't realize their authority or overstep their authority, so on and so forth. Or conversely, on the auditing, or I would just call it the civilian side of the fence, where people don't know their rights. One, they pretty much universally don't actually know what plead the fifth means and how much that actually covers. And then the same thing, my biggest issue is a lot of Fourth Amendment. They're not violations if you consent, and that's the problem. Is they tend to consent to searches and things like that. So, anyways, we decided a long time ago that this was a good idea. We used to just stream video games and stuff, and I spent too much time answering questions that were really hypothetical that we just did the show, because they would ask us about current events. So we do this. So if you're interested in this type of stuff, that is what we do. If you're watching this after the fact, every single time at the beginning of the stream, I always say hi to everybody. So if you want to skip that, you will see that we have a scorecard here. I will click away from the scorecard. You'll recognize that we're seeing videos. That's the part of the stream you want to see. But until then, you get to kind of read, if you'd like, how poorly, at least as of this date, currently municipals are not doing great. We have a couple of fun, fish cops. We have a couple of fun scores, but for the most part, this is showing that generally when your agency makes the news, when you're a state boy, typically it's actually pretty good.
Someone's FOIAing you.
Yeah, probably, right? Specifically,
yeah.
Right?
They're looking for something.
Also, they don't have a lot of body cams. That's kind of my thing, is it's only dash cams. So if the dash cam didn't catch it, there's nothing to FOIA, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's Freedom of Information Act.
We just assume they're beating you.
But anyways, I say hello to everybody. You guys can kind of chuckle at obviously some of the sussier numbers. Keith, you got a bump in your score. You're 696.969.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. Keeps morphing every time I look up something. So I don't know what y'all are doing on Tuesdays.
I was a municipal cop in a pretty large city. That ironically, my youth with producer Juan making films and being in the video production gave me an out. I got very lucky with that. I was a pretty employable person prior to law enforcement. And then Keith did the long road. And this is why I really like, it's a reason why he's a very steady presence here, is one, he's a deputat, which is a very different perspective altogether. But two, he comes from what I consider the old ways. And I do think that as much as it's complicated now, with, obviously what's going on right now in LA, some of the stuff that's happening with riots. I was part of the Summer of Love when that was a thing.
Bats and bats.
Though that is harder, all of those things are isolated incidents, right? I think truly, if you go back to Keith's day and age, there was less technology. So you had to be kind of, at least on the safety side of it, way less training. As far as they weren't having dev group fly in and teach these deputies how to do room clearing. They were I don't know, Like, just don't hurt yourself, kind of.
Yeah.
And
Check the
Don't shoot
corners.
the guy in front of you.
yeah,
You know?
really. But these guys were cowboys, and the unfortunate reality of it is a lot of the lessons my generation got to learn were paid for in blood by some of these older. You can look at was it the bank heist that happened in L.A. Speaking of L.A.,
Yes.
huge. Again, stuff like Bonnie and Clyde, even like a lot of these things trained that generation of officer on how to develop training for my generation to get safer. But anyways, I'm done philosophizing. I'm going to say my hellos, and then we'll get started with the body cam stram.
Just to pause for 1 second.
Okay.
We did have technology because I had a pager.
Oh,
right. You could Morse code on that thing.
I had
was
a
the
pager.
pager to take you to a payphone to go?
It
get
was.
The...
It was, yes. And I kept the thing, a cup full of change in my cup holder. There's quarters and dimes and everything else.
What's wild is
high-tech.
when was your first year in policing?
Well, I started 89. Again, too young for the jail. So my first 2020.
Back when Keith started,
No,
they didn't have years. They
2001.
went by the names of the consoles.
No, hang on a second. 1991.
Okay, so he hits the street in 1991 with a pager and a roll of quarters.
Yes.
I hit the street in 2018 with a GPS trackable body camera, tasers. I had a patrol rifle or shotguns. I'd eventually get a patrol rifle. Like MDCs, I just had a computer in my patrol car that would tell me everything going on in the city live. I could literally DM dispatch and say, hey, put me on this call, or hey, add these notes I could run cars by myself in my car, like things they wouldn't even be able to fathom back in 1991. Or if you could, it was very isolated, like it was like the feds that could do it as opposed to us. So I just love your perspective on that, because you're what guided y'all's perspective was the reality of your circumstances, right? You're like, hey, like, I don't have a cell phone. What I told them I was doing is what I'm currently doing. The radio could get you there, right? But like,
yeah,
there was the information you had was what was in front of you. You had to go very much based off of what people were saying. You couldn't do a background check right then and there, right? Versus now, I thought it was the coolest thing ever, and this tells you how fast technology is moving now. They can now fingerprint people on scene, which is wild to me, to get an ID, which is crazy.
Oh no, isn't that cool?
Every time I see it, I'm like, crap, that's so rad. Because it was a trip to the jail, a request for the fingerprint person to show up. They'd do it, and then eventually we'd have, I don't remember what the system was that did that. What was the database? APHIS, yeah, would eventually poop us out an ID, and we'd be like, wow, crazy, you lied. But anyways, Gingy, I think he's changed his name, but Gingy, you were indeed first, and I award first place people here. Raira got replaced. And a special thanks to Longview PD, still on my thank you list. And X-Bane's probably at the tail end of his very long goodbye on the thank you for the $100 super chat. I tried to give back when people give to us. Tweaky the Grim. Keith was around when the Clone Wars happened. Oh, my goodness. Miss
He's the best damn pilot in the galaxy.
Oh, my God. Miss Anthrope? That sounds like a sussy name. Hello. Caffeinated. It is good to see you. Hansy Dorrit. I think this is Django. Based on the picture. Keith is here. Both in spirit and in person. John Aknos. Akos? John Akos? Something like that. 77. It's good to see you. Don't do it, Anakin. I have the high ground. I will honor the super chat. Thank you for monetizing. This whole like back half is all chili peppers, dog. This is a pretty spicy OIS heavy stream. So thank you for monetizing what is 1,000% unmonetizable stream. Goon Squad Raptor, good to see you. Ivana, welcome back. Mint Mobile Phoner. That is, I've been getting a lot of Mint Mobile like ads. And I'm like, I've had the same cell phone carrier for like, it used to be Sprint.
It's because your phone is usually a burner phone.
That's
like
true.
Normal people, that's what they use it for.
That's true. You're a little quiet in my ear, Juan, and that might just
okay.
be,
Well, see, and I just said it on stream, and I went because they were complaining I was twice as loud as you. And then I checked on stream, and I did sound a lot louder than you.
Weird. Might be it's just in my ear. That might be it.
Listen for it real quick.
I'm just gonna turn you up in my ear here. Who am I missing? Tyler D. It is good to see you. Custodes. These names. Gunilla Enema. It is good to see you. Sticks. I said hi to Custodes. Yeah, it was Miss Anthrope. I'm sure I'm missing something there. Just Christy, Jazz Hands, welcome. One of my
Emu, who's
moderators.
quiet? Is it me quiet? Is it Josh quiet? Is it Keith quiet?
Who's quiet?
Who is the quietest one?
Moses, welcome. Who am I missing? Mark Musso, Christian Halsey, Mom is in the chat. Hello, Mother. Brian Miner, Peacekeeper Chris, Aman Mishra, welcome. Oh, the Tweaky Grim, I missed you a long time ago. I'm sorry. Millennial, I still miss Millennial de la Policia, but I will accept Chief Deputy Millennial. Welcome, brother.
Yes, my number 2.
For real, though. Brian P., Ian, Raira, Cloner. One day, Josh is going to say it's 100% monetizable because...
Click on because it's boring.
That's probably true.
You know what? I got asked by YouTube why I don't run ads. It literally gave me a little poll. It's like, hey, we noticed you never run ads on your stream. And I'm like, well, because y'all won't show them.
Yeah.
Number
you
one.
really
Number two,
won't.
like nobody's
Yeah.
going to stick around to watch.
No.
What's the point?
It always yells at me because I typically running the stream. Like y'all can't see it on the back end, but I have like a whole thing going on here.
Yeah, every like 30 minutes, it's like, right now's a good time to put in
time
ads.
to run an ad. And I'm like, no.
I'm like, no, I'm in the middle of talking about,
Something
the
important.
ethics of spanking your kids or whatever.
Hopefully. Jordan Sutton, Erica, ARKA, Valentine, welcome. We are trying for the 5-hour stream. I think we'll make it. Eric Vindies L, welcome. I said hi to Eric. I'm scrolling. Taylor Merle, I'm assuming. Welcome, brother. Robert Carson. I think I got everybody. Sarah, welcome. Mike J. Bro, Gabriella, welcome back. It's been a minute. She goes back to like our Phasmophobia days. It's good to see you, Gabriella. I remember.
Yeah.
Chat remembers. Notorious Emu has woken up from her nap. Shannon, welcome, Shannon. Fearless, welcome back. Uploader 755. I already said hi to the Goon Squad over here. Smokey Owl. I think I got everybody. Michael, brother, welcome. Mac Daddy. And Poofy. He showed up to unmonetize us here. Only ads. Josh is... Have you been hurt by a sick lawsuit? Do I have a lawyer for you? The Wind God. So they're saying my volume's low?
Yeah, I think you're low compared to us.
Man, I don't know what to tell y'all.
And like nothing changed, right? I thought it was me because I cleaned in here, and so I thought maybe I moved my dials, but apparently they're happy with us.
I mean, that's as loud as I can get. I can lower them.
Mm-hmm. Maybe
Here.
you lower us to match you, and then everybody turns it up. Everybody gets turned up.
I just hate it because y'all are quiet in my ear if I do that. Hold on. There's a way to do this. I'm just going to turn
I can't
down.
add the new hats. All right, I'm adding the new hats.
How about that? Is that better?
Y'all tell us, is it better?
I bet you also some people are listening to it in mono, and this is getting pumped out in stereo, and I wonder if we're in different ears. Sounds fine on iPhone. Wow. Subtle brag. Gingy, it's good to see you, Doug. Juan, what are you doing? The SIG hat? We cannot confirm or deny that those didn't get ordered here recently, and you probably see some pictures.
They are up, and there are some on the way. They got shipped already.
They really? Wow, that's kind of sussy.
Yeah.
To be honest.
I just added them to the bottom of this stream, so if y'all refresh, you should be able to see the self-indulgent fun shot.
I'm just here for quiet, soothing.
Also, my Dragon Sphere Y mug is on its way.
Oh, wow. Shout out to merch if you guys are interested in that stuff. Producer Juan probably spends too much time on merch designs, but he does a good job with them.
I spend more time on merch design than probably almost anything else. I gotta stop that.
Oh, thank you. Here, I gotta sort this out here. The wife is feeding me graciously.
But I do have good news.
Thank you. Yes.
I am 98% of the way done with the next rookie episode. I'm literally just double checking it right now to make sure there's no weird sniffles or random truck sounds or, the usual. And adding, I got some, you're going to enjoy some of the little graphics I added this time around.
Oh, very nice.
Lots of little fun Easter eggs.
Frag, the fact checker, has joined us, and RJ.
Should be uploading that tomorrow, which means sometime in the next 30 days, it'll go public.
Yep. We have a lot of legal stuff in the background. We have to go.
Depends on ABC.
Yeah, literally.
So go harass ABC.
I wish I could join every week. Time zones do suck.
Pin of shame. How dare you? For that, I'm putting the episode in another timeout.
Pat B, it is good to see you. I'm not uploading tomorrow. John C. Anyways, we'll get started. This is the thumbnail video, so we're not clickbait.
Personally.
The wife.
What's for dinner?
The wife has. Oh, you guys are gonna love this.
By the way, it's clocking in at like 1:30, so y'all better be grateful.
This is protein pizza.
That's a full movie.
This is like a sourdough protein pizza.
Sourdough crust for pizzas.
Yeah, I'm pretty pumped about that.
And then that sounds awesome.
Zivia, because you know how I roll. Not sponsored. I'm simping, but I'm open to the idea. So anyways, thumbnail video, because we don't do clickbait here. More time than officers react. Cloner. Hey, he did it in super chat form though, so it can't be bad.
So I can't punish you for that.
Sorry.
So this is wife attacks husband after terrible day at work and instantly regrets it. This is kind of in the direction of clickbaity, but we'll see if this is a lawful arrest or not. The quick disclaimer for everybody that's new here, I'm sorry, or not new here, I'm sorry, but for the people that are new, we don't try to armchair quarterback these. The whole idea, and most of these I don't get to see ahead of time because I'm trying to give the officer the benefit of the doubt based on the information he has. But what we are trying to do is, since some poor officer got subjected to this scenario, we're trying to dissect the scenario to see how we can better apply tactics, investigative techniques, and more than anything, how this should be articulated legally. Coming soon to you is a report writing video on how to do reports, because I'm a guarantee you most of these suck. And then on the flip side is, what is your rights? How do you safely interact with law enforcement? What do you think is going through their mind? And if they're stressed out, maybe you shouldn't do a furtive movement and put that officer in a bang-bang play and trust his level of courage with your safety.
Just trying to quickly hand you my ID, sir.
Right. So it's more nuanced than that, but we're also trying to, how to be less sussy. Or in Only Robbers, we just teach you how to be better at crime. So anyways, without further ado, welcome.
Texted me and was like, stay out there or something like that. Rachel just hit me and I'm tired of her bullshit. So I came back inside because I'm not gonna let anyone hit my dad. Like, I just don't want to get taken away from my dad.
On April 23rd, 2025 in Ohio, police responded after
half points, Ohio.
Half points. There we go.
No arguments from the
We
panel.
need to add an Ohio sound.
Where's my girl Shannon?
Yeah, Shannon.
Yeah, we're fine.
I'm going to be Ohio. I will be in you here soon.
Your
a
people are up at the plate.
15-year-old girl reported that her father was being attacked by his wife.
Hello. What's up, man? She's outside, man, but man, I've had this happen before, and I know ain't nothing gonna happen out of it. So.
Well, not necessarily. I don't know what the situation is here or what the situation's been before. But so what happened today? Like, you want to talk out here away from the kids, or what do you? Is this your wife?
Yeah. Well, I was going to go out there, but she's out there.
Okay.
So
Okay, so he's showing a lot of indicators of stress. So the police stress everybody out, right? So don't just say, oh, he's guilty or he's my victim or whatever. But big heavy exhales, that big heavy exhales, it's an output of stress, right? The same thing, really exaggerated movements. When you're chilling in a chair, your ice cold Zivia and your delicious pizza, trying to not think about the stress that might be induced by watching body cams, you're chilling, right? No exaggerated body movements, but the longer I have to watch these, the more upset I get. You'll see the same thing. Really exaggerated movements, all that stuff. Generally,
zoom ins and zoom outs.
Right. Generally, as a good rule of thumb, I try not to let people go into kitchens because kitchens, at the very minimum, have forks, but knives can be a problem. Try to protect people from themselves, and if you got
You're Mexican, you got the big tortilla roller,
right? Something, right? So in general, just kind of be mindful of that. You also don't know the situation you're walking into. Scene safety is a thing. You do have an investigation. Based on call text alone, you probably have what you understand as a domestic, right? Incident. You don't know if it's an assault. You don't know who's who. But try to do that. I don't want to say I'm for or against frisking this guy for weapons, just given how spooled up he is. There's the spool word for Sarah. But based on what he's wearing, and he hasn't said anything like assaultive, I also understand why some people wouldn't. If this is like my 10th domestic that day, I'm probably a little bit more complacent than I should be. But I wouldn't be against it. But let's try to think about controlling movement, at least identifying who all's there. Almost one of the first questions I asked every time I went in the door. Who's here? I got daughter, right? Dad, and you said mom's in the backyard. Is there anybody else in the house? I used to always say that. And it's, random, your schizo cousins upstairs smoking meth with a machete.
Got an ambusher up top.
I'd like to know about it if I can. You don't have to ask about weapons, but some people do. It's Ohio. They have constitutional carry here.
There.
So
I hit her in the back.
Anyways, yes, we'll keep going.
I can go outside. Yeah, dude, she just started arguing with me earlier. She drank this, which she never does, but she's going through some shit with her job where they're letting them go at the end of the month. So she's all pissed about that.
Yeah.
We got back from the store, dude, and just out of nowhere, she snatched the headphones out of my ears when I was sitting there, and I was like, whoa. I was like, I didn't buy that shit for you to come in here and start acting like this to me. And then she snapped again and started doing all this shit and just going off. And then I came in here, my daughter came in from the game over there and was talking to her. She tried to bring my daughter into it, started yelling at her, are you mad at your dad for blah, 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 and this and that? And my daughter said no, went outside because she wasn't trying to deal with that either. We thought it was going to blow over. She comes out of nowhere while my daughter's standing right there and just starts ripping my shirt, welling on my head. My Mountain Dew spilled everywhere.
So, good thing to ask for. He's letting him talk, and that's actually a good tactic for de-escalation. Some people just want to vent. Just let him. You ain't getting productive questions like, can I get your name and date of birth right now? You're also getting what's called a res gesti statement. You haven't asked anything out of this person. And he's voluntarily nailing himself down to a narrative, right? A narrative that I could challenge once I interview the other person. This is all flow state conversation. Just let him get the steam out. He'll maybe calm down and feel heard. Give good positive nods of the head, solid eye contact. You're doing fine. In the day and age of body cams, I'm not too concerned about writing stuff down. If you're by yourself, I'd want my hands empty. But if you got a backup officer and he's kind of rattling off a lot, you might want to jot down some notes. In the old days, all you had was notes. So if you forgot something, it'd be hard to have. I noticed I don't see anything in his hands. Also, too, kind of like a waiter that doesn't have to write down your order but remembers everybody's order. Sometimes you get really good at these. And you've worked enough of these that you just get very good at memorizing what you saw. I just generally would like to advise at least having notes just for reference points to spark your memory. The biggest thing that he said through all of that, yes, the tearing of the the tearing of the clothes could, it's like really on the line, wailing on his head. You're looking for BI on that, just some evidence that it actually occurred. but ask for something specific. Wailing on your head, do you mean like yelling at it? Do you mean like I'm not touching you, open hand, closed hand hit, spit, something? But be more specific than wailing on. That doesn't exactly fall perfectly within the elements of the offense for assault.
She attacked me with an orca.
There you go. Exactly, wailing.
Because I was holding a cup of Mountain Dew.
Dressed like
and my
Moby
hat
Dick.
soaked in there. But other than that, I mean, once like she knew that they were calling y'all, she went out there and she's been out there on the phone with somebody since.
Okay.
So what was happening, you know?
The stepmom and their father was arguing.
Top tier t-shirt on lady here. Glazed and confused. I'm here for it. Also totally the purple drink in that styrofoam cup. Good news is, do have second officer. I feel a little bit better about this. Both parties are separated. You're getting very good interviews here. This is very, very good.
All I heard was my name get brought into it, and me and the kids walked away because I wasn't trying to be a part of it. It was inside the house. We wasn't no part of it. So my daughter asked to use my phone to call 911.
Sorry, this just happened before, man. Like,
Okay. How long have you guys been married?
I think it's like 8 years now. And I knew her a little bit before that, so we've been like trying to work through shit multiple times, dude. But
She hit you with a closed fist, slapping.
There it is.
I mean, I don't really know. It wasn't like, I don't want to say it wasn't painful or nothing. She just was, you know, she was feeling something, dude.
Okay.
The Mountain Dew fell out, and I just felt her hit in my head. As soon as she was done, I stepped outside.
Okay. We'll go out here and find her.
All right.
All right. Hello.
What?
What's going on?
There's just like so much. My job is contracting out. Things have been rough at home. I had a rough day. I had a really bad day. And yes, I did drink. I was just trying to be calm. I'm sorry you guys had to be bothered. I know you guys have other things going on. I'm sorry.
Well,
Keith, this was one of your people. It was the one of the very few times I ever had a deputy on a call.
Yep.
He accepted one of those apologies, and I about fell out. Literally said, "I'm sorry, I know you guys have better things to do." And he's like, "Apology accepted." And I looked at him like, "Bro, shut the fuck up."
Yeah.
He was doing it to be cheeky. It was kind of a petty call, but I just remember looking up at him and I was like, "This is why I don't like you guys." Y'all come up and say some shit like this. We were really, really shorthanded. I think we were drowning in calls and it was a domestic. Unfortunately, it was bullshit, but I'm sorry for any of the officers that are watching if that's now an intrusive thought for you. I'm sorry.
you know, it becomes a bit of a problem when
Start putting hands on
when
me.
you guys are getting physical with each other.
I'm sorry. I'm like accountable. It's my fault. I'm just. My husband is never there for me, okay? He is never there for me. The last 3 weeks have been so rough, and I've been trying all day. Like, he can't sense that, like I'm having a hard day, and I just need my husband not to be a ass for 5 seconds. He has his 15-year-old daughter screaming, like.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like maybe your guys' relationships went a little bit too far now. You said you guys been married 8 years.
Yeah, almost nine years. And
Oh, she mad he forgot.
things are fine for a while. And, you know, he has custody of his children. And I'm here helping him raise his children. And he never backs me on a single thing with his kids. Like, when he and I got together, okay, like I left my whole life, my own son. We went through all this stuff. We were on drugs. We were homeless. We got sober. We finally got a place. He got custody. I've been here through it all. Okay, I've been
Did
here.
you leave
and
your
I've
son with
supported him.
CPS? Involuntary? A little bit?
So, people can word stuff. Think about resumes, right?
Mm-hmm.
You'll get a guy that was like mopping floors for like the Navy or whatever. And they will say, I was a like
Industrial hygienist.
There's something ridiculous like that, right? I used to joke. I'd meet new people, and I'd be like, "Oh yeah, I work for the city of Arlington." Like, "Oh, what do you do?" And I used to say I was a trash man. Like I was a garbage collector. I don't encourage that, but him being able to have custody of his kids and her saying she left her son, you can't leave minors, right? It's not like a cat or a dog. Like you legally cannot abandon your child unless you give it up for adoption, which is a process, right? I guess you can't drop like a 13-year-old off at a fire station. They're going to be like, "Oh, what?" That's a charge.
Well, you can't, but they're going to drop him back.
Right, exactly. So there's some clues here on
Just
on
gonna
kind
walk
of,
back.
and again, none of this necessarily contributes to guilt or innocence, but there are clues onto who you're dealing with, right? And maybe how this situation kind of came to be.
Don't read Buck some super chat.
Bucks.
Just let it be.
But they're clues. They're ancillary clues. Will some of this make it into the report? No. But both of them are likely lying to you a little bit, if not a lot. Guy's saying, "Well, she hit me, but not really that hard." Well, he understands the consequences of domestic assault. He might have been an abuser himself at one time. This is, again, not the first time this has happened. They understand the criteria for what law enforcement needs to hear to have to take someone to jail, and he's not trying to do it. You'll see this a lot with women that, whether it's Stockholm Syndrome or whatever, they'll just say, "Well, he didn't hit me." I'm like, "So you got a black eye from," like, it's like swelling more now that I'm talking to you, like, than it was. So it's not, this is new. This happened like in the last hour. And they'll just lie to you. And so them being deceptive doesn't mean they're guilty. It just means that they're not giving you the full story. And on her side of it, right, she's going to mitigate the suspect will mitigate involvement or distance themselves from involvement. The victim oftentimes minimizes what occurred to them. The truth is somewhere there in the middle, 9 times out of 10. But look for clues on who's maybe a more reliable witness. Sometimes the suspect is a better and more accurate giver of facts for you than the victim is. And ironically, it leads to their arrest. But just, I don't know, take it all with a grain of salt. Or protection of the abuser. Yeah, I believe that.
Through it all. And he still can't get after 9 years that when I've had a bad day. I just need him to just be there and be supportive and be there for me. After I've dealt with his daughter's mouth for 3 freaking weeks, calling me fat, calling me a cum, running her mouth, disrespecting me, doing nothing. I can't put my hands on a kid. I can't do anything, so I just have to take it. He won't stand up for me. My husband is never there for me. He is never there for me. I was on the phone with my coworker and my boss, who the last whole year that I have been there, they've been my only support. They've everything that's just weeks and weeks. 1 minute.
Also notice again, they're not interrupting her speech. It's all res gesti. They haven't asked her a single thing legally pertaining to what it is. They didn't ask for anything that's the element of the offense. This is all admissible in court. Good job also on de-escalation a bit. I think they know generally at this point, well, he's saying he got hit in the face. She, right off the bat, it's like, this is my fault. I escalated this stuff. I have been drinking. You got all the other clues. You kind of know what's going on, but let her talk for a little bit.
I love you. I want to be with you the next minute. I don't want to be with you. The back and forth, the narcissism, we've separated over and over again. He told me he wanted me to leave the last time over and over and over again, so I left. And I went to Newark and I was gone for 2 months, and all I heard for 2 months was, "Why did you leave? Why did you leave? A good wife would have stayed." It's confusing. All I want to do is heal this. I don't know what he wants, but yes, I lost it. I lost it because I just want my husband to be my husband. I want him to not have his kids involved in our marriage.
So what you want's a different guy. Is what you want.
Yeah. There was a solution for that 9 years ago, according to you, and 8 years ago, according to him.
Well, and at the same time, like,
somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, do circumstances change? Sure. a kid can become problematic, right?
Mm-hmm.
As they get older. A 4-year-old being mouthy to you versus a 16-year-old is a very different dynamic, right? And also through the wear of time, if their values don't change with yours, get a separation, get a divorce, whatever. Counseling or whatever. In general, in my experience dealing with people's domestics, what I used to always tell people is, let's assume you can't make someone do anything, right? Under that assumption, would you think you'd stay? If you knew you could never make him do anything? No. There you go. 9 times out of 10, they'll admit, yeah, I cannot make them change. I've had enough opportunities that I know nothing. I was like, so either they don't value you enough or your values are too misaligned. I have changed personally a ton for my wife. I've changed the way I eat because she has misophonia and I love her and I don't want her to be stressed out every time I eat, right? I've changed my diet so I snore less, because I love my wife. These aren't crazy big changes in my personality or values, but she's valuable enough to me to change simple, small things. She's done the same for me. She carries a gun every day.
You've adopted 30 cats.
That's true, yeah. That's half of our faults. That's we take equal ownership of the cats. But the writing is on the wall. There are clues there whether or not that person's going to either make those changes to be part of your life or you're so aligned in values you don't really have to worry about it. 'Cause sometimes it just happens. That's what compatibility is. But a lot of times in these instances, they're together. Again, you kind of talked about the substance abuse stuff. They're probably one of the very few people. Yes, Buxom. Can confirm.
Gingy, misophonia. That's where it's like sounds of
eating noises.
Eating noises,
like
right?
make her physically violent. Like she gets angry. I've watched her it's bad.
And then Josh is out here crying in the car.
Yeah, exactly. Your diet affects snoring. Yes, actually.
Saying, I hit a door, I hit a door.
Yeah, I hit a door, I hit a door. I fell down. I can get into it later, but yes, if you change things about your diet and have less inflammatory things, it can improve your snoring.
That's not too much to ask for. We were together for 4 years before he got custody, homeless and on drugs, okay? He did not have his shit together then. Okay, he got custody of his kids and got a place and instantly just flicked me to the side. Like, I have tried to help him with his kids. His kids came from a bad situation. And I've done everything I can just to be, put down, called a stupid... I can't tell. If I had $1 for every time I've been put down by this man, I'd be rich.
It's super unfortunate. It sounds like your guys' relationship's probably come to an end, or needs to come to an end if it hasn't already.
It needs therapy because last time I left, he called...
He offered you a solution. No, it needs therapy. We can fix it. There's phone.
Yeah, neither of y'all sound open to therapy. Therapist's going to tell you,
you can go to
you want him
therapy.
to change, he wants you to change.
Right.
And neither of y'all are open to changing yourselves, so...
Thank you for giving me money.
Yeah. You got to do that's what my psychology professor used to say is showing up to therapy is 75% because it shows that you are willing to do some work.
Hey,
but doing the homework's the other 30, and most people just don't do the homework.
I can buy a gym membership.
Mm-hmm.
That won't make me go to the gym, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but the thing with therapy too is you go to the gym, you can work out at the gym, which is your therapy session, but then it's the going home and then the watching what you eat and then the tracking of the calories and then going on walks as well and all that stuff that I don't do.
Sleeping and all that.
Yeah, I am guilty. But I did do the work with therapy.
Same.
me
I could do that while
for
laying in bed.
leaving. And he told me a good wife would have stayed. I didn't want to leave. He told me to leave. I want to go to counseling. We need therapy. We need his children not to be involved in our relationship. I don't have anybody
therapist's
but
not
him.
gonna tell you that.
My whole fit. Nobody. My son lives in this state. That's it. It's a bad situation.
Unfortunately.
And I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. And it's very confusing. It's very confusing when 1 minute I want to be with you, I love you, I'm sorry. The next minute I'm trying to communicate with him, okay, well this is what's wrong. I don't like when you call me a stupid. I don't like when you want me to help you with your daughter, but you don't want to help me go get my son.
So, we kind of have enough. They should at this point start asking the questions about, once the story starts to sound familiar to you, like she's starting to repeat herself, then I get, hey, let's ask about the elements of the offense. This is about as much time as I'd probably give. before I'm like, okay, well, but what happened today? I understand the circumstances surrounding this are stressful, but why are you out here? Why do you think we got called? Stuff like that.
I've sacrificed everything for his kids, and he has sacrificed nothing for my kid. Like, I know I'm an idiot. I know I am so stupid.
Is that your daughter out standing out front?
Oh, yeah, and my son.
Or did they witness it?
Yeah, I literally just stepped out of the door, and my dad texted me and was like, stay out there or something like that. Rachel just hit me, and I'm tired of her bullshit. So I came back inside because I'm not gonna let anyone hit my dad, like, you know, but I didn't do anything. I just stood there, and she was upstairs on the phone talking about, he's gonna call the cops on me now, like, all these things.
They said that I brought my kids into it.
But she brought us into it. We first came here, and we heard, oh, you have anger issues, and Tina even knows it. Like, bringing my mom into it, that has nothing to do with their argument. And no,
that's what she says all the time.
This is not the first time this has happened. Like, she does this all the time, and she's like rude to everyone in the house, and then she tries to blame it on everyone else. And so I came in, she started screaming.
You are, and I don't have a choice, and I'm truly sorry, and I understand that doesn't help the situation at a moment, but unfortunately it's went too far.
Is he pressing charges? Is that why I'm being arrested?
So it doesn't matter whether he does or not when it comes to fights between couples who are married, domestic violence, and
Yeah, that has nothing like that's gonna happen. Not from something like this.
I'm so hurt and I'm so broken and I'm just.
I just want to see what she said.
And I know I shouldn't have said that, and I know that. But I'm so frustrated. I'm so alone, and he is such a narcissist. And it's like I feel like I'm all by myself, and I have no one that I can be arrested.
Just for the sake of throwing this out there, only because I hate like the undiagnosed diagnoses, right? A pattern of behavior is a pattern of behavior. It doesn't become narcissism. It can look like it until it's diagnosed by somebody, right? Mm-hmm. You can exhibit narcissistic behavior, but you are not a narcissist until someone sits down, talks to you a bunch, does a bunch of evaluations and tests, and decides, you know what? Yes, I believe this person is a narcissist. Can't just be throwing that out there. Chill.
Yeah, you are, and I don't have a choice. And I'm
So he didn't ask her any questions, which I find odd. Maybe it happened off camera between the ranting and all that stuff.
I think she just kind of told on herself the whole time, so didn't really need to ask much.
I would have wanted to ask, did you put your hands on him? Just to be specific, right? Did you hit him? He claimed you wailed on his head. What does that mean? Yes, I hit him. Okay, well, there you go. 10, 15 times 1. Let me see your hands. Is there any evidence of that? Something. This is a pretty weak report at this point. If you didn't get any statements, now she's got Fifth Amendment rights, right? She didn't have to answer those. But I would have liked to heard her side of the story at the very minimum. Ask a couple of questions, just see if you can do it.
I'm truly sorry, and I understand that doesn't help the situation at the moment, but unfortunately it's went too far.
Is he pressing charges? Is that why I'm being arrested?
So it doesn't matter whether he does or not when it comes to fights between couples who are married, domestic violence, and there's evidence of an altercation or assault. Ohio does not give us the choice.
Can you get my wallet? Because I'm supposed to be paid tomorrow, and he will not give it to
We will.
me. But I don't have, that's another thing, I don't have anywhere else to go, so what happens after this?
Situations like this, in your guys' relationship, this very well may not go anywhere. Okay, I've arrested numerous people for domestic violence, and they go nowhere. It requires a victim to show up to court on their behalf and take some steps that, to be honest with you, a lot of victims don't do. Okay, so it may not go anywhere, to tell you the truth. However, for this moment, we do not have a choice in the matter. This is one of the things.
I told the other officer I knew nothing was going to happen. That's why I never call when this shit happens.
Are you willing to talk? Are you wanting the charges?
I mean, not really, dude.
Where'd she hit you at?
I just don't want her in my life, dude.
Where'd she hit you at?
She was just wailing on my head and ripping my shirt.
Like slapping you and hitting you?
Yeah, because I was going like this. So
Okay.
I just don't understand. I've done everything I can to support him. No woman would stand beside him. It's hard. It's hard to know that I wasted, and I still love him. I can't just unlove someone, and I've left so many times just wanting him to.
If you've made the determination, what are we doing?
Exactly.
I'd be getting browbeat by Keith at this point.
Yeah.
This is where he would have done. You need me to clear or what?
Nope.
You gotta shit or get off the pot, rookie. Like.
She can talk to counselors in the jail.
Right.
Get her and put her in jail. Let's go. Clear this.
Care, and then he acts like he cares and he wants me to come back, and then
It's a vicious cycle. We got to deal with this.
how long am I gonna be in jail? I've never been in jail.
Elite. Oh, imagine you'll see a judge tomorrow morning. Have you ever been arrested for domestic
I've never been arrested in my life. I haven't even gotten a speeding ticket.
You'll see a judge in the morning, and more than likely you're going to get let loose in the morning after you see the judge. And you don't have any criminal history. There's a high likelihood to be out tomorrow.
I'm so sorry. I'm so embarrassed.
We are not coming to the front.
Sin. Take all the points.
Take it.
I hope this upsets everybody evenly. This is like a big. I literally cuffed to the front 3 times in my entire career.
How pregnant were they?
The first
the
one,
little person was one of them.
The
right?
little person was one of them.
Little person murder.
Because my cuffs wouldn't fit right, so I had to like put her cuffs on, and it was somebody else. There's arrest, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna cuff her. I went to go cuff her in the back, and they asked me to cuff her the front. I was like, you're the one transporting her. She's also in a full gown and 4'2". Second one was a deaf 13-year-old girl that did a terroristic threat to a school. The third one was 8.5 months pregnant, and we had to cuff her inside of a ambulance. And so she never ended up getting cuffed. Most of the time they get cuffed to the back. They decide they have to go into the box. They get handcuffed to the gurney. If not, we just leave them back there and strap them down. But literally 3. I can count them because it stressed me out every time I did it because it felt wrong and incorrect because it is wrong and incorrect.
That reminds me, RJ had a question. He said, hey, Josh, didn't you say you got a call where a guy got his son arrested because he threw a baby toy at his head?
Threw it at his back, and yes, it was the worst arrest of my life. Guy called it was stepdad, called his mom like a fat whale or something terrible. And was just being really verbally abusive.
That's why you got to specify what wailing means, right?
Exactly. That's what I mean, right? And he threw it was like a 3-ounce toy. Like it was like toddler safe. So it was basically like foam. And like newer dodgeball balls that aren't rubber. You could throw it with as much force as you want and it actually doesn't cause any pain. He might as well have thrown like an air balloon at him. And he claimed it, but he said it caused pain, and I looked at my partner and she looked at me and I was like, I'm gonna call a sergeant. And I called the sergeant, and she's like, what do you think? She hit me with that shit because she's a good sergeant, right? She's like, I want to see you work through this because maybe I'm not there for you next time. And I was like, this is a shallow arrest situation based off of what's being. She's like, I don't agree. I don't disagree. And I was like, damn. The worst thing ever. He even got handcuffed to the back. I saw somewhere here. It's Emu. She said, what if I have a torn rotator cuff and I'm non-combative? Then you get tied to a gurney and taken to hospital first.
It's still not our problem.
Yeah.
You're still cuffed to the back. That's policy.
Yeah, that torn rotator cuff did not prevent you from committing a crime.
Yeah.
That sounds cruel. But now if it's gonna like exacerbate an injury or something crazy like that, again, what if the guy's missing an arm? What are you gonna do there? There's some caveats. I'm not gonna say never, but like in this instance, there's no apparent injury. She is the suspect for domestic assault. You treat her just like you would anybody. Equal application of the law. What if she was cowering in her car because her husband wailed on her? You know, that's my beef, is you wouldn't do the same thing for somebody else. There's a very few exceptions to this. I did nothing.
What about
EMS never removed cuffs where I was at. Ever. They didn't even have handcuff keys. They couldn't do it if they wanted to. So no, would never happen. Not where I'm at.
when I get out? Am I allowed to come home?
The judge will give you some sort of order on that when you go to court in the morning. He's claiming to me that he's going to leave from here and allow you to have the house. That's what he's claiming at this point. He said he's going to leave, take his kids and go elsewhere, and you can stay here. What? And I told him, I said, what happens between you two from here is completely up to you. But from what you're telling me, it's probably time for this to end. When it gets to this point and you're ended up in this situation, it's not healthy. Okay? Let me see here.
Keith needs help. He needs mental health. His ex would even tell you he's needed mental health since he was like 14 years old, and like I believe if he would get that help that we would be okay. Like,
this is where the whole speech should have happened. You know, like after the first go around when like she didn't say anything productive. Just see, she can talk. She can vent from the back of the patrol car.
If we both went through marriage counseling, he blames everything on me cheating on him years ago. It's been years, okay? I offered him to get revenge. He didn't want to do that. We separated. He told me I was stupid for leaving. It's so confusing. It's so confusing. I'm in church and I have Bible study in the evenings, and I was supposed to have meetings with the pastor's wife, and I was supposed to get rebaptized, and I was supposed to go on a mission trips next year, and like, I am actively trying to change my life. I am actively doing everything that I can, but
given that, these are all calls to authority, so it is what it is. I have met stone cold, like, Satan worshiping folks that ain't beating each other up, okay? Unless they're consenting to it, right? There's no excuse. There's no set of circumstances that's ever going to excuse domestic violence. Cuffing to the front, really. Ugh. Can I even give 5? Keith, I'll let you do it. I know it's my people, but I know I'm biased.
That's mine, Dave. That's your county.
Oh, were they really? Get out.
Yeah. But 10.5 points, 5.
Oh, 10.5 points, 5. I'll give them points. They came to the right determination. There was no, like, disrespectful, dumb stuff going on. You know what? We got to take points from suspects. It's bad suspecting. And I'm going to take some from society, because also, like, their friends and family, even if it's their crackhead friends and family, probably should have known that these people shouldn't be together. I had generally
whoever's taking care of that kid.
Right. I don't know.
Probably grandparents at this point.
Let's be honest.
They're no contact. And it was probably her idea.
I have beef. Oh, welcome, Christian Halsey. Welcome back to being a member.
He wanted the
darlings. I need sleep.
I just guided him through getting through the membership.
Oh, nice.
Just got, like, if you're on your phone, for some reason, I guess because YouTube and Apple don't like each other, you can't get the membership through there.
Gabriella, have a good night's sleep. 4 hours is not going to be a great night's sleep. You know, have a good nap. How are friends and family going to make them break up? So it's in a situation specifically like these, right? And this is going to sound really mean, but it's a criteria of the relationship, right? So if I had, this is not the case, so I'm not going to say my wife in particular. Let's say I had a dog, a better example. This dog
you should have a dog,
was just crazy
unruly.
That
you don't.
Like, bit everyone that came around us, right? And I was like, you know what? I'm going to have a kid. And, like, every time they try to, like, give it, like, toy kids, like, he rips them in half and he's eating through drywall. The dog's bitten me. And not, like, friendly bite. I'm talking, like, drawing blood. We have to dang near beat the thing into submission. Like, there's bad stuff going on. Likely, this dog was abused somewhere and we're ill-equipped to fix the wrongs in this animal, right? And Juan's like, hey, we're going to have a birthday party. You should come. Oh, cool. I'm going to bring my dog. He's like, well, I love you, right? And you and Kinsey seem pretty cool. But, like, bringing that dog. That dog's going to bite my wife. And I'm going to have very conflicted feelings about what I'm going to do about this, right? Same thing. You know, they have a kiddo. And I'm like, I've watched this dog bite you, dog, like, aggressively. It's bitten me. I'm not letting you put this around my kid. So the criteria for engaging in that relationship is going to be predicated on how I decide to take ownership of that dog. Same thing with that relationship, right? Like, this is a bad relationship. You keep having to spend every other weekend on my couch because y'all can't handle this. This makes you, I love you, and this is bad for you. And if you don't want to agree with me, fine. That means that I have to draw boundaries that I normally wouldn't, because I don't think this is good for you. Same thing for drug use. Same thing for anything else. It can be just as damaging for you to have a bad relationship as it would be to do drugs. Quote here. Both can put you in jail.
Mm-hmm. Also, saying that they can make anything happen is not technically true. It's just you can apply pressure on your loved ones based on the relationship that you have, whether or not they care enough about you and that relationship to do anything about it.
Yeah,
is a different story.
Yeah. It just like that's kind of what I mean is like friends and family. The same thing, right? Conversely, for like when you have mental health issues, you know, Keith and I are good friends. And if I showed up and he walks in the room and I'm sitting here playing with rubbing a gun on my temple and he's like, oh, is he joking? I was like, no, I just practice doing this because I'm just working myself up to hurting myself. If he didn't try to do any level of intervention or confront me about it or at least suggest, does he really love me as a friend, right? Where normally, me, perfectly happy, healthy person, one, I don't do that. But two, like, if I get around an accident, it is a joke, I might get scolded, but he's not going to sit here and, like, line step me into the conversation, right? But
shit out of you first.
Yeah, exactly. I get the sap.
And then, you get the sap, and then we sit down and have the conversation.
What you doing?
Yeah.
Oh.
You put it under the chin. No, just kidding.
Oh, my God.
Sorry.
Keith, we're friends. we're very, very close friends.
Yes.
I had a whole discussion. This came up in a show where this guy basically simulated in the show like he was wanting to hurt himself. And I went through a whole discussion about, well, that's not really the right way to do it. And my wife looks at me like, what the fuck's wrong with you? I was like, I'm just saying, I've seen some attempts and some go better than others. She goes, what do you mean better? And I'm just successful or not successful. Results matter, okay? It was a whole, I'm sorry. You get dark humor when you see things.
Welcome back to Gorilla Bodycam. On January 23rd, 2025, a man is pulled over for having tape on his back window. What starts as a simple detention eventually leads to a police chase and shootout. He even manages to escape police and is still being looked for to this day.
What?
For more Bodycam like this, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Let's get into it.
Put this in.
This is kind of early for a spicy one, but I guess since nobody gets hurt, it's not really that spicy. We're going to discuss tape on the window. Also, what is this patrol car? That's digital camo? It's like the ACU. This was the worst camouflage ever made for the uninitiated. This cost the taxpayer something like $10 trillion, something crazy like that. And
it can't be 10 trillion.
And they could only use the camo next to itself because they were trying to optimize it and make it to where it would work in like any environment. And all they did was make it work in no environment. So it was the shortest lived camo pattern in military history.
It should have just been pictures of John Cena.
Exactly. Oh, where are you? I'm judging you. These are your people, Keith, I think. Oh, no, it's my people.
Negative.
Damn
it says Tulsa police.
He said negative.
But it's Oklahoma, though, so.
Ooh. It's like.
Grade accordingly.
It's your people geographically.
Yeah.
Dash cam rolling, what's the emergency? How can I assist you? Well, so I'm also Fox Tulsa Police Department. Reason for the stop is you can't.
So I'm not a huge fan of dual driver side approach. What are you seeing from here?
Is that a passenger or is that an officer on the other side? Or is that just a headrest?
I think it's just a headrest.
What the hell?
Yeah, I have no clue why this guy's here. Because this guy's not an FTO. I don't think one stripe would ever be FTO. Typically, you have to have.
I mean, I think it's like a senior. I don't know if it's
like the senior officer.
Some agencies have like senior patrolman. Yeah, I think that may be what that is.
So the reason I bring this up is the way it's taught is that if you're the second officer, you just do the opposite of what the primary officer does. And the reason being is you get a very different visual angle inside the car. Right now, dude could be holding a 45 right below that door, and you'd have no way of knowing. No way of knowing. Kind of the same thing. I've actually seen a video where this guy had a gun taped to his roof, and because of how low the car was, you couldn't see it. Whereas if you're on the passenger side, do some plain view looking. That's all I'm saying. And your flashlight ain't doing dick against this. Like, you ain't seeing anything unless you're putting that flashlight right up it. And it's also overcast, so there's already like a ton of glare coming off of this window. I don't know. It's just, I don't know.
You can't have that duct tape.
It was $5 billion on the camo thing. There you go. Still a lot.
In your back window. Anything that you have
yesterday, and they told us it was okay.
Anything that you have covering a window has to be clear. You got any weapons on your house?
Yes, I do. Okay. I do not consent to any.
You're okay. You're okay.
I have a firearm in the front of my waist.
Firearm in front of your waist?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. So here's the deal, and it's Oklahoma. If you're legal to carry a gun, you should carry a gun,
yes.
right?
Everybody should.
And I'm going to tell you the exact same thing I tell everybody. You don't reach for yours, I won't reach for mine.
No, I won't. I won't.
Okay? All right. So let's go ahead and come over here. Yeah, come on back here. All right, have a seatbelt on the bumper. Hey, he is carrying.
Yeah, I am carrying. It's a 32 auto, a semi-auto.
It's a 32 auto? Bro, like, so you're carrying a BB gun is what you're telling me.
Yeah, I thought you said you were carrying.
I would have made the joke. Oh, cigarettes are more deadly than that gun. Come on now.
You're good, brother. Like I said, as long as you're cool, we're cool.
Hey, man,
cool.
look, you guys just freaked me out because I thought being in this area, I even told her, I was like, look, we're at the gas station. They're about to flip a Yui on us because this guy looks like a crackhead. And then what did you guys do?
I don't know. Yeah. I was about to say, like I said, high crime area.
Look, man, I'm just not trying to get shot. I love my life, okay?
We don't want to shoot anybody.
And I do want to...
Bro, the irony. The foreshadowing. Tweaky.
Repeat this. Is your camera rolling?
Yeah, it's camera.
Okay, I don't consent to any of this.
Okay.
Let's go on. Let's do it here.
That was a lot of cops. FTO. I'm just a senior officer, kind of like what you said. I guess this was their initial back.
Go ahead and turn around, face the truck right here.
Whoa, what? Communicate with me.
Okay, we have this many cops, and this guy somehow slipped away.
Sarge over here doing sergeant things.
Bro. Are his hands in his pockets? His thumbs are in his pockets. We're going hands on, and my boy's just a witness. Like, not even like trying to control the lady that's in, like checking on the lady that's in the truck. Make sure the lady's not about to go blow us all away. You know? I don't know, man. What are we doing?
Communicate.
Who's, I guess this is his girlfriend.
Whoa,
bro, stop. Please stop.
You gotta make me pull my gun out.
Stop. Please don't. Please don't.
Grab this fool. What?
You bounce him off the side of that truck. He's not just
I tell you
delay
what,
him.
We're 10, 15 times one and you pull away. The amount of force gets escalated pretty. I'm not saying you're going and punch this dude in the face, but you're probably ripping him straight to the ground. It is an option, technically. He is armed.
Sweep the leg. Yep.
Yeah, one arm drag, a leg
What
sweep.
you do is you do the little thing where you make the bench behind him, and then somebody just pushes him, and he falls right over.
There you go. Perfect. Literally perfect. I get that he's armed, and that's going to make you a little sussy-wussy, but the quicker we get him into custody, the less likely he is to shoot you. So, I don't know.
Are being detained, not arrested.
I don't consent, bro. Hold on, please. Stop.
Why are we detaining this fool?
You're being detained. Don't shoot me. Please do not shoot me, bro.
Come here. You're gonna step out in the traffic.
I know you're freaking me out.
Come here.
I have anxiety, bro, really bad about this. What are you doing?
Come here.
I don't want you putting your hands on me. I have nothing to hide. Here. Why can't you just be cordial? What are you gonna shoot me? No. Stop. Don't shoot.
Hands up.
Don't.
Get on the ground.
Don't.
Get on the ground now. Get on the ground.
Shoot. On the ground. Please don't shoot.
On the ground.
I love you, baby. Get on the ground.
I'll see you in the next
Get
life.
on the...
Okay, clue. I love you, baby. I'll see you in the next life is a clue that he has made the determination that he is okay with dying. It's not consent. Don't chat. I already know you. Michael, I'm not saying you can't do suplex city. The only downside to suplexing somebody is you're talking about breaking a neck or something. Like you could really, a leg sweep is a little more gentle only because they're at least landing flat, right? Same thing with like a one arm drag. They're at least laying flat. A suplex, you're landing head or neck first. It's never, I'm not going to say it's never appropriate. It's just a lot less appropriate than you would think. Some dudes punching the hell out of another officer, sure, suplex, that's fine. But we've yet to even try to control his movement, so I understand the posturing and all that stuff. But I mean, he's armed, but kind of armed. You know what I mean? Like, there's also like 4 of y'all and 1 of him. Like, I don't know, somebody until he tries to draw, and you can make that determination. You got lethal cover. Go hands on. Put the thing right up against his temple if you really needed to while these guys are going hands on. And if he gets squirrely and tries to draw, problem solved. Make this an easy decision for you and a hard decision for him.
I love you.
Yeah.
Please don't
Get
shoot
on the ground.
Please don't shoot me. Please.
Get on the ground.
Please don't shoot me.
Get on the
Don't shoot me, bro. Bring it on. I don't know what to do.
Get on
the ground.
Hey.
Too many people yelling. One person.
Scaring the out of me.
Hey, de-escalate.
Please.
De-escalate.
If that's Sarge saying de-escalate, I quit. I just take my badge, I hand him my gun, I get my patrol car, I drive right back to the station. I'm like, yo, chill. Oh, goodness gracious. Josh not saying what he's thinking, trying to behave. It's true.
You're scaring the out of me.
Stop. On the ground. Hands out. You're good.
I'm not letting you detain me. I haven't done anything wrong.
Okay.
What law have I broken?
Stop.
What law have I broken?
Stop and listen.
What law have I broken?
Keep your gun on him. Stand
Tell me, Sergeant, what law have I broken?
Right now, you are being detained.
Unlawfully.
You
Don't do it, bro.
Hey, come here. Stop.
Don't do it, man.
That's a clue.
Stop.
Come on.
Come here.
What did I do to you guys?
Come here.
A broken window, you're going to
We are
shoot me?
trying to talk to you, and you're not cooperating.
Oh,
We
no,
are trying
I was
to give you lawful
until you wanted
orders.
to illegally
You're
detain
not
me.
going to cooperate. Okay? So this is what I want you to do. I want you to.
Yes, baby.
I want you to walk towards me a few steps to get out of the way of traffic.
I love you. They're going to shoot me. Yes, they're going to shoot me.
We're not going to shoot you if you listen.
I was listening, and then
Okay.
you tried to bombard
Well,
me
man,
like
listen.
gang members,
Listen.
bro.
Here's
You ever heard of color of law?
Okay. Here's what's going to happen.
You're
okay?
freaking me the out. Look.
If you ever heard the color of the law, what does that have to do with this? I don't like it is. I don't like how long it's taking them to decide like what they're doing.
Yep.
This really does fall on the sergeant since he's there, because it's technically his call.
Was he the guy with his hands in his pockets earlier?
Yes, unfortunately.
Yeah. Okay. So
he doing
could just
sergeant
leave.
things, right.
He might be
Negative
help.
It's called taking control of the scene, and typically this falls on the most senior officer or just the most experienced or whoever's the most comfortable with it. Sometimes, if you're a real go-getter, and this is how I earned some like brownie points with senior officers, is I would take the initiative. Right, wrong, or not, it's my call, so I'm going to have to own the whole thing that happens. It's going to be my paperwork, my everything, right? So I would take ownership, and even if, again, someone like Keith's got 15 years on me, he's like, hey, I'm going to go hands. Can you be lethal? He'd look at me about, all right, rookie, get after it, dog. Like, good luck. I'll take care of it on this end. At least I've given him a task as a backup officer. I've made his neural load less complicated. And I've said, hey, I'm going to take the burden of going hands-on. We're at least developing an arrest plan. You haven't really heard, outside of, guys, de-escalate. We haven't really heard, like, an arrest plan. And even if their goal is to detain, even though I don't know why they're choosing to detain him, for safety, I guess, but like we waited for 15 officers to do that. I don't know. Yelling at him clearly isn't working, right? And my suggestion in a lot of these situations is let's take the decision-making portion of it out of the suspect's hands. Right now, he still has agency. And the longer I give him agency, the longer he has to make bad decisions. But nothing they're doing is unlawful, right? So shout out to not being illegal, but I don't know. I have beef.
I've asked you.
I know you're gonna shoot me.
Right
That's
now,
the only
right now you're under arrest. Okay,
bro.
right now you are under arrest.
I'm under arrest.
Yes, for obstruction. You're not listening. Yes. You're being given lawful orders. You're trying to run from a traffic stop.
Pedestrian or roadway.
Yeah, you got pedestrian roadway. I do think so. Pennsylvania v. Mims, like they're trying to control his movement during a traffic stop. You got some stuff there as far as resisting or interference or obstruction. He fits under most of those definitions right now. They want to secure him in handcuffs for scene safety. He resists that. Resisting, technically that fits, right? The stop was lawful. I don't know what the law is specifically there in Oklahoma, but in most places you can't just cover up like a window wholesale. That window does have to be there. You have to be able to see through it. I don't know.
It's
not illegal.
Back up
You
because
ran all the
dude
way
was
over
gonna
here.
attack me.
You ran all the way over here when I told you to put your hands behind your back. So I'm going to ask you.
Look at you.
Stop. I'm going to ask you one more time.
Just shoot me,
to
bro.
get on the ground.
Shoot me.
Stop. Stop. If you walk down the traffic, I'm going to have to take you.
Just shoot me. Please don't. Just shoot me. Maybe
Hey, if you walk down the traffic, I'm going to have to take you.
I'm not. I'm going to go up on the sidewalk right now.
No.
So something to consider is this guy's claiming he'd rather be shot than touched. Which I don't have anxiety like that, so maybe maybe that's reasonable to some people in chat, but you're probably not dealing with a very reasonable person, right?
When you Uno reverse and say the bullet has to touch you.
Yeah, there it is.
If I shoot you, it's gonna touch you way further in than I have to.
Haikona or Haikuna, however you want to say this, is 100% correct.
Haikona.
You can tell someone they're under arrest, but
That's a funny comment.
like you really can't, like they're not until they are, kind of thing. He really should be saying, "I want to arrest you."
We're gonna officer presence you into cuffs.
Yeah, exactly.
No, come to us.
Bro, please
Come
stop.
to us.
Stop. Come.
Everyone chase the rabbit.
Jaywalking.
On the ground.
Oh, that's everybody's back that you're. Oh no.
It's also rough. Hey, that's why trigger discipline's important. You eat shit while holding the gun, that's an ND. Or your gun hits
Maybe
the
not
ground.
if you're in the back of the bus.
Yeah, exactly. Shout out to Glock for not going off.
That wasn't even like his back stop. That was his front stop.
That was his front
That was
stop,
all
right?
officers.
It was in your foreground stop. Maybe don't don't do it from the back of the bus there. Shout out to him.
Good thing it wasn't a SIG P320.
No, right. No kidding. What were you saying, Keith?
Shout out to the hat.
I had to take a call. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good.
Yep.
You missed nothing. He ran.
Yeah.
After they yelled at him about
watching stupidity. Something like
Just got tripped.
Yeah, he got his. We used to call this in little like middle school, the field snake. Got him. Randomly minding your own business, you're running, and the field snake goes up and gets you. Just fall over all by your lonesome. Gophers, yeah, gophers. Diglett for Gen Alpha.
He's reaching.
One of y'all better have seen a gun.
What?
Head back towards the truck.
What?
What in the hell, man?
What?
I'll be charitable and say he's trying to get a med kit, but
No, so he
Maybe
jumped
he
a
just doesn't
fence, basically, and is rounding his way back to his truck, but none of them
Oh,
are
so they have to
close
go
to their
around?
car, and yeah.
oh, so they whiffed all the shots, is what you're telling me.
1,000, or probably. They just blew by Big Sarge again.
On my screen, it's like 12 whole pixels.
Confirmed. I fired 2
It's like
shots.
the bouncing black splotches.
He's at the car. He's at the car. At the truck.
Good job.
cover, get the cover.
Keep going.
He's driving off.
He's going to drive off.
And he's gone.
I lost all my stuff.
He said, I just lost all my stuff.
Yes.
Which tells you you've never ran with your equipment, and it shows. It was a funny thing they did in my academy, and they made us run with our equipment. And you were held accountable for every piece of equipment you're issued, right? Well, they did this deal where if you dropped a magazine, like on the firing line, and you didn't pick it up, like you forgot to pick it up, they had a special Glock mag that had a little coffee like canister attached, huge, attached by a string. You had to hold that coffee canister for the rest of the range trip. This happened to two of my classmates. So in between shooting, you're holding this little coffee thing. And if you had to qualify, which requires shooting and moving, someone had to stand behind you with the coffee thing. Because it was attached to one of your magazines. It was bad. I would be team, you make everybody run, and for every piece of equipment that falls off of you, you got to do push-ups for it. Like,
I'll be back in a second.
We'll be here. You lose your radio and you don't have like a handpiece to retain it to you. Good luck. Now you can't communicate. You lose magazines. Now you can't reload. You lose your taser. Now you can't tase him. You lose your handcuffs. Now you can't handcuff him. Like, I don't know. They make a lot of equipment for this. That's pretty unacceptable.
Spears, the man in question, actually managed to make it back to his truck and leave the scene, and is still being looked for by the Tulsa Police Department. If you want to see more...
Oh, so they still haven't caught him.
So let's see. An update.
Oh, okay. Chase Spears in Sand Springs took off into a wooded area. He was arrested in February and is charged with endangering others while eluding police, possession of a firearm while under supervision of the Department of Corrections, and obstructing an officer. So was he on probation? Oh, here we go. He was looking for updates. Man was arrested after he led pulse on a chase. Officers fired shots last month. Felony possession of a firearm while under supervision. Okay. I think our supervisors and officers showed an extreme amount of patience. You're not wrong about that. Very extreme amount of patience. Then our suspect is ultimately not obeying commands. He was going to go to jail and stated he had a weapon, started scuffling around with our officers and reached for where he said his weapon was, and shots were then discharged. Yes. Officers aren't sure if Spear was hit, but said he made it back to his truck and took off. Police chased Spear west into Sand Springs, where they said he got out of the truck and ran into a rural wooded area. We were able to identify who the driver was. After someone makes it a little more dangerous like that, running into the woods in the dark, we don't always know what's going on. We can back off because we know who the suspect was. He's still outstanding, and we have warrants out for his arrest.
Wild. That's crazy to me.
So I guess eventually they caught him.
So Keith's not here. I'm going to take 20, dog. Technically, nobody got hurt. Except for some
Keith
pride.
Would have been harsher.
I agree. But 100 points to suspect. You know what? Actually, yes. Top tier suspecting.
Bro, he killed it. He was good. Nobody. He managed it without anybody getting hurt.
Christy.
He dodged bullets like Rick and Neo.
Dude, that's wild. Oh, the bullets dodged him. That's. Oof.
They must have catch someone they knew.
He was
that was PD, wasn't it? Though,
yeah,
actually, he took from Deputaz.
Oh,
yes.
Was it PD
on all three cars? Yes, sir.
Damn it!
Josh out here trying to rig it in his favor.
But half points for Oklahoma also.
Oh, half points? Yes. Oh, bro, Keith, clutch.
I think 20 is still half points, to be honest.
Yeah, 20 would be half points. That was a clusterfuck. I'm sorry.
So, I don't know that they even had fleeing felon, because fleeing on foot's not enough. like evading on foot is not a felony, I don't believe.
I mean, did he get a warrant hit? I didn't even see any.
No, not at the
why
time.
were they detaining?
No idea. I guess because he was a sovereign citizen or whatever it is. It's Oklahoma. But like when he ran, unless he drew the gun, there's zero reason to shoot that guy. Buxom. Everybody's calling me out. It's like, wow, Josh being shady. Y'all some hoes.
Yeah. According to that article, he reached for where he said his gun was, and that's when they fired. But we'd have to see that
without body cam, you know,
if it was even on.
Let's give him the benefit of the doubt, and that's exactly what happened, right? But Big Sarge was a pretty big letdown there. I'm gonna let y'all watch this real quick. I have to log in Kinsey to something. I'll be back in like a minute.
Big Sarge appointment.
Oh, can that be admin?
Oh, I can. Yeah.
Because I can. I'll be right back. Half points of 50 is 25. You know what? Millennial, you're not wrong.
Can you just step back from me for a couple seconds? No,
Look at that mustache. Oh, wow, we're going to take points from Axon. Let's go. And Apple Watch.
New Jersey police responded to a disturbance at the Parker house where a heavily intoxicated man was being ejected by security for aggressive behavior.
All right, y'all write
Here's
down
what occurred.
what we've seen already. We got minus for Apple Watch and minus for, what was the other one I said?
Axon.
It's good. Just stay back. Keep swinging at people. Listen, I promise. Can you just? No, you get out of here too. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Yes.
Did you guys see the takedown? I saw this one early.
Yes. I saw that the Axon body cam fell off. Oh, yeah. Minus for Axon. That was it.
Oh. I'll take it. So, from what I remember...
And then, like, first thing we saw was his Apple Watch as he was driving to this, so...
Oh, damn. Hey, everyone's yelling Axon. Suplex City. Mando. I'm trying to remember how the takedown happened. Hold on, stand by.
Stop swinging at people. It's good. Just stay back.
Ooh, do we get points for society?
I'll allow that for taking some accountability here. We'll give... I'm good with that.
Out of here. Get out of here. Yes, I'm positive. Get out of here. Get out of here. You stay right there. You get out of here. Don't move. Yeah. Just so you go. What's going on with him? No, I just spun him with he keeps fucking pushing back. What happened with him? What's going on? I let him hear. He turns around. He fucking swings at me. So then we got him. He's out. Yo, sit down. I made sure his head didn't hit anything.
You have your license? You have your driver's license?
I do.
Can you get it?
I can.
Can you do that now?
I'm not sure I want to. Grab it or you're going to
you're going to get arrested if you don't.
Pick your options. Give us your ID or you're under arrest.
So I'm assuming they're going PI on the arrest side of it, right?
You wouldn't do anything with the statement that he took a swing at somebody?
So... I don't know who got this statement, but yes, you have an assault charge, right? It is a misdemeanor outside of your presence, so that's going to be a little more complicated. Maybe if I had like 2 or 3 witnesses that would attest that, especially if they were independent witnesses that would say it, maybe. But
I wonder if they have video of it.
I'm saying the arrest alone would be on the PI. I'd put the charge for the, but I'm not like arresting him technically on the assault because he's drunk. They're probably drunk. Like, I'd feel a little weird about that, especially because it's like all of the security.
Well, no, they
staff.
were security.
Right.
It was on the back of their shirt. So
right.
If they're drunk, they're fired.
Right.
But
Right. But all I'm saying is I've seen worse. Right.
Yeah.
I've also seen like very unscrupulous people. I've had like security guys rob drunk people and then get in a fight with them. And then we show up and we're like, wait, what? So you guys have security camera footage, right? Just so I can feel good about this arrest. And sure enough, like you literally watch them take the guy's wallet out, like rob him, and like I've seen some things. I don't exactly just trust you just because it shit says. I don't trust cops. I mean, like I don't know. You got to earn my trust. That's all I'm saying. Well, based off of verifiable facts. That's what we're doing.
So off that haircut.
So PI in the mere presence of a licensed booth selling alcohol, it's because of his behavior. Yes, he's allowed to be drunk. Texas specifically only gives that caveat to hotels, but even in a hotel, I could do like disorderly or something like that. But here, if it's like an event and they're giving liquor like tickets, a lot of times that's how they circumvent like liquor laws. Is you buy a ticket, and that ticket comes with vouchers for drinks, and that covers the cost of having the bartender there and all that stuff. The articulation would be nobody's there to take care of him. He's exhibiting assaultive behavior, have multiple complaints of an assault, and he's intoxicated in a public place. He can't drive away, clearly, and unless someone's going to take him, I think you got PI. But it depends, again, on how it's articulated.
Stand up, your idea. It's not a fighting situation. Take your ID out. I'm not talking to you. Take your ID out. We're all on camera. Take your ID out or I'm going to lock you up. One more chance. Ready? Take your ID out or I'm putting you in handcuffs. Simple as that. Gentlemen, everything out of your pockets. I don't think there's a problem here. Give me your ID. All right, well, you're obviously wrong because you're heavily intoxicated. I am. Correct.
Are you with anybody inside or no?
No.
Okay.
And there's any problem here, I'm allowed to be drunk. I got kicked out of the bar. Right here behind me. It's okay. Okay. Just there.
Also, security forcibly removing him means he's no longer part of that thing. To be fair. So he's close.
They threw him into public.
Yeah, they got him into public. He's no longer within the confines of this area.
No problems here.
Okay.
I have done nothing wrong.
Okay.
And I'm really upset with the fact that I just got tackled to the ground. And boy, am I really upset. Please, for the love of God.
Bro, the womb broom on this guy. Look at that. I got a chuckle out of Keith.
I was gonna give him points until his Axon camera fell off.
That's true. That's true. Bro, look at this bladed stance. This has got to be a rookie. Look at him. Look at him. He's squared away here. I respect it, but this is a good posture for this guy. Might be combative.
10-year guy would be.
See, I was gonna say, womb broom here. 10-year guy, hands in pocket, ain't trying to work this call. There's a rookie here, hands at the ready. You know what I mean? Like he's got his shooting hand like relaxed and low, and he's got his grabbing hand like in a non-threatening but ready posture. My dog, I'm here. Stop sipping.
That's an FF mustache, a former firefighter.
That's hilarious. You know what, bro? Firefighters do be having some nice stashes.
Pant stripes that you love. I still think they make the pants look like a roadway.
They kind of do, yeah. That's one that complains. I don't have beef.
Gotcha, sir. No, you do not. No, you do not. No, I don't care. Okay, leave it there. Yeah, all right. Give it back to me.
Hang out, bro. Just hang out right here.
I don't give a shit. You guys are being aggressive to me.
Can you just tell him to like sit down?
Do what?
Just
They don't
make
know
him
what
sit down.
aggressive is.
Yeah. So yes, I think they should. One, for his safety, 'cause he's pretty hammered. I don't want him falling over on concrete, right? If a fight's gonna happen, it's better that he's sitting. I don't want to say it's what's occurring here, but based off the attitude of the first contact officers, super quick to, if you don't give me your ID, I'm taking you to jail, right?
Mm-hmm.
didn't articulate why, didn't want to have the discussion. And I'm not disagreeing with that. They probably have a pretty high call volume here. So it's a big waste of my time.
Just trying to get them out of here because they kind of know what they have.
But his demeanor and how he did it, and maybe I shouldn't say this out loud. I'll say it out loud. It's part of police culture. There are some times where I would have a guy that broke a 3-year-old's arm. I was maybe a little more lax about what I did to make sure that fighting him wouldn't happen. Hey, he can still go into custody. Cool. You know, like, hey, put your hands behind your back. But I maybe let him get the first swing. You know? And I was like, you made it happen this way. I still did a perfectly justified use of force. I just kind of...
You did not protect that person from themselves?
Exactly.
Because you believe in freedom for
exactly.
people to make their own choices.
Exactly. You get lectured about it, but you get away with it and you're a larger human being.
Yeah, I got thrown out because I was drunk. Fair. I have done nothing wrong. All right. Give me my ID back and let me go. Nope. That's what I thought. Should I call my lawyer?
It's not just standing in our system.
I respect that. I respect that. I completely understand why I was evicted. However, I do not understand why I was thrown away. However, I got some ID. I understand that. Can I get some?
What are you looking for?
Whatever you want.
Can you step back from me for a couple seconds?
No, don't. You're under arrest.
Oh, and there you go.
So I understand both sides of this argument. So the de-escalation side of the fence is going to say that this wrist grab was not enough to merit empty hand techniques and decentralization, right? But conversely, there's a lot of times where this grab happens right before a punch shows up. Yeah. A lot. And that I'd like to see it in the report, right? It needs to make it into the report. God, I really got to do this report writing class. But
oh, let's do that.
Yeah,
that'd be awesome.
Because
what would be the sort of verbiage of that?
Right. So while detaining a clearly belligerent individual, of which has already been said by multiple witnesses to be combative, he threw punches at patrons who, whether they chose to take, let's say they just chose to not press charges because they're drunk and they're done. They didn't choose to press charges. The staff probably realized they roughhoused them a bit, so they didn't press charges, right? But he was assaultive with multiple people. This grab, I know to be a pre-attack cue and a preemptive attempt at trying to range me, the victim here. And this is an unwanted grab, right? He has no business grabbing a police officer. That alone could technically get you tuned up. I don't play by those rules. I'm a larger human being, so I get away with this. And he's drunk, so I can't hold him accountable for that. But given his recent, this isn't like I looked up his CCH and saw that he has charges for assault. This is within minutes of me interacting with him. He was not cooperative when I tried to do it. And then in the middle of trying to get by me, I gave him a boundary and he grabbed me. And he grabbed me forcefully, right? What I perceived to be potentially a punch. His other hand, which you can see clearly here, was behind him, and he's in a bladed stance, which I believe to put me in imminent risk of bodily injury. So to protect him from himself, but to prevent that punch from occurring, I chose to decentralize him and bring him to the ground where he's more easily controlled in the safest manner possible.
Bring him gently to the ground,
Watching
as my body cam would show
videos.
if it had fallen off.
Yeah. But you could be that detailed. You could really get into it. But that's really covering, my training and experience. You can kind of get into some of that stuff if you really wanted to get into it. That this is clearly a pre. But we'll see how fast this happens.
So, well, before you do that, I want to go back for a little bit here. Right here. Okay, so, and even before this, so he kept putting his hands in his pockets.
Right.
Over and over and over and over.
Right.
Right here, he's pulling out something from his pocket, which we know is a cell phone now. But,
right.
The only reason I bring it up is because this is obviously like probably a college town,
right,
with a bunch of white kids, and they're relatively affluent, blah, blah, blah. This same behavior from, let's say, a black teenager in a poorer neighborhood.
Sure, right.
Would have been met with a whole lot more wariness, I feel like, from the officers. They
Right.
seem very relaxed, just letting him kind of do whatever, which is part of why I brought up earlier, like maybe sit him down, maybe whatever.
Right.
Because you've gotten to a point where he gets it in his head, because he's drunk, that he's heard a million times take a picture of their badge number and their face and all that stuff. He thinks that's what I'm going to do. His brain, he can't tell distance between him and that officer very well. He's going straight up to go and try to take a picture of the thing. Right. That could potentially be prevented if
uncontextualized, right? So let's take the whole thing. I'm with you that there are plenty of examples where that's been discussed as a furtive movement, right? There have been hands in pockets or hands in bags or hands in jackets that go unchecked all the time. And we get lucky because nothing came out of it, whether a gun was there or not, right?
Well, and I'm less concerned about whether or not he's pulling a gun. I'm more concerned that, like, you're just sort of letting him do whatever he wants.
Right.
Not in any way being kind of aware that, like, because again, just because it's his phone and just because you might not be concerned that it's a knife or a weapon or whatever, like, you can still get hurt by a phone. Like, he could still throw that thing at you. And then while you're going like this, he takes a couple swings at you or whatever.
My also, to your point, let's say we asked him to sit on the curb, right? Because we're like, hey, you're clearly belligerent. You're trying to fight people. We got to go sit down. And he fights that immediately. I got resisting on top of everything else that I got. Interference. I have additional charges that I'm now on viewing, right? But then it doesn't look as bad when he's going against what I'm asking him to do. I'm trying to put him in a position that's safer, and he postures up to come do it. It's a very different thing than an arm grab, which can be very easily, by a jury of 12, seen as a not aggressive enough movement to merit an empty hand technique and a leg sweep, right? In general, and again, I get grabbed by a known affiliated gang member, or I get grabbed by Karen. If you're doing your job the right way, they get treated the exact same way. You do an arm grab and it's a 65-year-old lady, I was like, well, I'm just going to be a little bit more considerate while you're on your way to the pavement. But to the pavement you go, right? And that's just, it's an SOP thing.
It's also
to
like
prevent complacency.
Yeah, because you want to, again, when you're in a moment of stress, you want the same thing you've done every single time to be the thing that pops up. You don't want to
and there
have these mixed signals into the back of your brain.
Yeah, there should be some room for accommodations depending on if there's something weird with the set of circumstances. But you'd address that there's something weird about the circumstances before you decide to make a change. Tactics should be tactics, and from a safety standpoint, I'm with you on
like
that.
Literally, if it was this girl back here and she was the drunk one, still sit her ass on the curb.
Right.
Because her nails could be very sharp.
She resists the sitting. We can have that discussion then, right? Yeah. But
what are you looking for?
Whatever you want.
So he touched him there. He didn't check the touching, but
You need to step back.
This is the first instance of you need to step back.
For a couple seconds.
He pushed his hand out to try to create a barrier. He recognized he got grabbed.
You're under arrest.
What's gonna get this guy maybe potentially a little bit of hot water, and this is why demeanor matters, and this is why I was almost universally nice to people when it could be. That whole beginning, so the same officer that just did the slam, right? Let's see, where are we at here? Is this guy.
Can you get it? Can you do that now?
I'm not sure. Grab it, or you're gonna
you're gonna get arrested
so
if you don't.
Pick your options. Give us your ID, or you're under arrest.
Same guy. Eventually gets grabbed, decides to throw him to the... I don't think it was that egregious. I don't think it was unprofessional either, but he earned the throw. Don't grab off. Hopefully there's no lecture.
I'm glad I can. Let's go. For what?
Well, he is concussed.
And
And
that's
drunk.
the second time he's been thrown to the ground.
Yeah.
Today.
I guess they muted this. Hey, let's escort him, yeah? Let's not have him fall.
He's probably yelling slurs. There's my bias showing.
Is this mom?
I don't think so. They said he was with some guy. I'm guessing.
Yeah, I don't mind moving. Give that to my friend. He's not taking 20, right? We're transporting. Stop. Yeah. Stop. Yeah. Stop. 26. Stand still and stop. Okay. My feet are posted. No problem. Don't put you on the ground. So stop. I was passing. Stop. However, stop.
I tell you what, conversely to my bias, if the demographics of this place were a little different and a slam happened like that in front of the group, this would be a very different crowd. That's all I'm saying. It's been my experience. That's all I'm saying. Notice everybody.
Even if he had been swinging on that crowd?
Oh, no. Had he been swinging on the crowd, you'd have found a very different suspect. You'd have found you'd have been the victim of something. Again, try that in Houston, right? The swinging on people doesn't happen. That got adjusted. You show up and you're like, hey, he's pretty DRT. I mean, I'll let fire a doctor call it, but
yeah, just bring the shovels.
Start chest compressions or call the Emmy's office. Yeah, try that at the wrong club and. Ooh.
What am I getting arrested? Officer of the conduct. No. Get in the car. Get in the car. What am I getting? Get in the car. Get in the car. What am I getting arrested? Get in the car.
Sit down.
What am I getting arrested for?
Sit down in the car.
What am I getting arrested for? Get in the car. I said it 3 times. Get in the car. I understand. We'll talk to it about it at headquarters. Get in the car. No. What am I getting arrested for?
Oh, this is one of those middle partition ones.
Yeah, I hate those.
Terrible idea. Whoever invented that.
Yeah. Because also now you gave him another concussion for slamming him into it.
Probably.
He's got CTE.
Eric, I don't swing on people. I'm above that.
Please, for what God? What am I getting arrested for? What am I getting arrested for? What am I getting arrested for? I know. I'm pulling you up. You gotta help us here, dude. What am I getting arrested for? Dude, get in the car. No, I will happily, please. I will happily stand up and get in the car. What am I getting arrested for? Get in the car and sit down. Get in the car and sit down. I will happily do that. Get in the car and sit down, dude.
Here's where pain compliance comes in. We talked about pressure points last week.
Mm-hmm.
I will happily do. You're gonna do it now, or I'm gonna make you do it. I don't want to use more force on you, but if you don't comply with doing it, I can't hold up everybody here while we negotiate.
Does it work equally as well on super drunk people? Okay.
Yeah. I will let you get hammered and try pain compliance.
You had me at hammered.
Yeah. On people that are really high, just because that's affecting your brain very differently, you'll get the guys that are like on PCP and stuff where, pain compliance, they stop feeling stuff.
They don't feel pain.
20 milligrams ago. So that's a little different. But alcohol doesn't really dull pain that much that you won't know. And he's awake enough, right, that I think it would work. You can reach a level of intoxication where you won't remember that it hurt, but they'll feel pain. Drunk, concussed, entitled is a nasty combination. I really believe he's concussed. I honestly, they probably should call medical for this kid.
Mm-hmm. He's also bleeding from like 8 different places.
That's what I mean, dude.
You might want to get him checked out.
Yeah.
What? I'm done wrestling with you. What? Get in the car and sit down. I understand. You and I can have this conversation. What am I getting arrested for? Please, you tell me. Please, disorderly conduct. Sit in the car. Disorderly conduct. Sit in the car. Just sit up. Sit in the car, dude. We want to get you out of here. We don't want to deal with this. No, I agree. All right, so get in the car. Can I please sit? Can you get out? Get in the car and sit down. Get your feet in. Get your feet in. What is my again?
So at this point, since he's handcuffed to the rear, a wrist lock would be a really good one. Probably also like sit right there, like the nape of his neck. Also, same thing, like right here in his like his jaw. Also gets him to turn around. It's a good way to get spit on or bit with him facing you like that. And he can't really put his feet in backwards. Nobody gets into a car in this posture, right? So get him turned sideways. Also, somebody else could help him. But part of the issue is the car. That partition really does not give you any leverage on the other side for somebody else to really help you. But
Listen.
None of you have.
What's your first name? What's your first name?
None of you have. He has not arrested me for anything.
Just get in the car, we'll bring you inside, and we'll talk about inside. It's already done. You're making it 10 minutes.
I agree. What am I getting arrested for?
Do what?
Let him know about this. Well, someone needs to call his city councilman dad and let him know about this.
No kidding. So this is actually a pretty decent. This is called a clinch.
What am I getting arrested for?
Just get in the car.
You're gonna watch him drive his forehead here.
What am I getting arrested for? Stop doing this.
He just kind of nudges him. It bends him. It was pretty good. That's not terrible. Still not as effective.
Everything can be done afterwards.
Because now he's not in a position to sit down safely.
I just wanted to. Shut up. I'm like, you're fucking hot one. Thank you. What's your name? Patrick Boston. This guy. You have a biscuit?
It's in your hat. I'll throw it in your hat.
My only downside to this, and this is kind of where the discussion kind of comes into play. Again, if the demographics were different, cop's the same color, but the suspect's not, and the news gets a hold of it, and we have to have a discussion around this. I don't think it was too much force because the guy did resist, and he earned. They tried to ask him every single thing that they wanted him to do, and he refused to do it. There is an ask, tell, make policy, so I'm not going to say it's too much. But the discussion does come around because we didn't leverage different tactics like sitting him on the curb, right? Because we chose to choose equipment like this partitioned back seat, right? And then because we let him move around so much, it caused him to have to get thrown to the ground more than once. Let's say he does have a concussion out of this. You believe his rich parents are going to be suing the hell out of that department, maybe? And now we have to deal with the discussion of how much force you used or whatever. This wouldn't be discipline. If I was a supervisor and I saw this, I'm just giving a discussion. I'm not even like putting it on paperwork. I would just say, hey, I watched what happened over there. Just next time, make the kid sit down. If he doesn't sit down, do whatever, and maybe we need to evaluate why we have these partitions and these back seats. That's not on y'all. That's on us, right? But I didn't see anything wrong with this, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's just like it could be misconstrued, though. I could definitely see where somebody's saying, why'd you have to throw him so many times and hit him so many times and whatever, and it is what it is.
I mean, I think if and this kind of goes back to my issue with always the titles that we get and stuff like that, which is like there seems to be, if the perception is that somebody's getting their comeuppance because they're being annoying,
right,
or they're being a Karen, or they're being whatever,
right, it
completely changes whether or not what you're doing feels justified.
Oh yeah,
right. Again, if he had been nice but behaving the exact same way, but being not as drunk belligerent and feeling entitled, right, and more just sad and kind of depressed and like, why are you doing this to me, and had a more sympathetic, less finance bro-y face,
right?
I think the yeah. I'm just saying, like this dude looks like you kind of want him to get arrested, and it's like, feel what everybody else feels, kind of thing, right? But like, I think, like you said, the societal reaction to it would be very different.
Yep.
Right. This dude's gonna get, instead of posting bond, he's gonna post a super PAC donation to somebody's campaign, and charges are gonna get dropped, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
probably.
But.
So I'm going to take this cup off, okay? This hand. What you're going to do is you're going to I'm not a part.
Never use these. Ever. Unless you have to. These little lockers for your guns. Put them in your trunk. I'll save you from being that guy that leaves his gun at the station when he gets a hot call right after this. You're welcome. The only time I'd use these, we had a JPS I think it was the 10th floor there. It was their psych ward. They had their own, because I had to like enter them, like physically walk them into the psych ward, and they didn't allow weapons in there. So I'd disarm there, but I couldn't leave without passing the same. And they even had like a little sign, like, don't forget your gun. It's kind of adorable. But that's the only time. And you even had like a little key that you'd take with you, like it was assigned to that drawer. So you'd have the key with you, and I would literally put the key on my wrist to make sure that I had it with me, so I couldn't forget.
The subject initially refused to identify and became increasingly agitated, eventually grabbing an officer's wrist. The situation led to his arrest, where he continued to resist when being placed in the patrol vehicle. He was charged with disorderly conduct and resisting arrest.
It's alright.
Not PI.
Yeah.
Lame.
It's alright. I'll give him 10.
Make sure you take points from Axon for...
Oh, I did. Okay, I took
good.
points. We're going to say society, because I always found shindigs like that really annoying, because I had to deal with them all the time. University of Texas in Arlington. F you for that. Yeah, UTA was awful for that. Disorderly conduct. But yeah, locker PTSD. Gingy gets it. Those are knockoff cloths. What?
I don't know. I'm not sure what that was.
I used to work for UTA, so he knows. I used to hate, dude, their parties were the worst.
2025, the Martin County Sheriff's Office was notified.
It's your people, Keith.
Yes.
Of a fraud incident in Palm City, Florida. A previous victim reported that his identity had been stolen once again and used to buy a phone and service from AT&T. The sheriff's office spoke further with the victim, who reported receiving emails from AT&T. One of the emails confirmed the purchase of an iPhone 16 Pro Max, totaling $1,200. A few hours later, the victim received another email stating the order had shipped, along with a tracking number estimating delivery before noon on April 1st, 2025. It's important to note that a similar incident had occurred 6 months earlier, during which the victim's identity was used to buy phones through T-Mobile. In that case, the suspects intercepted the package before it reached the delivery address by presenting fake identification to the UPS driver, falsely claiming to be the victim and successfully retrieving the phones. In light of this, the sheriff's office contacted the UPS driver, who confirmed he was currently holding the package destined for the victim's home. The driver was told to alert the sheriff's office if anyone tried to collect the package, as the suspects, 37-year-old Kimberly and her husband, 40-year-old Shenton, were likely planning to intercept the delivery on April 1st. Little did they know, they were about to find out that this April Fool's Day was no joke.
Wild. Bro, technology be getting people, dog.
Detectives in unmarked squad cars followed the UPS truck along its route until they saw a vehicle cut in front of it and stop, at which point a woman exited and began approaching the truck.
We're just gonna hang out for a little bit.
Oh, that is a very low-vis truck. It's literally just an F-350 that happens to have lights.
Step out. Face guard. Face guard. Chains on the car. Leave the phone on the top of the car. Spread feet. I'm just going to detain you for right now, okay? I can get these out, okay? Just going to detain you until we figure out what's going on, okay?
Apply tactics universally. He gets the whole face the car, double pat you down treatment. She needs to be getting the exact same thing. But say she could very easily be the problem. You don't know. Let's assume we're gonna get resistance. Yes, and be pleasantly surprised when we don't. What?
The comment.
Oh,
Shenton
no.
from Big Gangbang Theory.
Hold on. I'm going back.
And then Custodes goes, Shenton's roommate is Lenard.
Y'all need to chill. Oh my god. Lenard. Y'all are the worst. Shout out to the Big Bang Theory fans out here. So his girlfriend's Penne.
Hope we get to see Shenton later.
You can just have your back towards the car.
Anything on you? Some poke in your stick there?
Baby girl, you need to put your hair up in a ponytail. How is this remotely in policy?
Deputies, man, they're wild.
Was this you didn't have women in your departments, did you, Keith?
Yeah, we did.
You did?
Yeah. But they didn't wear their hair like this.
No, neither did
a
mine.
nice
This
tight bun or ponytail or something.
Dude.
So,
This would have been. You wouldn't have made it out of briefing if you showed up like this.
Is she some kind of supervisor?
She's in detective outfit, but even detectives were not allowed to go into the. Now you could go without your vest and stuff. You had to have it like with you, but you didn't have to wear it. They could be in like a polo shirt or like business casual. They had to have the gun and their badge on them, and some cuffs. But like,
yeah, but if you're going to kid up,
not allowed.
You need to put your hair up.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah. Dog. What?
Anything like that? No.
Okay, well at least she did. This is a search, girlfriend. What are you doing?
6. I don't know. Stay over here. Lean on this. I'm sorry.
Nothing else? ID in your bra? That I can't see? No ID, no credit cards, no cash, nothing like that?
It's 10-4 if I call 0 for transport car. Yeah. What's your ID, Jen? 645.
Yeah, that's the reason you want to.
Well, you're detained right now for an investigation. I am. But when you're detained, you need to identify yourself.
You live married.
Okay.
When you're detained, you need to identify yourself. For the most part.
No, they don't.
I'm talking about for a traffic stop. Yeah. And I'm assuming I don't know if they ran this as a traffic stop or they just did it as like a detention based off of the information they got. Because you would need a traffic violation for a traffic stop. But for like just an investigation, like
yeah, I guess what is their current?
I don't know about that one. He's like, you have to ID yourself. I'm like, not exactly.
Is your reason for just stopping them in their car?
You could do an investigative stop, sure.
Okay.
So this happens a lot of times, like an Amber Alert will go out, right?
Because you have reasonable suspicion that there's a crime
afoot. Okay. Right. I have the detention. It's just not for a moving violation. Therefore, the criteria is a little different, right? The misdemeanor or the offense would have been outside of my presence. Or this happens also too with like a rolling domestic. You'll see this. This used to be the worst. You'd be driving, and you're like, they're dancing. They're dancing. No, they're punching each other. I was like, damn it. See, that's like, go ahead and start me a second. I have a rolling domestic that I should have just ignored, but here I am. That left nip could cut glass.
Your ID in the car? Everyone, what is that car? We'll get to that. Is this your car? Everyone, second.
Can we get a transfer? Because I PC for this one.
He said I don't answer questions.
Yeah. You want one?
I do respect that we don't answer questions.
Good on
transport car, 2 transport cars. I can probably only pull you 1.
One's fine.
I'll ask you for 2.
One's fine.
You sure?
Yeah. What's your name?
Well, you made it. You took points?
Do you have your IDs in the car?
Oh, I took points. Damn it. Sorry. Hold on.
It's negative math. It's at 50.
Yeah.
There you go.
I'm not sure if I have my ID. Okay. One top of me. Or maybe place under arrest. I can place under arrest. We'll talk about that.
You all good? Yes, yeah. All right, appreciate it, man. I don't know if they need anything else.
I love it that they've had that sound.
From you. I know you got, stuff to deliver. Let me just make sure we're all good here, and then I'll get you out of it. Thank you. See you all good? Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Should we take that? Okay.
I'll take. Do you know the hair cuts by chance? I need to bring a smart one. And then it's pretty feet. I don't know if you're trying to run or anything. Yeah, well, you never know.
Are you? What's going on with your picture?
I guess I'll just say that they didn't want it. I don't know, but what we did was they didn't order it.
No, they're the actual people.
Yeah,
they didn't. No, and
so
they called AT&T
refusing
and said we didn't do that. I said, well, cancel it. Then he got 2 days later. Yeah.
So I'll just say that they ordered it.
Okay, and then it'll go back.
Yeah, I'll give it to you.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your help. So I'm being told why I'm being.
So this is her investigation. I'm kind of just here to help out where I need to. So any questions you have, I've asked her. Yeah.
Another question. No question. Answer questions. I don't know.
I don't answer questions.
Just say it. I don't answer questions. So no matter what you ask me, I'm not going to answer you.
Man, if you want to just go to the front of that car right there for me.
Thank you for your help.
Absolutely. Anything for you.
You're a police officer, right? But I didn't give
She
no one
looks
the
like
right
she
to search
answers
my car.
questions.
I said I don't give no one the right to search my car, right?
It's your car then, right?
I don't have to answer your question.
search my car.
I didn't say that. Don't lie.
You did say that.
I did not say
you
that.
You said I didn't give them permission to search my car.
I didn't.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't. I didn't give no permission to search my car.
Your car. Just said that.
I don't answer your question. I just give me.
I don't understand the back and forth. Either he said it or he didn't or whatever.
Yeah.
Also, it wouldn't matter whether he says it's a car or not. He's in constructive, like he's operating the vehicle. If he's under arrest, it's search incident to arrest of the car that he was in control of, regardless of who owns it. Like, doesn't fucking matter. Like, what is the back and forth for?
Detectives. They're trying to detect things.
Y'all be watching too many movies. They're watching The Rookie, and they're like, I gotta get a zinger in here now. Like,
I got a gotcha now. I gotta get my one-liner in.
Yeah. It's whatever.
My statement, I didn't give no permission to search my car.
We don't need it. What's it come back to? 6 rentals? Is that your wallet in there? Do you want it?
Yes, I want it.
You want it? Okay.
But I want to get it myself.
You're not getting it yourself. You're under arrest, sir.
I'm under arrest?
Yes, you're not going back in the car.
You didn't state that you said I was detained, so I'm under arrest, right?
You're under arrest.
Can I ask why I'm under arrest?
We're going to talk about it once we get out of the sun and in the office. I'm not discussing it right now outside of the road. It's hot. I have other stuff I'm taking care of. But you want your wallet, correct?
Yes, I need my wallet.
Is this your phone? You want that too?
Yes.
You got a copy in the car that you want? Like, you have a purse or anything in the car?
Putting your hair up.
Right.
Learned that from
Agreed.
my wife.
Yeah, I don't have enough hair to put up, so.
Yeah, I keep mine pretty short, so it doesn't really.
Your phone's in the car, and do you have like a purse or anything like that? We're telling you. But if you have like a purse or something in there, I will get that out and take that with you. Sorry, what? Your whole bag? Okay. We'll get that and bring it with you. Okay.
While Kimberly and Shenton unknowingly screwed themselves over, their victim was left with dealing with the aftermath of identity theft. Unexpected situations like this can happen to anyone, and if it ever happens to you, having someone ready to fight for you makes all victims' name.
I think if my husband has his wallet.
Okay, that's your husband? Okay. She says she has her bag in there, but she doesn't need it if her husband has his wallet.
She wants to leave her purse in the bag that we're in the car that we're towing.
I wouldn't if I was her, but I mean, it's going with their property.
Is there any way to make that I'm close to you, sir? Or...
I can check for.
No, baby girl.
I'm just gonna roll your sleep up a little bit. Unfortunately, they are metal, I know, so they're not gonna be the.
It will go with you with your property. We're not keeping it. It's going with you.
Oh, look, she's got her hair up.
Do what?
She had her hair up.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Actual.
You were recording, right?
Yeah. Okay. We all know.
Saying it wasn't.
Sergeant? No, I'm not a sergeant.
Yes,
if I was.
We've had it go both ways. But I appreciate you. Thank you.
Subsequently, Shenton and Kimberly were transported to the sheriff's office to be interviewed separately.
Damn, it's on camera too. Oh, they're gonna come in here and say you peed yourself.
I
don't answer questions. So.
You're not gonna answer any questions?
I don't know what the situation is. No one said anything to me.
Okay.
So
well, that's what we're in here gonna talk about.
But I have nothing to discuss.
All right, I'm gonna read you your Miranda warnings real quick, and then if you decide that you don't wanna, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have them, and you can decide at any time to exercise these rights.
Exercise it right of it.
Pardon me?
I'm exercising it now.
Okay, you don't okay.
No.
I could still get your basic information. So, your name?
I don't answer questions.
At all. So you're going to be booked in under John Doe and sit there until...
Now it's failed ID. You do have his wallet.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, now hit him with failed ID.
Throw him in holding 3 days of free dose, and he'll be singing.
Oh man, yeah, dude. Especially if you're back in the day, dude. Like just being able to fingerprint him and getting it back, you were sitting for a while they figured out who the hell you were. But yeah, you have failed ID. I just throw the charge on there rather than go back and forth. Be very careful. If you've issued Miranda and you get a clean and clear no, I don't want to talk to you.
Yeah.
Leave it.
Holding cell.
Leave it. Dude. Like
holding cell.
Like, don't ask for clarification. Don't, any of that can be seen as you violate. You could get your whole case thrown out right then and there. Just I don't know. Be very careful with that.
You're not going to get a bond.
When I'm being arrested for.
Okay. Well, that's what we were in here to discuss, but you're being difficult.
Nope.
Your mouth.
He's not being difficult. He is exercising. Oh, I just can't. Baby girl, you were bad at this. Because like
bullet points.
It like. Because what is she doing? Rapport building here or threatening him? You know, like you know what I mean? Like I don't know, man.
I'm not she's trying to offer a better deal, but the fact is, lawyer means walk out.
That's it.
Been holding and just it's over. Stop talking.
Like there's no conversation to be had after that. Like under the letter of the law, you can just talk to them. It just can't be about the investigation itself. But like, I would be so nervous about any of that being misconstrued. Or like, let's say because I've built rapport with him after evoking his Miranda rights, right? He decides, you know what, I want to waive him. What if that's seen as, oh, I just convinced him to waive him? You know what I mean? After he clearly showed
Applied
intent.
pressure.
Right. Any of that stuff. Oh, my goodness. And the reason I bring this up is let's say the genders were swapped here, right? Tiny little female, big old man cop, sitting in a room where you're handcuffed and in a vulnerable place. The power dynamics there. It is going to be so easy to placate to a jury that you pressured them into giving up their Fifth Amendment rights. I have mad beef with that. You're being difficult. Shut up. Oy.
Rapunzel things.
Field training hairstylist. Top tier.
That's your name.
My rights. Right?
I read you your rights.
And I choose to exercise my rights. So what's wrong with that?
What's your name?
But you
your
just
name.
said.
Not asking you about, but I'm not asking you about the crime.
I'm not being
Bro.
Just take him to the holding cell and just let him stew.
Yeah,
he will sit and sit and sit.
Add the charge. Like, it's not hard. This is the easiest. Here's your narrative for failed to ID. After being notified clearly that he was in custody and under arrest, and then transported to the jail, post giving him his Miranda warning, he refused to talk to me. And when I asked him what his identity was for booking purposes, he refused to ID to me. I advised him that would be an extra charge. He told me I don't talk to police, verifying my suspicion that I believe that he was knowingly and intentionally refusing to give his booking information to me, his name, date of birth, and address, right? Things he's got to give me. So fine. He consented to the charge, knowingly and intentionally. Easy. I walk out happy. Easiest charge I've ever applied. Good luck kicking that one.
Disrespectful, right? I'm just communicating, right?
Okay.
You read me the rights, right?
You're in here for a multitude of felonies.
Me? Okay.
Yes. Yes. So, including scheme to defraud. So,
Okay.
we're going to discuss it, but you don't want to discuss it, so we're not going to.
So, shut up.
The right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Okay, with your rights in mind, you want to talk to me? Your charges are going to be scheme to defraud, grand theft, and criminal use of personal identification information. Back in September, you were in Martin County doing the same thing that you're doing now. Do you remember? I have you on video here, so. What are you doing in Martin County right now?
I was just traveling with my husband.
Going where? What were you doing when you were approaching the UPS driver?
I just exited my car. I wasn't approaching anyone yet.
You were. You were walking up to his truck.
I was walking. I wasn't walking to anyone specifically.
Why were you walking?
I mean, if I can.
What's holding you back from being honest with me? You're getting booked on the charges anyway. So
okay, let's just get my lawyer or an appointed lawyer.
There you go.
We need to take him to the jail.
It's a more appropriate response.
There you go.
I just want my lawyer. I don't have beef that she at least tried to talk to the lady, right? Because there is a small opportunity where she tries to distance herself from the charge itself and say that he's the one doing it all, right? Versus like criminal conspiracy or whatever the heck they're going to try to charge her with. Because somebody's going to be the primary doer of said crime unless they can convince the jury that both of them were involved in some way, shape, or form. But I doubt they do that.
Let's get a picture real quick.
Is that a mugshot picture?
No. Ready? You guys are good. Look up.
What's
What's that picture for?
Yeah, I'm not sure what the picture's for unless they're just using it for, because normally you just use the mugshot picture. I'm wondering if if they have like a internal thing that they use for like, hey, these are like frequent flyers for fraud, or if it's like getting elevated towards. But like typically, if we're taking pictures like secondary pictures that are not just that, it's going to be of tattoos, it's going to be of scars, like things that are going to make it a little easier to identify them in the future. A Facebook post? Probably right.
Actually,
you're probably right.
Maybe she's the social media detective.
That would track. That would track.
You just got done filming a TikTok that their hair's down. It was the Celine Dion one where they got to go like this.
As a result, Kimberly was charged with felony counts of scheme to defraud, grand theft, criminal use of personal ID information, and possession of fictitious driver's license, while Shenton was only charged with felony scheme to fraud and grand theft. Ultimately, they were released the following day on a $10,000 and fine.
Shocking.
How?
Probably got told. He kept saying you don't answer questions, and you kept pressuring him, so we're just not going to do it.
Stupid. Should have waited until they received the package from the driver. It would have been easier to charge them. Because I bet you the grand theft maybe gets dropped because where's the body of the crime? You know, I can see that like using the ID, like that should be pretty easy and straightforward, but
$5,000 surety bond. If your wardrobe starting...
Keith, they're your people. I want to take 10.
I agree.
Okay. We're on the same page there. It's just a really bad investigation. It's cool that the victims here did a lot of the legwork and like, hey, it's getting delivered here. They ordered a phone, all this stuff. Probably the bank likely has like a special fraud department that helps with that and probably gave them the information. The on-scene investigation was atrocious. It's like really bad. The unequal application of handcuffing and searching, like it took a while for that to be weird. We are absolutely sitting old girl for not having her hair up and be ready to do cop stuff. You're a police officer. Like, help us help you, right? And then that investigation on the mail was, I'm not going to say one of the worst interviews we've ever seen, but it's up there. That was almost as blatant a violation of someone's Fifth Amendment rights I've seen in a while, post Miranda. But
Smokey has a question. He
yes.
says, isn't there like a felony for interfering with the mail?
They didn't let it happen long enough, likely. Because she got out and is if she's on the sidewalk, right?
Mm-hmm.
If they're not parked anywhere illegally. They're not,
They
you know
didn't
what I
open any
mean?
packages either.
Right. Yeah. So like,
also,
yes.
Is there a differentiator between mail from UPS versus like USPS?
No, because I think all
yes.
Okay.
Oh, is there?
Technically it is. Yeah.
Oh.
First class. I think UPS is.
Points to media for good questions.
Third class mail, but first class mail, anything actually carried by the United States Postal Service, that's the bad stuff.
Oh,
that's where you get in a real jam.
That goes to chat.
Yep.
You're trying to give it to media.
Oh, so that's why like porch pirates don't get as much of a thing, I guess.
Should have notified postal inspector. Agreed. Buxom says 10 points to judges for the bonds. I'll allow it.
Y'all remember that show about the postal inspectors? Y'all ever watch that?
I don't think so.
I forget what it was called.
Under the Postmaster General.
Called The Inspectors.
Senator Alex Padilla removed from a news
conference.
Yeah.
This happened like today, I think.
What?
Removed from a news conference because Christy came.
Sir, hands up.
Why'd he get removed?
Because they didn't want him there. It's a Homeland Security homegirl. Didn't like that he was trying to ask her questions.
Did he ask her to leave or ask him to leave or whatever?
Did she ask him to leave?
Yeah.
I don't know.
So I wonder, because like if it's like because like a news conference, right, is different than like a Senate hearing, right? Like if it's a Senate hearing, get wrecked. Like,
no, this is a news conference.
Yeah, you get depositioned, and they can ask you whatever the hell they want. It doesn't even have to be reasonable. It's kind of just like a shame ceremony. It's really all depositions are by the Senate. But like if it's a private news conference, you don't get to swing it. Nobody has any authority there. Just the person that owns the building and whoever's licensing out the space or renting out the space. Just like it would be like a wedding venue. Technically, if Juan is hired on as a videographer or a photographer for a wedding, and he's being subcontracted by the wedding planner, and the wedding planner was the one that they could, hey, that lady's being belligerent, you need to leave. And he's got the letter of the law. He's got the authority to make somebody leave. To potentially forcibly. I don't know that I'd push it that far, but you technically could. Or issue the CT, make them leave, whatever it is. And that's from like a wedding venue. That's like nobody clearly owns that outside of the ownership's not there, right? But take points from judges. Oh, I guess the bonds were kind of low. I guess you're
Alex.
Okay, so I gotta add 20 now. Judges here.
Yes.
There you go.
Weird.
Lydia, I have questions for the secretary, because the fact of the matter is a half a dozen violent criminals that you're rotating on your
I also wanted to
hands off.
how many of our ice agents have been docked.
On the ground. On the ground. Hands behind your back.
Oh. If the FBI is arresting you, that is not a good time. That's the only downside is like they're so the feds, if there's one thing I know about the feds, is they don't want to touch shit. Generally, unless there's something good to come out of it, right? I'm not saying they're any better or worse than regular police officers, but their scope of authority is so specific on like what their objectives are and what their like law enforcement agenda is. That if they're putting handcuffs on you, you typically earned it in some way, shape, or form. I could see where like a municipal cop that's just on a part-time gets a little off the handle and arrests somebody not knowing what's going on. County boys are notorious for making up the law and deciding when they want to go and enforce it. For sure, like the creepy subcontracting the state boys were doing up in Tennessee. It's like kind of law enforcement related, but a guy wearing FBI uniform in some way, shape, or form, if they're arresting you, you're going to have a bad time, dog. Their prosecutors are much better at prosecuting than most state agencies.
On your back.
Get on my hands. Go ahead. Put behind my back.
All right. Cool. One hand. Lay flat. Lay flat.
I'll tell you what, this old timer knows how to get down. That's actually jujitsu there. He chalked this, once he got the hand back there, he actually chalked it with his knee. That's not a bad arrest technique.
Other hand, sir. Other hand.
Wow. Shout out to them. This guy just witnessing.
There's no recording allowed out here per FB.
Wait, what?
There's no recording allowed out here. I did not know. There's no recording allowed out here per FB.
Oh, he just said. I thought they were trying to tell him not to record. I was like, it's a public forum. Like, you can.
No,
record.
he did say that. He said no recording allowed out here.
If the
per
police
FBI,
come to this
whatever.
door,
So I think I'm gonna assume that's probably like the DHS building or something because it looked like an office space. So my question with something like that was because we've seen very similar things happen, but at like city council meetings, right? We had that one a while back where there were people, they were, basically heckling their city council people or whatever. The security team comes over and removes them.
Right.
Very different sort of analysis there because one, who the hell is the security team? Why
Right.
are they allowed? Like, what's their thing? Kind of a public forum. So I'm guessing the difference would be
in a
one, this is not open to the public.
Inside of a
Right,
federal
it's not
building.
open to the public inside of a federal building. Essentially, we only have to let in whoever we want to let in, and if you just barged in to, it's like barging into like me going into a random office building right now into a conference room while they're doing whatever, right?
So
and that's where the legal authority to but this guy in cuffs comes from.
I like Frag said, no recording. It's a press conference. I agree. I took from feds because the arrest occurred, right? You have one fed, which is basically a senator, doing this purely for publicity, right? Like, this not senator. The only hills senators are willing to die on are the ones that go towards their portfolios.
Now,
let's be honest.
That is technically his job.
No, agreed. No, I'm with you.
Like, yeah,
I'm not saying he's supposed to ask questions.
It's like, let's not get butthurt about one actor versus another actor and the level of their performance, right? Like everybody in that room
I was going to say
is doing a PR stunt.
The FBI guys that arrested him, it's PR because they didn't press any charges, right? Which is bullshit. Like if you're going to go hands-on, there better be a legal reason to do it, right? The senator, same thing. If you're going to go and have a hill to die on, actually die on said hill, like have some sort of consequence, do something with it. There is a way to depose that lady and do it in a way but it makes way less of a PR scandal, right? He's representing his constituency. So if that's what his constituencies care about, that's his job to go and pursue it. I'll never complain, even if I don't agree with what they're doing. Journalists, politicians or whatever, if the people in your city believe that gophers shouldn't be shot because who cares if they're breaking cows' legs, then that guy needs to be running around yelling at everybody doing that because that's what his constituency cares about, right? Whether they're right, wrong, or in the middle. We see this happen a lot. We run into European people in the comment section who find the Texas disposition for like firearms ownership wild. And I was like, I was a cop. I was up there with one of the most likely. I was the cop in the ghetto, for that matter, in a very anti-police city. I was the most likely to get randomly shot not minding my own business, but just interacting with people that have firearms. The people that you're scared about having firearms had them a lot where I was at. And I was okay with it. And I accepted the fact that was an added risk to my job. But it's a cultural thing. The fact that they feel differently in Europe is their prerogative. I don't live there. I don't pay taxes there. They're allowed to have that opinion. That's the whole point of freedom, right? Is you're allowed to be, and maybe that is and literally I think my comment recently to one of those was, hey man, you being happy with the circumstances of your living environment's the only important thing. How I feel about it's irrelevant. And honestly, how you feel about here is irrelevant to me. But that I'm glad that the circumstances that you're in where there's not guns on the street is what you wanted. That's rad. The fact that your government's doing what you want is awesome if that's the case. But when it's not is when it's a tragedy because you're paying for it all. But this was not the one we were doing. I took points from feds because it was all performative, and and we're having to pay for it. That's what pisses me off. So
take some from prosecutors too, because everybody in there is a lawyer.
Oh, you know what? I'll bless that. And society for.
That's my biggest pet peeve. It's just performative nonsense.
Yeah. But yeah. I missed anything here? Isn't it from MASH? We have maple syrup. Emu? What? Josh
was
says,
it that reminded you were talking about Texas and guns? Was it Texas where we had the protests where a bunch of open carry dudes showed up and just stood around inside like the Capitol building?
Oh yeah, dude. There's some weird.
Yeah, it was like Texas or Ohio or something. It was one of the, but I can't forget what bill they were protesting.
So yeah, open carry in Texas was a weird one. They won out.
I feel like it was Texas because Texas would be the only one that would probably be cool with that inside a government building.
Yeah. And there was a safe way to navigate that.
Was wild.
Right? Yeah. Technically, nothing came of that outside of a bunch of posturing, which is the way that you want it to go down. But
I will say, bet you that FBI agent wouldn't have been so quick to go hands-on with any of those dudes.
So it's just different.
Weird.
And so, I am glad that we don't live in a single government world where just everyone has to bend the knee to one way of living life. Like I truly believe there are places in this world where if they're willing to pay for it as a taxpayer and they're willing to do it, more power to them. Same thing with the states, really. You want to go pay high taxes, but have EVs everywhere and public transportation and all that? Cool, dude. Like if that's what's important to you, right? Versus here, like where public transportation practically doesn't exist at all. But, we have cars, we prefer them, and for some odd reason, like being an hour away from everything. But there's just a different.
We like having big houses with a lot of space.
Right. That's literally
At least we used to. Now every damn house is a big house with like no yard, and I hate it.
Yeah, I'm one of the last. I don't have a big house, but my yard is bigger than my house. You know what I mean?
Like now we're getting houses the size of yours, and that's considered a big house. But with like a yard a third of the size of yours.
Right.
It's like a patio. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. There's the dog owner in him. I need to walk my
I'm
dog.
mad because I did not vote for our Texas government to do what they do.
That's true.
Whatever, bro.
Bro, property taxes. Don't get me started.
Of Cop Cam Max, a man who hates the police calls 911 after getting stabbed in his apartment. But once cops show up, the drama.
Was that Keith?
This is what happens when you can't afford a house because of property taxes. You got to live in one of these places.
Got to live in one of these.
Only escalates,
places.
And no one is cooperating.
Let me say, show me hands. Show me hands right now. What you trying to show you? I called dog. You didn't know. I got that. You didn't know you had it. Listen now.
Ain't nothing in this apartment. Goodness gracious. Cons came and took everything. From a safe,
there's a 23-year-old male that lives there.
Right. Well, that
he's got an Xbox on the floor.
That too, a TV. That's true. That's true.
And an inflatable mattress with no bed frame. Let's go.
So, from an officer safety standpoint, you're here for a stabbing, and just somebody emerges from it. You're gonna have a moment of trying to take in, right? Is this my stabber or the stabbee? Right? Like we don't know. So I'm not going to say they did anything wrong. I don't know that I would have done anything any differently, which means the outcome would have been the same. That I'm like, hey, whoa, like just let me see your hands real quick. He'd have been just as pissed off as me as he would anybody else. So him being like really tuned up like this, that's on him. I get it. He's stressed out. He got stabbed, and then he doesn't like the police, and so this is stressful for him. I kind of get that, but at the same time, I don't think the officers did anything wrong. De-escalation is going to be very hard because he's already biased against the police, and our officer here is in the wrong part of the shade chart to get any artificial rapport with this guy, unfortunately. I tell you what, it's a hard knock life. Bill and I had the joke about this. It was like, well, we would show up with like an unknown caller. And again, depending on where we were at collectively, Bill would just give me a look like, well, you know, they don't want to talk to me. I'm bald and white. He's like, I'm a few tattoos away from being Aryan Brotherhood.
It's like, that cop looks like a cop.
Right. And so I would just have to be primary on some
You
of
look like
these.
you're in a Halloween costume. I'll talk to you.
Exactly. So that's bigotry goes both ways. And I tell you what, it is a hard knock life out there for the white, blue-eyed, blonde-haired cop post 2020. It's a hard time. I had an easier time interviewing people because I was brown. 1000%.
Mando, girlfriend forced him to get the inflatable mattress.
Yes.
That's why it's not blankets on the floor.
Yes.
She wanted to be.
How do you get stabbed? Back up. I got you. We're trying to figure out. I got you. Get off me. Get the stop talking to me.
Okay, be quiet.
Give him some space. Give him some space. Give him some space. Give him some space. Give him some space.
Not a terrible idea. If you believe he's the victim of a stabbing, he's our victim here, right? Like we got his. I need to figure out who stabbed him. Now, there's the dark side of policing where they're like, he doesn't want my help. He's the victim of a violent crime, right? The only reason why I bring it up is that if he isn't going around stabbing somebody, despite how disruptive he is, there is someone who is. We do have a law enforcement interest on trying to figure out who's running around stabbing people to solve arguments, because if he's going to stab one person, he's going to stab others. Conversely, I do think there's a moral obligation that despite him being as disruptive as he is, that you shouldn't still try to be an advocate for him. He's one of God's children. So that's what kept me going through most of this stuff. Was, hey, I want, what is it in? It's not in, I think it's the book of Samuel. It says, you want to judge other people the way you would like to be judged by God. Very, very kindly. This is the implication.
space for me. You space for her, not me.
Code of Harambe says an eye for an eye.
He said Harambe.
Drop gorillas in the chat. All right,
I was gonna say that's funnier.
He could have taken the 100 men.
Yeah,
he would have beaten them with love.
That's funnier the smarter you are.
Okay, what?
I may have a suggestion. Okay, Sarah, go.
Oh goodness.
Everybody's saying Harambe. Oh no. F in the chat.
Don't try to correct me. I know what I said.
He knows exactly what he said.
I have 2 college degrees.
Exactly. Hey, you went to like a real college too. Like I went to UNT, dog. They out there just fill in behind the color between the lines, and we'll figure it out.
Mom went there.
Do what?
You don't want to say that. You said Mom went there too.
Hey, mom went there when college was still college, though.
College was still college.
I was on the tail end of it maybe being college. By the time I graduated, it stopped
they're
being
resorts
college.
now.
Yeah, literally. It is a resort to put you in debt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, mom actually got something productive out of it. I just got a piece of paper that cost me a lot of money.
Yeah. I think if you're smart about choosing your courses and professors, you can get a lot out of it.
Oh, yeah.
If you just go with the flow because you're supposed to go, you're wasting a lot of money.
Also, shout out to TWU, weirdly enough. Texas Women University was the cheapest place to get a bachelor's degree in biology. I know, because that's what my initial... I was one
Josh
of
was the only guy there.
I was one of 13% of the student population.
They used them for breeding experiments. Don't tell anybody.
It was wild. That was... My girlfriend was not pumped at the time that I was going to TWU. Also, I'm glad I had a girlfriend at the time because that kept me out of a lot of trouble. That would have been a very...
It was a good filming location, too. They have some...
Bro, that's what I'm saying. It's a beautiful campus. I have no complaints about TWU, but yeah. Shout out to old girl. Yeah, you kept me out of trouble. We have our differences, clearly, but thank you for being an inconvenient moment in my life.
Gotcha. What happened? Where's the knife? Stay out here. Stay outside the room. Stay outside. Stay outside. Stay outside. I got you, but I do not know where the knife is. I do not know where the knife is. Okay, how does he get stabbed?
He didn't get stabbed. We were just fighting. You see my sister's face? We just got done fighting. What are you talking about?
Who said stop? Stop.
I'm not pushing you. So why you? She got past you. What you telling me to stop?
Because
how
she got past. Where?
Right. So why are you pushing on me if she got past you?
Listen, where is the knife?
I don't know.
So how is he?
So I'm with this officer, and he doesn't know if this is a domestic or a random stab. Like, you don't know. So I understand his concern in trying to like corral people. Conversely, is if nobody hears a suspect, right? All we got is victims or potentially witnesses. Am I really trying to like... I'm not detaining them per se, right? Now, it doesn't mean stabbing victim can't be the suspect of another crime. They could have been breaking into somebody's car and get stabbed. We don't know. But this is a weird gray area where I think you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't.
I'm civil.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. You
got uncooperative with potential witness. You got uncooperative potential victim. Right. And it's like no weapon. It's like, okay, right, nobody got to go to the hospital. Fine, I'm out.
So as cruel as that might sound from what's coming from Keith, my quick question for everybody there is, do you want police assistance? I'm here to help you.
Yeah.
But you have to answer my questions because I can't help you without that. I'm also not going to be in an unsafe environment, right? So create a situation where we can all collectively be comfortable. I'm not trying to touch you or anything, but you're the victim of a stabbing, right? Help me help you. They tell me to pound sand. I'm probably not enforcing a boundary to like keep them out of the apartment or whatever. So you don't want any police contact. Confirming that, right? I was like, so I'm about to go put in my call notes why I'm leaving 22 and on a stabbing call that I made scene on, right? And I just got to put, it's clear on Bodycam that they had no interest in dealing with the police. I'm going to go based off the information I have, talk to the guy. I'm doing a report. Because in today's day and age, you're going to at least do an incident report. Be like, hey, we tried to talk to them. They didn't want to talk to us. I tried to do it, but what am I going to do? Arrest my victim? For what? Obstruction? No. Hell no. Like, but I understand his apprehension. He's trying to affect a crime scene because that's normally what you do in these situations. But like, your victim's not really being cooperative here. I don't think you got much.
Can I come? Okay, can I come?
Yes, you can come in. Can I come in? That's
Yes, go ahead.
You stop for a minute so I can talk. Okay, I need you to stop. Hey. You have blood on Daniel, we know.
Bro, they were showing up ready. Oh my God. Beanbag shotguns and everything.
He's the stab now. That's being completely and totally unfair. You got stabbed? Yeah.
Does the girl slap the knife?
No.
How did it happen?
I don't know. Yes, sir. Chatty,
I can't have you guys just going places, man.
Bro, did I call it or did I call it? Yeah. Inflatable mattress.
Yeah, dog. This is... I'm going to say this is racism. But hey, what do we were playing in the after party?
Why is there an epidemic of male loneliness? Because you live like this.
Oh, man. And this is his sister and allegedly girlfriend. I'm going to assume it's the sister's girlfriend because he ain't getting no bitches with an inflatable mattress. Come on now.
Yes, sir. Chatty,
I can't have you guys just going places.
Yeah, for real. Inflatable mattress and a TV.
There's the box for it, dude.
Hold on. Yeah, no Xbox either. Well, you're really struggling.
Yeah, no, they sold that to
Okay, explain to me what happened.
Ain't nothing happened. He okay. Y'all can
Not no longer
he's
here.
okay. Y'all gonna bring a gun in my house?
We got a call that someone was stabbed and we do not know where the knife.
Oh, so this is for dry. This is what happens when you get floods in your apartment. Just like a little drying thing. Shout out to them.
Where's
How
my
is
boyfriend
he
at?
cut?
He's not cut. We was fighting.
Then how did that wound get on him?
We was fighting. I
Was
don't
that-
know how to.
There's an important question here. Who is we? Because if she was fighting him, we got a very real problem. Now there's detentions and all that stuff. But if they were fighting other people, maybe it goes the civil route of, oh, fuck it. If you don't want police help, you don't want police help.
So you're saying if they were fighting somebody outside the apartment versus like him and her or him and sister?
Right. That's
Or
and that's
sister and
and
her.
that's
'Cause
why
sisters also,
I bet you the whole time before police officers showed up, because this happens periodically. Girlfriend stabs boyfriend, but it's just normal. It is what it is.
they work it out. It's fine.
But they work it out. But the police were already called. They spent the whole 5 minutes it took us to get here arguing about what their cover story is going to be, or how are you going to send me to jail? How are you going to be like that? How are you going to be a snitch or whatever? It's up to this officer to try to mine that out of whoever's here. Who are you fighting? Who are you whatever? Those are the questions you need to be answering or getting answered.
A hand or
You know
what?
how many hours of my life I've lost to the like completely opposite color light bulbs in
Oh,
the
yeah.
same damn
Oh,
room?
yeah.
That
It's
is
the really
90% of the editing I have to do for house pictures is
Yep.
just getting, because in the middle they make this disgusting green band or purple band or whatever that then has to get corrected. They all have to match.
I need a Josh chill in chat. What are they talking about?
I don't know.
I'll be back. I got to take Jack outside.
We'll be here.
Okay.
I'm surprised the fire alarm.
Oh my god! Hang on, I'm gonna pin it for you.
Oh my god.
That's probably why.
Custodians, you need to chill.
It was a hand. I don't know. You can ask him, but where's he at so I can calm him down? He won't go to jail.
Okay. You need someone else. Someone needs to explain
My
what
sister
happened.
is up there. She know the whole thing.
Was she in here the whole time?
Yes.
Where are you
Your
going?
sister?
I'm going to check on my boyfriend.
What's your name?
No, boyfriend.
I don't know.
I need you to explain to me what happened.
I don't know.
Both of y'all sisters?
You guys are just not going to talk?
I'm the only person talking to you right
Okay.
now. So what do you mean I'm not going to talk?
Was it just you three that
It was
was in
us
this room?
four.
Us four?
It was three, yeah. Me,
Three?
her, and him, yes.
Okay. So who was the fight between?
There's a fourth person.
Oh,
The important question gets asked. Who is the fight between?
What do you mean?
okay. You guys are not free to leave.
That's fine. I'm going
Okay.
to get my brother.
Okay. He's downstairs and you guys are staying right here.
We've set a boundary. We now have reasonable suspicion that crime is afoot.
Yeah, there's no talking to him right now. None of you guys are free to leave because we're trying to figure out what happened.
Do you have a picture of your ID on your phone, anything like that? Okay.
Why are you repeating?
Spell your first name for me.
I don't know how to spell it.
You don't know how to spell your own first name.
Hey, bro, don't be judgy. Maybe she doesn't know.
Someone asked if this was an only cops hat, so I'm just showing it.
There it is.
Okay.
Nap.
Can you just tell me what your first name is?
I don't know.
Okay. So this is the thing. The sooner we get the information we need. Did he do that?
No, bro, I'm just saying though, like, y'all questioning the wrong people, bro. Man, you see my arm? I can't feel my arm.
You want to just bleed out? Let us help you.
Girls on me. I called dog. Yes. You talking about? So I won't go to jail. And y'all gonna pipe on me? Don't talk to me. Oh, y'all can leave now. I'm out the building. Y'all can leave now.
So
that's helpful.
Yeah, in general, yelling at somebody that's already upset doesn't help. There is a chance, my sheer guess here, is that let's just say a disagreement happened between girlfriend or sibling, right, with our friendly individual here, right? That's pretty messed up. They got into a scuffle. He probably wins that scuffle. After about the age of 14, boys and girls get pretty biologically different, right? And men, generally speaking, tend to get a little bit stronger or whatever. Starts beating up the girls. They likely have BI, bodily injury for the uninitiated, right? Swollen, red marks. Yeah. Got injury, right? So he starts to win this fight. And out of sheer frustration, a knife gets pulled out and he gets stabbed. The stabbing stops him from punching, right? He's probably the suspect of a domestic assault because he was the aggressor. And he likely got stabbed justifiably because he was beating up on somebody that wasn't going to win a fist fight with him, right? Which deterred the offense. That's likely what happened. Now, they're not giving up the details of what happened, but that's probably what happened. Now, we can't prove any of that in the court of law, so we're not making a law enforcement action based off that. But we at the very minimum have a domestic, which means somebody's going to jail or something's happening. Detentions start happening. Pictures start getting taken. I can in this situation, let's say nobody says anything here. What's my solution? They both go to jail. I had clearly BI, potentially aggravated assault on one of them, but I can't tell who the aggressor is. None of them would tell me what. There's no way, shape, or form that I leave here that's not an unsafe environment for everybody involved. A stabbing will occur if I leave. Take them both to jail. They weren't being cooperative. That's on them. But I don't leave and then work a murder later tonight because we didn't take an enforcement action, right? You got enough here.
So let us help you. We're here now. I can help myself now. I'm out the door now. Folks, y'all the idiots. Y'all the pipe on me. Yeah.
But he was the first one to call the police. He can't be arrested. That's the biggest lie ever told to humankind. Can we arrest all three? You could. I'd just be curious to see if all three were involved in the people that have bodily injury and that have at least I could tie to the offense. Sure, but I don't know that all three go. But maybe.
You said someone had a knife. What do you expect? I have a knife. What do you expect? So let us help you. Let us help you. Then you got a gun in my face, folks. Then let us help you. Because you called and said someone had a knife. You said someone had a knife. Y'all dumb as hell. Because we don't know what happened. Boy, all that tweet.
Nothing else. This happened to somebody.
What a stupid motherfucker.
Yep.
Don't say dumb stuff on Bodycam. It shows bias. Sorry.
What is his problem? He's mad because when he opened the door, we were pissing us out, and then we told him to put his hands up, and then he, you fucking pulled a pipe on me, bitch. You fucking called and said people are stabbing each other. What do you think we're gonna do? Yeah. Think I'm gonna show up and give you a high five?
I'll be honest. If I'm Big Sarge here, I'm like, first of all, take a whole step backwards. Let's take our feelings, fold them up into a little paper bag, and put those for a later date. Right now, what do we got, and what are we gonna do? That's all I care about. You want to go have a kumbaya choir session about it afterwards? Fine. But right now, like, take a whole ass step backwards. Like, in the Marine Corps, they'd say, unfuck yourself. That's what they would say.
Unfuck yourself.
Don't be saying that on Bodycam, though. Again, bring back robot cops. This guy's potentially a victim. We have no idea whether he's a victim, because he could have gotten stabbed and punched his chick back for stabbing him. We have no idea. Because we haven't got anyone to answer any questions. And if you're not going to get questions answered, confirm that and just start taking people to jail for domestic assault.
So who stabbed him? What on earth is going on?
Daddy, there's too much going on. They into it. That's his girlfriend.
Okay. They got into it? What happened when they got into it?
They fought. Well, they didn't even really fight. He kept pushing.
Weird. It's like I'm Nostradamus. It's like I can see the future.
Pushing up. And she kept running up on him. He kept pushing her off her. He pushed her a little too hard. She didn't like it, so she went and grabbed the knife.
Okay.
Grabbed. Look at his apartment. You can see, like,
Bro, it's so wild. I called it. Literally called
These suspects are unoriginal. They're just copying the same ideas, rehashing. This is the Marvel Cinematic Universe of crime.
Was he the aggressor in a domestic assault? Yes. However, he is conversely the victim of potentially one ag assault for sure, potentially attempted murder. I think they both go to jail.
It's a big window, then it's a door. He ran in their door.
Hey, but good job on this officer for finally building enough rapport to talk to her. Very, very good investigating. Somebody was the registered adult.
And I closed the door behind him. She pushed us when they was tussling. She stabbed him. He said, "Bitch, you just stabbed me." He went in the room. I closed the door behind him.
It's like I've done this before.
Josh Stradamus.
Rate the braid out of
or the
10.
Female cop braid.
Oh, shout out.
Mm-hmm.
A braid's better at least.
Chat, rate it.
And I didn't let her go in since y'all got here. And by the time y'all got here, he was on his way to the door.
So when you mean that he was running up on her, was he running up on her and pushing her?
No, she was running up on him.
Okay.
He was pushing her off of him.
Okay.
She was the aggressor.
Listen, talk to me.
They brought guns up here and all that.
You need to explain to me what's going on, because we're trying to figure it out.
It's nothing going on.
Okay, so is that cut from today or no? That's just scar?
I just got from Chicago.
Okay.
EJ, they ain't
More on the Chicago trip.
calm down. EJ, stop yelling at the police. Calm down.
You got an ID on you, man? You got an ID on you?
No.
What's your name?
There was train shots?
Going back and forth, right. Going back and forth, and EJ seemed like she was serious. So he pushed her on the ground. Her butt hit the ground. Once she hit the ground, she got up, she grabbed a knife and ran up on him. They were tussling. Next thing I know, somebody's leaking, and he has a big hole in his arm.
Okay.
So I separated him from the room till y'all got here.
Okay.
By the time y'all got here, he was walking out of the door, and then...
Okay. Now, my question is...
To society.
It's just the journey we all took together.
It's very rare. I'm not going to say very rare. It's less often. I would give it like a 70-30. 70% of the time, everyone tells you to pound sand and gives you the middle finger, right? So you just got to deal with what you got. Every once in a while, you get somebody that's cool that at least gives you the lay of the land here so you can kind of make a law enforcement decision. But she is very cool. One, I think she is advocating for her brother. She doesn't want to see him go to jail for no good reason.
She's the older twin. That's why she's more mature.
She popped out first. Stupid.
She got a whole 30 seconds extra life experience.
But she did a great job. Registered adult here finally realized, like, hey, if I don't step in and give a statement here, like, they're both going to jail. Good on her.
So when she grabbed the knife, she ran up on him, correct? Okay.
Was it just you two that were fighting and your boyfriend? Were you guys the two that were fighting?
I don't know. He called y'all, so y'all got to talk to him. I'm tired. I got work at 9 in the morning.
No. She can sense accountability coming. That's what this accountability is starting to make her feel a little allergic to said accountability. Here we go.
Okay.
I am 22 years old, and y'all looking at my garbage can. I am illegal to drink.
We're not talking about the drinking.
I know, but he said, damn, y'all. I don't know when no goddamn knife at. Ain't nobody get stabbed.
Completely uncooperative.
Ooh, now distance. Remember what I said about suspects. Distancing language from said thing. We gotta.
You also called it on the shade chart.
Right? Right? It's a thing.
Who's suddenly primary officer here?
It's a weird thing. They're like, look, I don't want to say your Scandinavian genetic heritage here is a disadvantage. All I'm saying is your boy here is a little closer to Wesley Snipes than you are. Gets to roll with advantage on persuasion checks, okay? That's all I'm saying. It matters. I don't know why, but it does.
Not even giving you a name.
Okay, we realize how this sounds, right?
Who called y'all?
So he called, and he has a wound on
the
his
other
arm.
officer keeps talking though.
Yeah, I think
like,
they
let
have
this guy ask questions because he's trying to build rapport. He was doing a half decent job, even though she's kind of ignoring him, and now he's getting her all riled up.
Yeah, I think they got enough though. Now they're all getting it separately. They need to come together, have their powwow, and realize what they got. But I think they have enough.
We're not walking anywhere else.
Why are you boy suspect in a domestic battery and stabbing him? So it would be wise to tell us your name before you go to jail for obstructing.
That
would be the wise thing to do. Okay, so what's your name?
How would I go to jail for obstruction if I?
Because we are investigating domestic battery. You are the offender in this.
We've had this discussion about being detained versus being under arrest versus a traffic stop. There is difference. There's case law in the whole thing, but what her name is irrelevant. You want it for the report? Sure, I just Jane Doe her and failed ID and go from there, but it is what it is.
We are trying to figure out who you are. And if you won't tell us anything, this is all we have to go on. So it would be wise to tell us what happened here, other than just say nothing.
Okay, give me a second.
We're staying right here. We're not going anywhere.
My shoes, I got diabetes.
You're not going anywhere.
What happened?
Okay.
Was not be on her phone.
I said, give me a
Can't
second.
stay off their damn phone, man.
Hey, but at least he doesn't have an Apple Watch.
Y'all just come to brother. I didn't tell y'all. Yeah, they up there questioning me. Bring your guns up. That's how stuff they can go to jail.
Correct. That's what it's looking like.
It don't matter what you told them.
They found out her ID. So we did have way back in 2018 because I had a sovereign citizen that didn't want to identify. It wasn't my traffic stop. I was called to back, and had a detective call me over the radio like, "Hey, switch to talk around." So I switched over to talk around. He says, "I need you to take your body cam off and hold it up to his face." They literally just take the thing off, hold it up to him, and they did facial recognition from there. It was pretty cool. And it said, it's like, so-and-so detective is taking over your body cam. It was pretty cool.
Did your all's body cams have like LiDAR stuff?
No.
Or was it just like they saw a picture and compared to other picture?
So yeah, it's picture.
Recognition?
Yeah, picture to other picture. It wasn't like
okay. It wasn't like it did the thing like my Face ID does on my phone.
No,
where it, like,
no,
goes
it's not
and
that.
checks my face and goes.
No. They
somehow can see it through sunglasses, which
not
trips me out.
too many sovereign citizens, so it wasn't that hard to go through and be like, oh, okay. This is how far the eyes are apart. This is how far the nose is apart. Like, kind of look through it and be like, that's this the guy.
People trying to be off the grid, they really are.
Yeah, man.
Very easy to find.
Phone jammers should be available. That would be kind of awesome if you could. I'd be down.
I'm still up here in this apartment trying to take me to jail.
Well, you're not helping us at all.
I think removing a cell phone from a suspect should be standard operating procedure. Share your thoughts. That's just a seizure, isn't it? I mean, if you don't have
the problem is that if they're not under arrest, that's an unlawful seizure. Now you can, if they're detained and you're nervous that they're bringing people there is, at least in Texas, we could back in the day tell them to get it off. Now you couldn't take the phone from them per se, but you could make them. And if they chose not to, there was some articulation there. I never pushed the envelope on that. I was just quick about what I was doing. But I knew what determination I had. I just acted much quicker. So by the time the people were showing up to come fight me at this traffic stop, we were already at the station. That'll save you way quicker than any amount of potentially maybe unjustified seizures prior to arrest. Just arrest them. Be done with it. Seize these. Buxom, stop spending money.
Told them she wasn't up here no more.
Jamming would not violate the fourth because you're not seizing anything from them. You're just getting in the way. You just say, and that doesn't work. That's more of a civil thing.
It's a First Amendment right violation. You're removing my free speech.
That might be it. You might have a First Amendment argument, but you wouldn't have a fourth.
I don't want to talk to y'all. If y'all want to take me to jail, take me. Because I ain't got nothing to do with this. This is my money. He just told y'all she's not up
She
here.
didn't anything at all.
We didn't get any pictures, right?
Yeah, Deja, yeah. Deja, that's her name?
Yeah.
Okay.
Same 933. We're getting no cooperation from the female half up here.
You better go to the hospital.
Is this what you guys tried to clean his wound with?
Ooh, hit her with destruction of evidence. Let's go. Anyway, sorry. I'm excited.
I don't get. There's no problem why I can't go in there. Looking at your shirt, can you tell him this blood is not from what it just happened?
First of all,
okay, that's convincing.
That's very convincing. She's good at this.
Yeah, clearly.
Number one.
Stay there. That's fine, but that is my shirt.
That's fine. But what I'm saying is because it has the blood on it, that's obviously from. So that's gonna stay.
No,
here.
that's not from him.
Where's that blood from? Where's it from then?
Oh, that is my blood. We just came from Chicago. I fought in Chicago. You can't see my face, my hair.
I see your eye.
None of this came from me. You can
None
test the
came
blood.
from-
All you can test the blood. All this is my blood.
We're gonna test the blood. I'm sorry. Like, there's blood. I got a stabbing. I don't care how old you think it is or whatever. Like, we're testing it. We're gonna seize it. I'm sorry. You had a chance to clean it when you got back from Chicago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, don't just leave your bloody clothes on the freaking. Is that a windowsill? What is that?
Yeah, I don't know what that is. I think it's just like an opening.
It's a creepy little watch like voyeur's window into the bedroom. That's weird. Yeah.
It's like I was pumped. It's a solid charge for destruction of evidence. That's all I'm saying.
Can you just leave it there for now?
Yes, that's fine. All of that is my blood. Nobody else's but mine. Ain't the shirt is dry now. Ain't no way it just happened. The shirt is dry.
You gotta think. We're coming into a scene where we don't know what happened.
Okay, but y'all just can't keep assuming because y'all the law. Y'all need to be asking questions.
This isn't.
Y'all not asking nothing. I told y'all to give us 1 minute. Then y'all want to say need a
No,
shirt.
first off, it's been more than 1 minute. Number two, we've been asking questions. You haven't been answering questions.
No, I have.
Just I want to speak out there.
This is not his blood. This is mine.
So here's the thing. We're not gonna be just digging.
Well, I got diabetes. My sugar is low. What are you talking about?
Okay, we're way past scene safety at this point. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Just
hey, look, the apartment complex has a washer. Goon Squirtle, you need to chill. I've been poor before. I know how this works. But yeah, she's getting way too much freedom of movement at this point. Detain her or don't detain her. Arrest her or don't arrest her. Like, shit or get off the pot. See, even Phoner gets it. Look at that.
If you have diabetes, you can drink some of that.
Why you touch me?
We'll let you drink some of it. But digging around the whole apartment, we don't know. If we don't know where a knife is at, you digging around the whole entire apartment is gonna get us nowhere. Okay? Does that make any sense at all? Gotcha. You got a drink in your hand. You got a drink in your hand right now. You got a drink in your hand right now.
Is that her real name?
Yeah, played herself.
Why can't you still sweat?
You talking to me?
No.
Also, if you're diabetic, I'm not a medical professional, but having some sugar is good, but sugar spiking yourself is also not good. Because then you're going to have an insulin drop right afterwards. Have some calories.
Yes, but then you get taken to the hospital instead of to the jail, Josh.
Oh, you just go straight to the jail after the hospital and you still get to pay for it.
But that's after.
I guess.
Deja.
What is it? Listen, we're taking things one step at a time.
Well, she wants to
So she's lying, and that's another thing.
I think Deja then.
And that's why.
Maybe I run out of that hospital and can't find me.
Bro, no kidding.
Yeah, that's just.
Okay. Deja Williams. Look it up.
It's not my blood. That's my sister's blood. Okay. I don't even know where they at. When dude opened guns on me on the gas.
No one put a gun on you.
You did.
I didn't.
You gonna see on camera, bro.
That's cool. You can foil it.
Like you a bitch on GD. Stop.
Why are you arguing
We
with
feel
him?
the same way about each other. Then.
And now you know.
Someone take this guy
now
away.
You know. Now you know. Now
Go
you
talk to your dog.
Bro. This ain't for you. You're soft.
He's got his
like this
hat
guy.
on backwards too. Write him up for violating uniform.
It's man brain. There's too much testosterone.
Too much testosterone, man. These guys, they get too emotional. It shouldn't be police if they can't manage their
emotions. 30 for 30 higher over there, dog. Come on now. Oh my goodness.
One hand not stopping shit. Hey, personally, on the tree, I can get myself to the hospital on the guy. Y'all want to play no game? I don't got time for no bullshit on the G. I called y'all doing the right thing. I could have just beat the bitch up. It took the little stab and everything up in that house, including that bitch. But I did it. I did a real.
He's got a point. I don't want to root for this guy, but he's got a point. He's got a point. Let's see. We decided to take her to jail here. Let's see.
There's the braid. What do we end up as? Okay, I think useful as a whip wins.
Wow.
For the braid.
He's surrounded by like 8 cops.
She's got a hair sap. Is what I think we should read on.
Yeah, we have a witness testimony, so.
We're good.
Y'all arrested.
They arrested me. I'm second down. They arrested me.
Stop.
I'm not resisting. Just give me a second. Y'all didn't even say nothing.
It's supposed to be a surprise, to be fair.
Yeah.
Like, give me a second.
Let's knock it off and go on the ground.
Chance to spool up, Josh.
Stop.
Stop.
Get out. Busting up that bitch. What are you talking about? Who? Get out. She's on the way.
We're coming out. Back up. Back up. Come on. Let's walk. Let's walk. Let's walk.
Feels like a good time. I've been here before.
Shocking that the dude who called the police is now, what are you taking her to jail for? She didn't do anything.
Domestic.
Yep.
But usually it's a female.
Listen, we didn't call the police to have someone go to jail.
Maybe I don't go back.
They're gonna pull back down. They want to get on me with the one arm. I'll fight the same. This is my shit. Yo, I'm telling you right now. You need to move.
Now, Keith.
Yes.
Does he go for interference?
He keeps us up, yes.
I was going to say. I would give him a warning or two first, but.
Yeah. So, no, you're going to go. We don't want to take you, but you will go.
You are my victim for domestic assault and aggravated assault. It's aggravated domestic assault is what it is. But if you don't get out of the way, you're going to be my suspect for interference or obstruction.
Yep.
Out of the way. I'm not in y'all. Y'all want to go? I'm not touching none of y'all.
Get out of the
way. I'm gonna step that way. It's my shit. Why y'all arrested her for? Why y'all arrested her? Domestic battery. How? She didn't touch me. Okay. How?
He said, okay.
Let's walk.
That's the approach they should have started with. Okay.
Okay.
Girlfriends don't kill people. Knives kill people. Knife
That's it.
So what happened?
Why you touching me? Why the you touching me?
This is the meta.
Yeah, this is.
So, free advice if you're dealing with people that are very comfortable in the streets, is what we'll say, for the streets, is that they will approach you, get as close as they possibly can to you, so that you can have to touch them to enforce a boundary, and then they will ask the question. Weirdly enough, why are you touching me? I do think you should enforce a boundary, right? From a tactics and a safety standpoint, it makes sense. Getting punched and sucker punched is a bad time. He's going to get mad. He's likely going to threaten you a bunch. Often it doesn't get assaultive just because they want the interaction, but I would be nervous about it. Hopefully he doesn't just talk himself into going to jail, but we'll see.
Spit on me! Spit on me! Back off! Well, he ain't touch you. Go ahead. He was walking up behind me. He's sitting on me. What are you talking about? Knock it off. This is where we're going inside. You ain't got to do shit else, man. You take your ass outside. What are you talking about? Come on. Whatever. So what's up? What are you doing? What do you want to do? Get arrested? What I do?
Arrest me on what count?
I've been with you.
On what count? On what count? On what count? Talking?
You're right. I'm not.
Honestly, they don't have any other reason to be here. I don't know why they're yelling at him.
No, I think this is.
I don't know why they're still here.
Yeah.
This feels like backwards hat cop again.
Yeah. This is weird. We're back to
He really wants to be right.
Yeah. Yeah. Arrest all of them. I'm going to arrest the cops. I'm going to arrest the suspects. Arrest
It's going to
everybody
be
for
a
not
human
adulting.
centipede of arrests.
Whoa, easy one. Easy one.
If you keep acting like this is not going to get you. I ain't touch you. I said what the f*** I want to say. I ain't touch shit. No.
And I told y'all, everybody progress. On GD.
You talking about don't touch my
Based
business,
on
y'all stupid.
what she told us?
Get those down. Bring that back. Y'all still info.
Cops are used to suspects lying, but nothing in their training and experience could have prepared them for what this woman's going to say next.
Let me go. Only way 150 you hurting me. This handcuff's hurting me.
So normally, and this is pretty common, so young men tend to, growing up on the streets, right, tend to solve all their problems with violence. This is just the way that the language of that environment goes, right? Everything somehow escalates to violence. There's the Boondock Saints, or not Boondock Saints, the Boondocks skit, where it's like, I'm ready to die. Are you ready to die? There's a big difference. There's like they bump each other in the street, and they're like, are you ready to die? I'm ready to die for this. It's weird, and as like offensive as that seems, I've seen it happen. I've damn near participated in it a handful of times, unfortunately, just because of where I was policing. Conversely, a lot of the young women there is one of two ways they tend to get what they want, right? Making a big stink out of something and avoiding accountability, or they tend to either over-sexualize themselves or leverage said sexuality to get their way to manipulate people, so on and so forth. You will see both a lot. Be prepared to combat both, either by ignoring the thoughtiness or realizing that this is semi-put on, just very similar to like a toddler. It's kind of the same thing with the guy, right? He's going to react to you with violence. Anticipate that and be like, hey, we either got to be on our de-escalation game or a safety game to make sure that we can protect him from himself on both sides of the fence. But very, very common.
Stand up. This won't be a problem. You fucking goofies. You gotta look like the fucking goofies to be honest. You can stop talking to me. How about
Wait, I just want to know.
you can stop talking. How about that?
How we gonna do
You just need to sweat.
Nah, let me talk.
You like a goofy. You fucking idiot. Take that badge off, bitch. You talking about? And this because you know that. You talking about? I'm not going in there.
How we look like goofy?
You should see yourself.
She's talking shit. She says, you look goofy. There would be some write-ups where I come from.
It's time to use that braid as a whip and get him inside that apartment.
They gotta leave, is what they gotta do. They got no
if
reason to
this
be
is all
here.
this is, then freaking let's go, man. Screw this.
What are we doing? This is wild. I'm gonna fast forward a little bit. I need a disposition here.
Keep crying.
Bring back robot cops.
Let's get you out of here, okay? And then we'll get you inside. We'll get you out of those cuffs as soon as we can, okay? Can you step your feet out for me?
Okay.
You can't move your. You want us to move for you? We can do that, okay? We'll go one by one. We're gonna step forward one step at a time towards the gray door, okay?
Okay.
You're not able to walk?
No.
Okay. Come on. You're doing too much. Outside. All right, let's sit her down.
Someone's getting kicked.
You can walk. You're walking and we're outdoor. And 1, 2, 3. We got medics coming,
Should
okay?
have a wheelchair for that.
Search. Okay.
Y'all don't even know where y'all arrest me class. There's 3 people in the house. And he just told y'all I was the 3rd person. So y'all don't even know what y'all arresting me for. This stuff is hurting me. And I keep telling y'all that. It's hurting me. It's hurting me. I'm not a psycho. I've never been a psycho. I'm 22. I've never been to jail. It's hurting me. Y'all messed up my legs. What the fuck? I'm a diabetic type 1. Y'all put bruises on me.
What's your first name? We're not entirely sure.
What's your name?
They arrested me. They should know that.
Okay. You want to take a lecture? Do you want to last one?
No.
The person that calls Deja, can you find a photo? Are you willing to work with me at all?
Oh, damn, Prince.
The discomfort
You're
that you're in,
the
right?
opposite, that would be
I
bad.
was in the discomfort for 30 minutes, questioning, ain't doing nothing. There's 3 people in the house. What are you talking about discomfort? Look at my legs. You see my legs? My legs look like this.
That's because you wouldn't walk down the stairs.
Because they grabbed me. What you talking about? They dragged me down the
She
stairs.
seems like a nice.
So if my sugar low, like I said,
Let's
it's
see
care about no medics.
The woman was charged with aggravated domestic battery.
Right.
Aggravated battery with a deadly weapon.
Right.
Domestic battery causing bodily harm.
I don't know how all 3 of these are just the same charge, but whatever.
Yeah.
Domestic battery with physical contact. And 2 counts of resisting an officer.
Eh.
The woman pleaded not guilty,
You don't
but
say.
just a month later she was arrested again for allegedly violating her pre-trial release involving a family member.
So that means that there was likely a protective order put in place against her and the victim. She violated it. He called and snitched about it. She goes to jail. Weird.
All charges remain
She had to go
pending.
back for her shoes.
CopCam Max will be monitoring the case
Type
to
one
see how it
diabetic.
all plays.
So serious question, is stepping on a cop threatening towards action?
Up on.
Um,
Stepping on cops, definitely an assault.
Yeah. Yes, but like, why are you there? Is my only contingent issue here, right? Because like, if I'm affecting a detention, right, then yes, you're gonna get a pretty firm attitude back because I've now created a little bubble that's my crime scene, and I have every lawful right to control your access in it. We're just walking on the street. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not enforcing any law enforcement powers. I become a regular person again. Now, it's easy to articulate like a hate crime or something. If something turns into it, right? That they approach me and they're the aggressor, and they said "F you, cop," and we get into a scuffle. That's one thing. Same thing other way around, right? We're minding our business. He's not detained for anything, and I walked up and I was like, "Hey, I don't like that you have an orange jumpsuit on." And we get into a scuffle. Bias can be proven on my part, and I would be considered, the aggressor in that sense, and probably see discipline if not legal action. Stepping up is not enough. Same thing with even like active resistance, where they're pushing you. Pushing and punching are 2 very different things. Grabbing and punching are 2 very different things. If you're uncomfortable with that type of environment, policing's not for you, dog. Especially policing in an area like that. You'll make it in the suburbs, right? Like, you can go be the cop where Kyle and Karen and Chelsea are the people that you're dealing with, but you want to go police there? There's just a very different level of, like, I realized, like, I had this laugh with there's an agency I'm deliberating on reserving for, very different population than what I'm used to, like wildly different
It's
population.
LAPD.
No, not there. Chill. I'd fit at home. I'd be at home there. Outside of the amount of
all those
officers,
videos
yeah.
lately, and you're like, that's where I want to go.
Yeah, that's where I want to go.
That or Sugarland. That's
but
where I wanna go. Sugarland, Texas.
I would perceive things very differently. Like, I realize I'm coming out of a very different environment, so there would be an adjustment period where I'm like, okay, I'm gonna let y'all set the temperature for the room before I figure out like when this is supposed to be sus, or when am I supposed to be weirded out by something. Or doesn't change the way we legally handle stuff, but like what I would perceive as a threat versus what I wouldn't is very different depending on what you're used to. So there are the people in this world who just see a grown-ass man walking down the street and they cross the road, right? Because to them, that's a sketchy thing, right? That wasn't the world I lived in. If I did that, I'd have to walk in the middle where I was a cop. So it's just different.
Is out.
Commenting to get
in this
100
episode of
XP. I'm going to take, this is my people, right, Keith?
Yes.
I'm only going to
Area.
take 15. I would have taken more, but I do think they got to the right conclusion in a hard situation. They had the patience to at least figure out that he was at least the victim. Did enough. Some of them did enough to get the rapport, to de-escalate enough that nobody else had to go to jail that didn't need to go to jail. Nobody else got hurt that didn't need to get hurt. It wasn't any extra.
Yes.
Right.
Out of like 8.
Right. That's why I'm saying, like, the outcome was good. The right person went to jail. The correct investigation occurred, but If I was wearing 3 stripes and I was on that scene, I'd be like, you and you and you need to mark out, and we're going to have a fucking conversation. And we're going to be looking at some paperwork. You will not conduct yourself like that if you're wearing a uniform.
Turn your hat back around.
Bro, no kidding. Yeah, that's where the concept conduct unbecoming comes from. I have a certain level of professionalism I expect you to carry while you're wearing the same uniform I am. But that's what you want to be in. That's a type of environment you want to be in as a police officer. It keeps you safe. For all you know, you're working with the future Derek Chauvin, and that could be very problematic for you if you're a good officer, right? Join the dark side. Rebel Alliance, dog. Anyways, we'll see. No belt.
No belt.
We're not doing great here.
Let's take a walk.
Do I look scared?
Take a walk.
Do I look scared?
Stop.
Tell me!
Stop.
Get up! Graham!
Get on the ground! Do it now! Get on the ground!
This is like the worst place to Ebola rap.
What the hell was that?
It was the Ebola rap.
Ebola rap. She says it, and then
It's a bull rap.
Buried the lead.
Call for a public disturbance
Ruh-roh, Raggy.
quickly spirals into something far more violent.
They're dancing.
Let go of him. Stop.
The following is based on official police records, and the footage has never been seen before. Officers from the Loveland Police Department arrive at the Loveland Public Library just in time to see 44-year-old Joshua Campbell attempting to assault a man in the parking lot.
People.
Hey, it's the police department. Stop.
I'll be honest. You're seeing a scuffle like that. The assault's already occurring. You're on viewing the assault, right? You see, this is when the suburban cops look over their shoulders at me and they say, hey, you who we plucked from the streets, go do the street things. I said, yes, sir. I speak this language.
She should have come up the top rope. That's all.
That's all I'm saying.
I mean,
and the reason being, and this is going to sound kind of weird, but this is a civics lesson for you. The government's job here is to have a monopoly on violence, right? Your job is that if violence is going to start happening here, you need to be the end of the line for that to occur so that peace can be reappeared, right? You got the biggest stick. Everyone listens to what you're saying, and the public is giving you said big stick because they want you to keep the peace in an impartial way. How it's supposed to work. It clearly rarely occurs that way, but that is the goal. That's what we're shooting here for on the use the deputy chair or the duty chair.
Let go of him. Stop. 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 It's police.
A swat like that can very easily turn into a punch. Yeah, this guy gets clenched and leg swept. If not, where was the suplex commenter? You're a smaller female officer. You're not going to be able to stand toe-to-toe with this guy. You clench. You go under the armpit to get the rearward position. Load up on the legs and just go ahead and
just kick him in the nuts to get his attention.
Yeah, but too.
When he's having trouble breathing, go ahead and cuff him.
Yeah. Perfectly lawful.
Yep.
It's already assaulting people.
Yep.
Stop it. What's going on? Stop.
That manicure screams tool dependence, though.
Let's take a walk. Let's take a walk.
Do I look scared?
She is attempting desperately to de-escalate while someone is saying, do I look scared? Bowing up on her and have already assaulted somebody else.
Line stepping.
She is currently at the mercy of this person who is choosing to not punch her in the face. We're doing great.
Take a walk.
Don't scared.
Stop.
Tell me.
Stop. Come take a walk towards my car and tell me what's going on. Stop.
Like that.
Stop.
Come on. Come on.
You just go to your car, please.
Come on, bud.
Stop.
Me and my pops will drop boom.
That being said, it's almost working. She's using a nice, calm voice. Women do roll with advantage on de-escalation most times. There's something about it. I think there's like some psychology there about moms and like soothing voices or something.
You think
about
there's
the frequency
also
or whatever.
a possibility they know this guy?
Yes.
And might know.
Right.
Yeah.
That he's like MHMR with a hard
Mhm.
R, and like they're just
And
trying
there's
to
an easier way to get him in.
Yeah, possibly. There's a chance. However, we apply the law equally until we know better. Now, if they know better right off the rip, I get it, right?
Mhm.
But I tell you what. Oh, this is a
If he's got a
security. This is
code like that one
security
chick
he
you
was
knew.
fighting.
Oh.
Okay, he gets tuned up. I'm
I
not gonna
thought
lie.
he was just mugging somebody.
That's what I'm
'cause
saying, man.
I tell you
I
what,
thought the
this
dude
guy
had his.
yeah.
I thought
And
the dude had his like wallet in his hand.
There's a handful of MHMR people that I was like, look, man, you're not making this easy. F you. All right, then. I was trying to be cool. I tried de-escalation.
Always right.
Yeah, the customer. This is about customer service.
On your stupid. Stop it. Come on.
He's about to get
You
customer
are.
served.
Like I'm scared. Stop.
Oh, man, any one of these could be punches.
Lucky bug.
Stop.
No.
Or you're gonna get tased.
No.
Stop or you're gonna get tased.
That's it. That's
I'm going to taser point. Stop it.
Lucky little.
With Joshua refusing to stand down, backup arrives, armed with a bolo wrap, a device that launches a high-speed Kevlar cord designed to entangle a suspect's limbs before things spiral out of control.
Do it now. Get on the ground.
Oh, no.
Get on the ground. Okay. I'm a bull. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Do it now. Get on the ground. What's that? It's a bull wrap.
Did you just give him a belt?
Legit, his pants are doing more than that. Like his pants around his ankles now are doing more than the bowler wrap.
Talk shit afterwards.
Look at her face. Look at the face of the other cop. Just like, that did not work, girl.
We're suspects.
There you go. Give him.
You know what? Screw it. He had to fight his MHMR-ness for this. I'll give him mad points.
It got him out of it. It got him out of his episode.
He had a moment there where he had some lucidity, and he was like, for real?
He's back in 2006, and he's like, you know what?
Oh, my God.
Hillary Duff hasn't done that campaign yet.
Right? Oh, man. We were just healing from 9/11, you know.
Yep.
There was a good. I talked about the year.
We were finding out what dreams were made of.
Oh, dude, yeah. I told somebody that 2007 was probably one of the greatest years of all time. The music was good. I feel like the economy was probably rocking. I was too young to appreciate it.
I mean, it was all a lie, but yeah.
That's what I mean. It was all about to come crashing
we
down.
Found out.
But, yeah.
It was a house of cards.
But it was a good time while it lasted.
Your mother.
I mean,
can you move back here? Get on the ground. Do it now.
Tase him. Why not?
Get on the ground.
You just take it off.
Hands out to your side.
Officers move in and secure him in handcuffs just as more backup arrives.
No way.
They begin escorting him to a patrol vehicle.
Just shout out to him.
Yeah.
He decided to be cool. I'm going to give suspects more points.
I feel like he was so embarrassed that he had to wear the stupid bowler wrap that he just gave up.
I love this guy.
He's like, he accessorized it and he didn't like it.
Cassie uniforms are fine. At least the hair's where it's supposed to be, right? Despite it being
That's
super
very
long.
long. Yeah. I legit thought when she was cuffing him that it was just down because of how long it was.
Buxom. Stop spending money, Buxom. Codfish, welcome. To be fair, it did help de-escalate. So, de-escalation requires consent by the suspect, right? And the problem with what we had happen here is we have reinforced this idea that the bowler wrap and the taser were going to be enough to put this guy into custody, right? I would go to this department and say, look, there's a grant there for $200,000, but you need to take these two officers and have them take me into custody. The longer it takes for them to do that, I start taking $1,000 a minute.
There you go.
Right?
We should do that.
$200,000 on the table. Buy you some cars, some cool stuff,
Mr.
whatever.
Bust instead of Mr. Beast.
Right. And I'd be like, it's your shot.
busted.
You can OC, taser, baton, you knock it out.
That's gonna get misconstrued in our chat immediately.
Right. Oh, I know.
You're gonna start making
Mr. Bust.
the dirty jokes.
But the problem becomes is that for every single second that's happening, I'm potentially hurting people. Now I'm not doing it in reality, but like this guy more motivated, more physically capable of doing it, and I don't pose a deadly threat because I don't have a gun or a knife, but I could be assaulting a bunch of old ladies. You're not going to shoot me for punching an old lady. Like that's going to be pretty problematic, you know, or I'm just beating up a bunch of people, you know. None of that's deadly force. None of it would consist as deadly force, but how long are we going to watch that? Think about the old folks home, right? Where this was last week. Guys running to the old folks, just destroying the place. And he like threw a walker at a lady and stuff like that. It was wild. But it took another officer, and one officer did in 10 seconds what they couldn't do in 5 minutes. And I'm like, that whole time, and worse, let's say, in their ineptitude, I take one of these officers hostage. I hope your qual scores are good. Are you going to take a hostage shot while I'm here? And since I have her hostage, I'm going to disarm her while I'm at it. Then I'm going to get in a gunfight with you because this girl's half my size and can't do anything about it. That's what I'm getting at. Where like yes, the de-escalation worked this one time, but it only worked because he consented to it. That creates this very false sense of safety that when you're finally met with an actually dangerous threat, you have no recourse whatsoever. I don't know. I just saw it. Mac Daddy eat a chew. As long as I get to watch. I want to find somebody who'd be willing to put the money up for that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, look, dog, it's a donation to the department, dude. I was like, I'm going to pick your most out of shape officers, but they get a chance to be heroes. And they'll only get like 4 weeks to prep. That's about how long it's going to take for me to take some time off of work and whatever. But I'd be like, look, I'm and this is in a controlled training environment where the consequences are you don't get the money. Mm-hmm. And I get to embarrass your department for, you know what I mean? That's way more productive. At least they got skin in the game there. You get to go show up. Oh, look, I talked that dude off the internet and showed him, you know what? And I'm not like, it'd be worse if it was Bill. Bill's way stronger than I am, you know? He's in way better shape. This should just be me. And I'm still above average for a handful of things, but like Bill would be the worst case scenario.
I feel like we do like, you get to pick. You can go for like 100K and it's you, or you can go for like the 200.
Oh, bragging rights for producer Juan.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
We'll make it 50K.
Yeah, there you go.
You can beat up producer Juan. Because even you, I mean, if you were truly worse too, if it was like either Juan gets 5K or y'all get 50.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you're going down.
That's what I mean. Bro, for 2 minutes, easy mode.
That's what I miss at.
All you hear is the PR24 shink, like open.
Oh
up.
yeah, dude. Until I'm like, just line them up, line everybody up.
That's what I mean. It's just different, and that's kind of why I tend to. You'll look at it. This is what I would consider a false positive on tactics. Right? The outcome was good, but it was very, very bad tactics, and it's why we do the show. It's the whole point. We're not armchair quarterbacking. This is great. Good job. High five. This is a win. Nobody gets days off. But we have a very hard discussion about, like, what was your plan if this guy didn't decide to consent? Anyways. Mac Daddy will get to watch Mr. Bust by himself. Okay.
Vehicle, but the sense of relief is short-lived because Joshua isn't finished yet.
Separate feet.
I always finish.
Stop. Stop.
Well, don't keep me. I'll show you a good time right now. I give a. What are you gonna do? You ain't got. Stop. You ain't got. I'm just gonna. You ain't.
Stop.
Multiple officers struggle to keep him under control as they search him and remove the bolo wrap from his leg.
Dog, I would not want that smoke. I would be problematic. I think y'all don't realize exactly how strong Bill is. Like, Bill could probably still do 200 to 300 pound squats if I was on his back, and I'm a 250 pound man. Like, Bill's slowly becoming built different, and that's he's got nothing but free time and supplements. Joshua didn't finish. Wow.
Legs, but Joshua's outbursts are far from over.
You're in your.
Bill, I love you.
Yeah.
A lot of officers.
Yeah.
They're trying to cut the bowler wrap off of him.
Solid hairdo right here. She's here for business. We got a Cassie in the chat here.
What you gonna do now? You. Love it. 4 pounds. Call you. You bunch of. Y'all don't give a. You.
Careful.
Lock me up. I don't even give a. Go, mama. Go.
Joshua continues to flail his head around, and officers later report that he hit his head on the side of the patrol car at one point. So a soft restraint helmet was requested to prevent him from harming himself further.
You guys are the biggest bunch of I've ever. Woo!
Sounds like it's burrito time.
Oh, dude, burrito time for sure. Mr. Crab 69, welcome.
Oh my God. What else, girl? Oh, I don't know. Well, you're nasty. You too.
Oh, they got the stupid separator again.
Stuff?
Separator thing.
Oh my God. That's not my first day. We gave you.
With Joshua finally secured, he's transported to the Larimer County Jail. Officers then shift their focus to Enrique Papalardo, the man who had just been under attack.
Are you okay?
I just tend to have these attacks, so I couldn't breathe very well. He grabbed me here and dropped me to the ground, but I have no pain. Right, the security guard was not here when he was already here. He brought some books there and started kicking the door and hitting it. So that's when he started taking his pants off and stuff like that. But when the security guard, he threw her to the ground, and that's when I started yelling at him from over here to leave her alone, and he came after me.
Fortunately, officers arrived before things spiraled even further out of control. Their next priority, checking on Christine Donkus,
Now, she's security. She's not PD. But if you're there to provide security, there's a discussion to be had. Likely has none of the training, none of the expectations, none of the recruiting side of it. So I'm not going to hold her to too high.
I mean, it's a library.
That's what I'm getting at. Worst thing you're going to do
is
tell someone to leave.
Call PD.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Watch monitors, call PD.
So I'm not going to be too harsh on her. But a very real reality of, hey, there's always the chance that, I don't know.
security guard Enrique saw assaulted moments earlier.
Mind forgetting him because I hit my head and he hit my, when I fell down, I hit my shoulder.
So he was just out here and you walked by?
Over here and stuff, like over here and stuff. And then I saw him running over here and that's why I called 911. And they pushed me down. She got him concussion, so.
Did you tell him like you have to leave or anything like that? You didn't talk to him? He just...
I just told him, please stop, please get away. And he just got in my face and just going to joke with the other guy and beat me too. So.
Christine is checked out by paramedics and found to have no serious injuries, but she informs officers that she feels traumatized and doesn't believe she can finish her shift. Seeking clarity on how the incident started.
I would too. Let's take some PTO.
I tell you what, dude, but hey,
on vacation.
I respect truly the self-evaluation there where she's like, man, because what if it happens when y'all leave? I don't want to deal with that again.
Mm-hmm.
That I respect self-critique.
They turned to a nearby witness, Timothy Adams, who had called 911.
What they did was kind of stabbing in the ribs.
Okay.
Doing it.
This is a grown-ass man, and he didn't do anything to help?
Well, he drives a Tesla. What do you expect?
He was an observer. Being a good witness.
He just got his Tesla real nearby so the cameras would catch it.
Bro, give him his rib back. What? You are not helpful. What are you doing?
You know, and he was obviously drunk, Cody, and it wasn't
About to snatch a Y chromosome from this fool. Go sit there and watch this lady get beat up, and this poor old skinny guy, a grown man.
Skinny guy did something. He's like,
that's what I mean. The skinny guy was in it to win it. I mean, he wasn't doing great, but at least he was there. He's like, hey, this lady getting beat up by a crazy dude. Let me step up. Mad respect. This fool.
He was starting to get angry, and I think maybe he wanted to return the book. He had a book with him, And obviously they closed the library, and he was yelling at somebody. I don't know if there was anybody in there, maybe not. I couldn't tell. But then he starts trying to pry the door open, then he starts punching the door, then he starts kicking the door.
Okay.
And he starts ripping the book up.
Okay.
And at that point, then he kind of starts wandering around. And at one point, he kind of saw me and came after me, but he didn't get any closer. I just drove around the block.
Torn pages litter the ground in every direction. Okay. Officers locate a large portion of the torn book nearby, identifying it as a Star Wars book and confirming it belongs to the Loveland Public Library.
What?
As officers wrap up at the scene, another team arrives at the Larimer County Jail with Joshua, whose behavior shows no signs of slowing down.
I understand his behavior now.
Yeah. Campbell was charged with 7 offenses, including third-degree assault, assault on an at-risk adult, resisting arrest, obstructing a peace officer, disorderly conduct, and criminal mischief. He also had 2 outstanding warrants for failure to appear. He was granted a $2,000 bond and scheduled to appear in court on February 13th. But as of now, no sentencing information.
Poor guy's crazy. These are my people, right, Keith?
Yes.
There's a patrol car here somewhere. Yeah, these are my people. I want to take points, but the end result was good. I'll give him 10.
I'll give him a results matter. That bowler wrap. Okay, I did want to. We don't have to go back to look at it, but I did have beef with the bowler wrap design because it seems really unintuitive. It's like it looks like a big chunky. I mean, it literally looks like my audio recorder over here, which is not meant to be held and used for. Like it's
so it does have like
easy to drop.
Yeah,
the button doesn't seem to be very responsive.
Yeah, well, I think there's like a safety button. I don't know because I didn't have one, but I think there's like a safety disarm, and then there's like a deploy button. Is my guess. Mm-hmm. But it does have like a laser thing, where like kind of shows where it's gonna land when you deploy it. But
like
points for technology.
Wonky design. It did not seem remotely ergonomic, which is bad if you're in a stressful situation.
It's a very cool idea, and I do think it has a higher probability for success.
You know why I have extra beef? Because Frag, who's awesome, he messaged a Japanese company to see if we could get a net gun, and some of these other like fancy things that we watch the Japanese have.
Right.
Like a man catcher and stuff like that. That thing, I mean, it's designed like a flashlight, right? So you can hold it like a flashlight. You push the button and it shoots the thing out, right? Like that design is so much better,
right?
Than this weird blocky remote.
Goat glitcher. That is a name and a half right there. UHP or bust.
It does look like a stud finder.
It kind of does, like it just
looks like a bulkier stud finder.
You're just turning it sideways.
Mm-hmm. And it's like that. The ergonomics are meant to be held like this. It's dumb.
It's weird.
Anyway,
it do be weird though.
I'm being petty, but it took forever for that thing to even get deployed.
We don't have a technology. You know who I can take it from? Axon, baby.
Oh, I would also be interested to way to give them a point. I would also be interested to know like what the training is on that bowler wrap. Like, is it always aimed for the legs, or do they have where it maybe aimed for the arms?
I feel like it's got to be aimed for the legs.
Yeah,
because aiming for the arms is kind of, I don't know. I feel like you got a lot more mobility to like wiggle your way out of it if it's your arms.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, he seemed to be just having a really easy time trying to take it off with his arms
and
free.
The hooks have got to land in, and I don't know, man.
Yeah,
I'm glad the tools are there. I do think they're safer than something like a 40 mic or like a shotgun propelled. We've watched a shotgun propelled beanbag kill somebody. I don't know. There's tools are tools. That's all they are. But ultimately, they're useless if you can't take the guy into custody. That's like the end all. SAPs are rad. A PR-24 is rad, but somebody rips it out of your hands. Oh, cool. Now it's useless. I don't know. 3 minutes.
So this is gonna be facing the wrong way on the ramp on Central 114. Correction.
Hey, he's stepping out. Step out.
Suspect facing the wrong way on the ramp. 100.
He gonna run.
Hey!
Oh, he's not gonna run. Ooh. Okay. So something that we used to train a lot. This is it almost became a training scar for me, especially when I had to pull somebody over on a freeway. Was that the second this door swung open, it was a race to get your boot on the pavement. The whole idea is I don't want to be the second person coming out of the car, right?
That's right. First one out.
And legit, I almost got hit by a car one time because like I had to stop somebody and they happened to be merging on a freeway. And it was an investigative stop. I legit, like in a hurry to get out of my patrol car, like heard horn. Somebody had to move out of a lane, and God was with me that day, right? But it's for this reason that you, man, I tell you, the second you see that door start to open, you're ruining your transmission by slamming this thing in park and getting out of your car.
Hey, put your drop the bag! Drop the bag! Drop the fucking gun! Drop the fucking bag!
This is make territory, right? So I don't know what they were pursuing for, but this is kind of where like verbal commands you should be giving them, but you're on the make phase, right? Now he's got a bag, you got a gun, right? He might have a gun. We're gonna get pretty ignorant here with approaching this guy. A tactical boop makes a little less sense because it's off the roadway, and he's not presenting a deadly threat worth using deadly force on him for. But swift kick to the nuts, you know what I mean? Something like that. It's kind of where this thing starts to make a little bit of sense. If you have lethal cover, bowler wrap this fool, sure. 40 mic him or whatever. But there's a deadly force situation. There should be guns pointed at this guy.
Don't fucking reach! Don't you fucking move! Don't fucking reach! Hey, don't reach! Don't fucking reach!
Good job. He recognized he wasn't online. He saw this officer here, so he sped up running to make sure he was online with other officers. This is very good, actually.
Don't you fucking reach! Pick your head up, fucking now!
He is not doing that.
About to shoot that dude in the back.
Yeah, right.
Pick your head out of the fucking now!
Yeah, at least did some muscle.
Front guy's just being Josh, stepping in front of my gun.
Pick your head out of the backpack! I'm not going back! Pick your head out of the backpack now!
Got multiple people giving verbal commands. It's not oof. The staccato. Flex.
Drop the fucking gun! Drop the... Hey! Don't you fucking move!
I will send him for this, like, kind of
Yeah,
Gucci
the metal
watch.
band? I was going to say.
I'll send him for that.
Hey, don't reach! Don't fucking reach! Don't you fucking reach! Pick your head out of the fucking now! Pick your head out of the fucking now! I'm going to have to kill you! Hey, son. I'm going to have to kill you! Pick your head out of the backpack! I'm not going back! Pick your head out of the backpack now!
I'm going back.
Yeah, it's a clue. I'm not going back. It's a huge clue on how this is going to probably go down, right? Something to consider. Let's say he's armed, right? We don't know that yet. We can't confirm it yet, right? But we have a fenced area that's likely residential behind him. I don't want him jumping the fence because I don't want to get in a foot chase with somebody that's got a gun. Though I can understand the argument and I'll accept the argument of you don't want to push the subject, right? De-escalation would say you don't draw a line in the sand and you try your best to talk your way into this guy's rapport bubble, right? For me, and I probably ruffle some feathers the wrong way, I'm going to force the issue and say we're not letting him move freely. I got people in cars back here that don't need to be subjected to a gunfight that we're skipping rounds at each other on, right? And then I have that fence that if he clears it, he's potentially kicking in doors or victimizing somebody or taking somebody hostage. So I'm going to put myself in harm's way to make sure that he doesn't victimize anybody else but maybe me. Technically, hey, you put the badge on, you got the gun in your hand, and you took the oath. That's your job. But I also, like, there's the human side of this where it's real for them. I'm just a dude observing this on the internet right now. Although I've done this before, I was lucky the guys that I happen to encounter in these situations weren't more motivated. Or, you know, it's a flip of the coin. Who's got better range scores or qual scores? Or the golden BB just sometimes gets you and you get lucky. But Yes.
If I'm the suspect in this situation and I've already got my hand in that backpack, what is the best way to remove my hand from said backpack without looking like a furtive movement?
So it's really interesting. We actually had this situation happen where the guy like had his hand, it was in like a duffel bag. He had it slung though. So the bag is slung and his hand's in it. We literally just told him, just lay down with it. Like on top of it, literally is what we did. And he's like, we just told him, if your hand pops out of there, you will die. We're not guessing. We're not going to tell you anything. The second that hand comes up even a little, this guy's going to shoot you right between the eyes. And that made it an easy thing for him. Just don't move. We literally just don't move your hand. Just lay down is what we did. That's the only way you survive this encounter is you lay down. If not, you die. And we were just that clear with the guy and that simple with the instructions. It wasn't hands or get your hand out of the bag. Because again, we're kind of setting him up. Right. We're setting him up for failure. Right. But again, and we had very, very good training for this and very, very good reps in field training. We had enough opportunities because it's a shitty town where FTOs would put you in situations. The call would get out and they would put you on it or dispatch new to prioritize dispatching you to it, so that you would get the reps. They literally would message hey, I'm in C phase with my rookie. He needs to be getting into uses of force. You see a hot call, send us on it. I don't care if we're on something, send us on it. And even the sergeants knew that. Like they would know, hey, this is his time to shine. Let's go see him drowned. But there was stuff like that. And because you got those reps, you kind of understood the game plan or had seen it a few times. So, you would kind of know, but like in this situation, we're probably not letting a rookie call the shots. This is getting taken away from you pretty fast if it can be done. Sometimes sucks to suck. You're the cop. It's your turn to go do cop stuff. But yeah.
Gun at other officers.
Yeah, and this is going to be very hard to avoid. This is really where triggered is as long as you're observing one rule of gun safety, you should be fine. Because any one of those can save you from a negligent discharge or hurting somebody, right? In this environment, like this is not a good place to put it. Technically, the ground is almost always a no-go on a hard surface. The ground creates ricochets, but also creates like shrapnel. So the sky's typically your only good option, but it's also a good way if you fall to shoot yourself in the head. This is really where trigger discipline. You're running, it's a dynamic situation. You're going to sweep people. That's the only unfortunate reality of it. You try to avoid it. But like if by avoiding it, you're aiming at the ground, that's not better. Like, I mean, it's better than right at his back, but it's not like much better. So rather than like, where do I put my gun? You just kind of deal with it and just keep your finger out of the trigger.
Naruto run with it, right?
There
Behind
it is.
the back like this, and you're moving forward real far. And you go.
Well, yes. If you have a 320, it's a little more complicated. Shrap metal. Yes, I did.
Go reach! Stop reach!
Okay, I think this officer's got the right idea. He's trying to cut him off.
Get the fuck on the ground!
Yeah, so he forced the issue. Precisely, and I'm not mad at him for this because he's like, I can't let this guy run into traffic. And de-escalation would tell you, I know because I just took this damn class, that you shouldn't draw the line in the sand to say that, well, if he crosses this thing, I'm smoking him. But I don't think I live with myself if I know I let this guy take this like little, Yaris hostage, right? He made his bed. He's going to go lay in it now. I think he put himself in harm's way to make sure that the public was not going to be exposed to harm. This is a bad outcome. Him dying's a bad outcome, but this is better than letting him be in charge of everybody else's safety.
I didn't do that! Hey! Put your drop the bag! Drop the bag! Drop the fucking bag! Now! Take your hand out of the pocket now!
You want to get fucking shot? Hey, fine.
Take your hand out of the backpack. I'm not going back. Take your hand out of the backpack now.
He said, I'm not going back. Y'all are going to have to kill me. And his tune changes a lot when he gets to that sidewalk.
Yeah, he went for a
What is this guy see?
1830 for your location now.
Yeah, this other officer's cutting him off here. This is pretty good, actually. They're out of each other's backstops. He's got the worst one. I don't think this guy should be the one taking the shot here because he's got traffic as a backstop. This actually was very good. Oh.
What the hell?
I don't know what happened here.
Did
but
jam or did he just not have him in the chamber?
I think he tried to rack it for some odd reason. He tried to rack it here, and I think he induced a double feed.
Yeah.
What a bad time. Was his stuff jammed right off the get? Oh, it was.
Oh, that sucks.
Oh, no.
At what point?
He's messing with it now.
Yeah, what? Okay, there's...
So he racked it, or something happens here. Did he get caught on something, I wonder?
Because it didn't fire.
No. He pulled a good round out, too.
Mm-hmm.
Show us the gun.
1830 for your location now.
Yeah, why did the gun, like a random round popped out? That is so weird. I'm going to see if we can catch a glimpse of it here. Anyways, his gun was not in the fight. It seems fine here.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to the M&P.
Seems like something happened to it in those bushes.
Maybe.
I wonder if he accidentally bumped it on his leg or something.
It could have also gotten caught like on something and
pulled
just
the slide
racked
back
it
or something.
Yeah. What a freak accident.
That's cool. Like frame by frame right about here.
Yeah.
Like go back as he's pulling it up from his side. Maybe we can see
I'm going
it.
to go back a little bit because it's right here where it comes into frame. And watch.
Yeah.
It got caught on something here. But what? That's the round coming out. That's it getting yeeted.
I got a cigarette.
Yeah. Here's him trying to fix it. And making it worse. Inducing a double feed. Here's him trying to fish out the double feed, which good luck.
Dylan said it sounded like it was holstered. So you think?
Oh, he like tried to holster. He went to push it in the holster, and it like half racked or something like that.
I could see that. See, that was part of my thought where I thought maybe he bumped it on his leg or something because I feel like he might have pulled it in to not have it get caught in the bushes.
What a bad time, dude.
Ah, that's weird.
What are you pointing, dog?
You're just,
Hey, put your drop the bag! Drop the bag! Drop the fucking gun! Drop the fucking bag! Don't fucking reach! Don't you fucking move!
What an incredible zoom in here.
Don't fucking reach! Don't reach! Don't fucking reach, dude! You're gonna get shot! Pick your head out of the pocket now! Take your head out of the pocket now! You wanna get fucking shot? Hey, fine. Get your head out of the backpack!
Chaparrito takes a run here.
Get your head out of the backpack now!
Oh, he didn't look at what it goes to.
Get the fuck on the back!
I'll tell
So
you
I'm
what.
thinking if you go back,
shout out to the 2011 though, no problems.
see, okay, go back a little bit to where we were kind of on that wide shot of them running down the sidewalk.
Like right here, before this.
Yeah, a little bit further back. Way further back, actually. Well, I want to see the cops. No, further back. Way back.
Drop the bag!
Further back than
Maybe
this?
It was after that. No. Maybe it was after that. There's a point where he zooms out,
Don't fucking
and you
reach!
can see the two cops and one of them's tries to holster his gun. And I wanted to see if maybe
that's
was the
where
motion.
it was.
Maybe like it's part of training or something when you're.
I see.
Don't fucking reach, dude.
Don't you fucking reach.
Pick your head out of the pocket now. Take your head out of the pocket now. You want to get fucking shot? Hey, fine. Get your head out of the backpack.
Let's see him.
Get your head out of the backpack now.
He squirts out right here. He starts running here. Do what?
Go back. You see him?
Get your head out of the backpack now.
Right here, watch this cop that has the truck on the left side. When the truck passes, he starts running.
This is him here.
No, that's that guy. It's the other
No, this
one.
is the kid that chases.
No, I know. I'm saying, look at this guy over here.
This
on the
guy?
left. You see, he's putting it away.
Oh. So you think he does the same thing?
Right.
I see.
Or at least tries to do it, and that's what causes it.
Get the fuck on the back.
He's just over here.
Because he's just coming out of the holster. Look at
That's
him.
true. Yeah, he probably tried to holster up. I mean, outcome was bad because obviously we don't want to be shooting people, but shout out to old boy that handled up. At least they were in it to win it. Yeah. Oh, not that many.
Last one for me.
Last one? Okay.
Yep.
What the hell did I do? Why is everybody saying I was waiting in traffic?
One. Picking up tips for running through rough terrain.
Red light. Hold on. Vehicle almost crashed out. 1050, 1050, 1050, 1050, 1050.
Baby 1050.
All right, vehicle looks like it has a flat left tire. It's 1050 into a concrete barrier. It's still going on research. Service road southbound coming up on North Lamar. Vehicle.
Bro, pit this fool. I bet their pit policy sucks.
Yeah, I think vehicle has front left tire or back left tire. Might be flat right now. We have the green light. Research service road southbound in Georgian. 35 miles an hour. It's slowing down significantly.
Great radio traffic.
I have no traffic right now. Research service road southbound. Sorry, northbound. Research service road northbound. Coming up on Peyton Gin. 65 miles an hour. No traffic.
He has a Paw Patrol little stuffed animal.
Alright, hey, be careful. 1050, 1050, 1050, 1050.
Okay, so someone asked if he was pit certified. Shout out to them for that. Not a fan of this backstop, but you're not going to see much if you're getting shot at. I'll give him a slight pass for that, but this is not a great backstop.
I'll take it. Hey, everyone check yourself real quick. A lot of fire is going to be westbound. We have shots fired. All officers are okay. We have shots fired. Shots taken. Line of fire is westbound. Vehicle taken up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Step out of the vehicle with your hands up.
I don't think he can use his hand.
Hey, you better take it out. Truck right out the window.
I'm not going to say I hope not, but that was shitty of him. He turned what was basically...
Step out of the car, please, sir.
We were turning what would have been just a regular arrest because this guy just stole a car. It's grand theft. Maybe he was on like strike 3 or some shit, so he just wasn't going back to prison, but he's really going to turn this into a shootout with the cops? Like, come on, dude.
Oh, he needs to see.
Oh, the ambulance.
Yo.
The North Lamar, Research Boulevard, on fire, and I come out. He's compliant. Climb out of the window. Climb out of the window.
right. So more range time for everybody.
No kidding.
Keep moving. Keep moving. Keep climbing out. Keep climbing out.
Garbage coming out.
Face away from me.
Hispanic male wearing all black.
Walk back from the sound of my voice.
790, have you message at the bus stop on Lord Wooding Street for now?
Lift it up like it's your waistline.
Good idea.
Call driver on Alley Supply.
Drop the bag.
Can we debrief that guy? The camera, some people have to get them.
I tell you what. That was pretty suboptimal. I mean, I guess the outcome was good.
Yeah.
According to what
it was a de-escalation technique. It was the warning shots to take the fight out of him.
Yep.
And it worked.
I'm only giving 10.
Yeah. They knew that he wouldn't be able to hear them through the glass, so they used the audio from the bullets.
Right. Oh, what did I do?
What?
I don't want to reward it, but
what? What is there? Did you send him something, Sussy?
Oh, no, I didn't. I don't do stuff like that.
Did you say I don't do stuff like that? This guy.
Yeah.
Believable.
I send y'all ridiculous reels all day, but this.
Is it chat? Well, stormtroopers on this call. I'll give chat points for that. But stormtroopers all the way around, dog. I'm gonna take points from suspects for being a douchebag and shooting at him for no good reason. What a dumbass. I want to be in on the joke. I do not believe he was hit.
Mm-mm. There
we go. Oh, that was your last one? Keith, you leaving?
Yeah, I'm done. So,
Keith,
I'll see y'all next week.
thank you for your service.
Sir.
We're not even at tomorrow yet.
Hey man, this is
Do
late.
it.
This
Is
is
it not
late.
tomorrow?
This is late for him.
It's not tomorrow yet.
Yeah. Yeah, this is like
Or maybe it is where you are. Maybe the time zone is different.
I'll take points from
yes. You and I are in this different time zone.
I mean, practically, it might as well be.
I mean, I live in CP time, so I don't know
One
where you-
does. Clearly, one does.
Yeah. So it's always like 2 hours earlier for me.
I'll see y'all next week.
Bye.
Okay.
Let me see if I got it right. Oh, I was close.
I'm still visible, so we're good.
I fixed it. You work hard to make this channel a
Oh wow, bro, they got Christ to be their assistant chief.
How is that a legal last
Houston
name?
leveling up.
How is this a legal last name?
I bet you it expands.
Assistant chief.
Oh, okay, I feel better. I feel better.
It's just a great pause. Christy Smith.
All right, assist chief.
Christy Smith of the Houston Police Department. This critical incident briefing is intended to provide you with information about an officer-involved shooting that occurred in Houston on May 7th, 2025. HPD conducts thorough investigations into officer-involved shootings. These typically require investigators to interview multiple witnesses, view numerous hours of video footage, and analyze a...
Sweet.
Shut up. So... in case you're uninitiated, one, if you're in a place where the gas is $2.39, there's rednecks and ghetto people nearby.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent gas, though. Worth going if you're armed. Two, this specific year model of Escalade with rims, I'm not going to say it's reasonable suspicion, but it's a clue.
Mm-hmm. But if you follow it for about 30 seconds, there will be reasonable suspicion.
No bullshit. Like 6 of the shootings I worked, there's a different color variation on this Escalade. It's like a 2015 or 2014 Escalade or whatever this is. Dog. It's whatever. Oh my God, I've been here. This is really close to where Primary Arms' headquarters is.
Really?
I've driven down the street. Yeah.
Is that your Ford truck right there?
No. It ain't driving well enough to make it down to Houston.
Out of the car. Driver, can you roll down all of your windows, please?
Yeah, they know what's up. Houston's not stupid. This is not their first traffic stop. Go ahead and roll all them windows down for me. And get smoked. Now, clue for the observant few of you in the audience. The brake lights are still active. Now, all because of, we can thank the national standards for vehicle safety. Those things only emit light in 2 conditions. 1, it's nighttime, and you have your nighttime driving lights on. And 2, when the brake is depressed. Given that it's daytime, and we just saw them flicker on and off, we know that their foot is on the brake, and we didn't see the light cycle. When you go from drive to park, you cycle through reverse, and reverse will give you a slight little blink of the reverse lights. Neither one of those things happens, so there's a clue. Hey, look at that. Mr. Krabs got it. My dog.
Oh, they're writing 3-man?
Yeah, this is probably a special task force. Yeah.
So they know this car.
They know what's up. Also, they're not passing that C pillar. I guess in an SUV like this is damn near the D pillar.
This is not a routine traffic stop.
No, yeah. It's pretty far from a routine traffic stop.
Watch a couple more of the videos.
We're in the back end of stream. Nothing's routine about this.
Yeah.
That's really dark tint. It is full sun in Houston. This is what?
May? Yeah. It's a month ago.
Yeah, this is. If you can't see through it in the daytime, it's like 0% tint. So you have no idea what's going on.
The deep pillar.
This is probably the only safe place where 1, you're not getting run over if they decide to slam it in reverse, Terry. And 2,
I don't know. According to the Karen Reed trial.
Right
there.
Yeah. That's a deadly place to be.
You're gonna go flying 30 feet.
Right. So, this is good tactics on their part. This is not their first rodeo. There it goes. There it goes.
On that.
Oh, he needs to smoke.
Oh, the ambulance.
Can they pit in Houston?
Do what?
Can they pit in Houston?
Oh, almost certainly no. But maybe. You never know. Harris County might be just getting wild and out. Excellent place to pit if you could. Slow speeds. Currently, there's grass on either side. I'd send it if you could, but I doubt it.
Yeah.
No way. This truck's about it. Bro, I'm here for it. This truck's also brave. I'd be ducking.
Get it? Get it?
This guy already knew what was up. He was running.
Oh, terrible pit.
Poor pit attempt. That truck was clearly paid off. This is a clue. There's definitely a clue here. Yeah, this truck,
maybe that's why the truck
decided otherwise.
Also, because
I'll tell you what, steel bumpers. I get a key to the city. Why not? I hate that mentality. I understand it. This is about officer safety, right? These guys are willing to go point guns at us that they're probably going to shoot. Let's not get into a shooting in the public like this. However, conversely, if this risk, and this is an ethical and a moral discussion here. If someone in society is going to be faced with potential armed opposition and victimization, my argument is it should be the police. That is what you're signing up for. And I think if that was the culture, that, hey, we're going to put you in bad situations and we're going to ask you to risk it. And there's going to be a liability, but this is what you got life insurance for. This is what you got good medical for, and we have a DA's office that's willing to handle whatever's going on when this happens. I think you would start to recruit the people who could do this stuff successfully. The problem is the current culture of de-escalation and risk mitigation allows these guys who are willing to point guns at the cops to get away, to stay free for longer, to victimize more people. When it's a stolen car, I understand letting it go, right? As long as nobody didn't get mugged, right, for this stolen car. When it's shoplifting, man, like I'm not jacking somebody up for shoplifting, but robbery, in this instance, aggravated assault or whatever it is, like, I don't know, man. If Keith was here, he'd back me up. I have a frustration with this idea of allowing these type of tactics to happen because you're empowering. This example alone says that as long as I wave a gun out of this window, I can get away. That's my beef. I don't know. But also a poor application of a technique can cause that. If they would have pitted him successfully, this would be over by now. But it is what it is. Also, pitting at that slow a speed is probably kind of hard.
Mike. Oh my God.
Why did they stop there?
Do what?
Why did they just stop there?
I'm assuming they thought they were about to get into a shooting.
Oh.
So they all bailed out of the car, and then they had to bail back in. A clue. Maybe not shoot at the police car in front of you. Yeah, a rifle would do it. Honestly, a shotgun would do it. Buckshot? Federal flight control at that distance?
Just ask Keith.
I'm telling you.
That's how they did it in the old days.
I'll tell you what.
In the car! In the car! In the car!
Yeah, let that little Civic or whatever take about.
Do what?
Let the little Civic or whatever that gray car was take about.
No kidding.
Get ahead of you.
Watch!
Oh, okay, it's cops. Oh, that's an alarm truck? Bro.
They bail?
Driver, can you roll down all of your windows, please?
Sorry, sir. Have you not watched the Rookie Esca radio?
Roll down your windows. I'm not going to ask you. Take a... Fuck.
91 is traffic.
Sorry, put a pit.
We still southbound coming.
Back off. Pull the gun out the window.
Be careful. You shoot.
Shots fired.
Terrible shot. I'm not saying he's not that guy. All I'm saying is I have shot with some of the best shooters on the planet. And we got a 320 with a hollow sun. Optic.
Oh, it's a 320?
Oh, yeah.
It shot itself, so that wasn't him.
So all I'm getting is unsupported. Hollow Suns typically have like a 2 to a 6 MOA dot. This is easily like a 65-yard shot plus. And you mean to tell me that you feel good with 0.3 or 0.2 second splits at 65 yards? I would love to see this guy put his badge on the counter and say, if I can get A-zone hits at 65 yards with those kind of splits, he gets to keep it. He misses one, fucking take his badge. That pisses me off. That's a terrible fucking shot. Not to mention, you have dudes in the foreground with a pistol. Like, this is, and if you sail it, which, let's be honest, when you're fucking going and burning, you're gonna sail one or two. Dude, what's over? It's 9 milli. It can easily sail that distance. You can send a 9mm bullet 200-300 yards. It's transonic by then, but you can still kill somebody with it. Dude. For now. Well, how many shots was that?
3.
You're not there. You're not there.
Shots fired.
It's 4. Okay. Just when we were doing well. It's 10 for each. Terrible shot. Terrible shot. Like, I genuinely know nobody, and I've actually shot with some of the best shooters in the world, that could take that shot ethically. With a rifle, maybe. Still probably slower splits than that. You're probably doing like 0.5. 0.5, just so you know, is bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang is like two, like, and I don't know. That difference in split cadence means that you have to wait for your sight to come back down through recoil for you to take the next shot. If not, it's just happening when it's happening. I don't know, Doug. Well, maybe it'll come back. The problem is if it comes back low, let's say you overcompensate for recoil, or you're healing the gun just a little bit because you're like support hands off. You don't rest perfectly back down where you're at, so you'll rest high. You sail it clean over that car. Or the ones you would have missed high at 40 yards are probably closer to being on target at 60 to 70 yards. But the ones that are on target, you're 100% skipping off the pavement. I don't know, dog. That's a very unethical shot in my opinion. Like, red dot or not.
My Ruger's doing a full 180. He's going boom, boom.
Right. Yeah, basically, if you tried to shoot it that fast, even just pulling through the double action trigger pull on that would take long. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think you can even do those splits. That's crazy unethical shot. Whoever shot that dude, fuck you.
Get in the car!
Very
get in the car, get in the car. Hey, my camera fell off. That's right. My camera fell off. Shit, bro. It's all right, he pulled.
6 points from Axon. Oh no, it's Motorola.
Go. Cut the sirens.
Wait, hold on, stand by.
It's a Motorola camera.
Oh, is it really?
Yes.
It'll still come off for body cams.
That still counts. Yeah, that's right. I made body cams, so.
But body cam fell off.
Ahead.
I don't know why. What a bad time.
Cut the sirens.
What are you doing? There's rifles.
Now, I don't hate him wanting to be involved. He's got the warrior mindset squared away, but that's all machismo. Like, the logic part of his brain is not operating operationally. Now, the rifle being there makes this pistol seem a little bit redundant. I'd be wanting to see this guy get, like, Leslie, hey, I got rifle coverage. Can I pull out the 40 mic? Can I pull out flashbangs? Can I pull up a shield? Can I pull up another vehicle? Can I get a drone in the air? Let's stage some zip cuffs. Let's stage medical. Let's turn one of these patrol cars around, figure out where the closest hospital is, and in case one of us gets shot, apprehending these douchebags, we can quickly expedite this. Anything else? Once lethal coverage is there, all the other jobs need to be taken versus like plastic Jesus, come save me here. Like, I have beef. This guy's already pissed me off, so it is what it is.
Cut the sirens! They cut the sirens! Cut the sirens!
Generally speaking, if you're telling someone to do something more than once, you should probably just do it yourself. But that's me.
Driver! Get out of the car!
Give commands, bro.
He's trying to get out. He's trying to get out. Driver! Get out of the car!
They're closed, sir. What are you signing
What are you doing? What are you doing? How are you contributing to this?
He's just he's given the tinnitus or what?
Why doesn't he give commands? These guys got lethal. What are you doing? You tell him, anyone comes out of the passenger side, you kill them if they look like they're a deadly threat. You tell this guy, anybody comes out of the driver's side and they pose a deadly threat, you kill them. I'm going to give commands. I'm in command. Everybody else get the hell off the radio.
This is Mr. Bust Your Ears.
Bro, 9 milli, especially when you're ahead of the muzzle. Ugh. I don't know. I have beef. He's giving us his body cam view.
Put your hands up! Hands up!
Put your hands out of the car now! Hands up! All the way up! All the way up!
No search beforehand. Where they are.
Face away from us! Face away!
Have him take his vest off. Take your vest off!
What is he? Now, this guy did get an OIS, right? So don't get me wrong. He should be understandably stressed out. But you notice how much these guys aren't breathing?
Mm-hmm.
This guy's not breathing versus this guy's. Right. Maybe you shouldn't be the one taking a 40-something yard shot with still an unknown backdrop, right? And you got rifles here. Maybe you should be prepared to go hands-on. That's a harder thing to screw up.
What did he do?
He's taking his vest off.
Hands back up! Hands back up! Drop it!
Hands up! All the way up!
Right hand!
Reach back to your collar! And we can shoot!
Bottom leg.
What's our arrest plan?
Keep going! Keep going! Keep going!
He's going to be hands.
Hands up! Get turning! Hey, those officers over there, get out of the street. Get out of the street.
Walk backwards and send your voice. Keep walking back. I'll tell you when to stop.
Push right, push right. Hey, stay on that vehicle. Stay on that vehicle.
Yeah, why the hell would we push up to this, bro? These guys got guns. I am not pushing up to this car. Hell no. He's breathing like that. It's
true. Since the traffic stop, he's been.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. It's a stressful environment. I'm not saying like that's not a normal stress response. The problem is those 4 shots, completely unacceptable. And I'm allowed to one, I've been a cop before, right? Been in high stress situations, didn't go cracking off shots I didn't know I could make. That Kyle Morgan class I took was a perfect example of I missed 0 shots. And now I only took 4 because it was the only 4 I could take. But I had really good examples of me leveling the gun out, being like, oh, hell yeah, I'm going to be a hero. And then reality setting in of like, wait, but I'm not that guy. And not taking a shot I knew I couldn't make. Or worse, when I have an alert instructor smoke a lady in the forehead after telling everyone, I don't have a shot, we need to move because I'm not about to go take a hostage shot at 60 yards. Freestanding with an unmagnified optic. Like, hell no. You're crazy. I don't know. So that like it's not the heavy breathing alone. It's that tells you how far out of a rational mindset he's currently operating in. And either someone needs to see it and address it, or he needs to recognize like, wow, this call's going really fast for me. I am not on my A game. Maybe I'm tired. Maybe I just worked an 18-hour shift. Whatever it is, just be like, hey, what do you guys need me to do? I'm clearly out of control here or whatever. Like, let me contribute rather than just yell periodically. Get hands, get ready. I don't know, dog. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
And 99% of the ones you do.
Yeah. It's probably TRT lung, probably. Yeah.
All the way up!
It's time of the month.
Keep going!
Hey, homie, are you? Who's the arrest team?
We got it over here. We got it over here. Go ahead.
He's going to make the rifle do it once.
If he makes a rifle guy go hands-on,
bet you.
I'm taking 50.
I'm doing a poll.
Oh, we have this gun at the office. This is the Spectre comp. It's a terrible pistol.
Yeah, judge's gun while I set this up.
Yeah. It's like a weighted SIG P320. I tell you right now, even if he took his time on those 4 shots, when you pull the trigger on a 320 like this, your whole sight moves at the last second. Like on the trigger break, your whole sight picture moves like a solid 4 MOA. The reason why these things don't get running competitions by way better shooters than this guy, because they can't make those shots. When I dry fire my 1911, guess what happens to my dot? Nothing. Because God designed better than this piece of shit. Sorry. What?
Where that guy for cover.
Wait, that was his
So he ran all the way around him. So I got 2 observations to make here, right? So
all the gods, all the heavens, all the hells within you, something.
Not a biblical scripture, so I'm not here for it.
Just some random thing.
Is gonna have to need Jesus. So with a red dot at 65 yards unsupported, I think you hit the car, right? I'm not saying you don't hit the car. My only beef is, and if he's really locked in here, what I would have liked to have seen is them. One, he's got a magnifier, right? It's a quick flip. This takes 2 seconds though. Whoop, not even that, half a second. Flip it so you can be really good about your sight picture. And rather than slightly less plastic Jesus come save me, how about let's just bang. I have done not amped up on adrenaline, right? I have GM shooters as my witness. X-Ray Alpha Matt Pranka himself as my witness. I can flat-footed with a red dot put 6 shots very, very quickly at an A-zone target, right? I'm a paid shooter. I get paid to shoot guns. But if it's my ass if I miss, rather than just losing some stupid competition amongst a bunch of writers, I'm probably slowing my splits down to put good rounds on target, right? And it says something about how good these rounds were or weren't on target that not a single person got hit in that car. You mean to tell me rifle rounds hit a car and you didn't hit anything? But you felt good enough to... I have beef.
My other beef is if you're the driver and your partner has a rifle, why are you getting out and pointing your handgun at this car?
Right.
And making him run all the way around the back of the car to get around your stupid ass.
Because the time he took to shoot that this guy did a great job of making sure that he got online with his homie, so we're not doing stupid shooting, right?
How many yards though?
Right. He lost distance and he lost time to take a good shot. So he got stuck taking the hope and a prayer shot. I don't know. There goes your Bodycam.
Oh, and yeah.
Sorry about everybody's eardrums. I'm just going to try to see what he's doing here.
Yeah! Driver, get out the vehicle!
Rifle with a magnifier. Rifle with a magnifier. Oh, we got 4 up here. What are we doing? Anyways, sorry. I got beef. I had no beef with those shots. He's rested. He's probably as close as you're going to get to that vehicle. Not a single beef with that shot.
Shot fired. Hold on. Stay out here. Driver, get out the car!
Great job taking control of the situation. He took some shots at the car. The car decided it didn't want that smoke, wrecked out or whatever it was, and he told the guy, stop here. I'm lethal cover. You're just driving a car. I can provide us some safety, but you need to stop this car right now. I want to take up an improved position for my rifle so that I can take a good shot if I need it, and we can create a little safety bubble here. Great. Excellent job. This is the best officer here.
Especially for being the guy who just took all of the gunfire.
That's what I mean.
Like
he was in the hottest of seats. Yeah, hottest of seats here.
From both sides, by the way.
Yeah. Great job. Excellent job. No beef whatsoever. What an animal.
Watching the arrest team, though.
Also, notice he was in it. He was locked in. I respect this guy. Very, very locked in.
You guys, I got a med bag. Who's got a med bag? Hey, quick. Y'all know what y'all need to do? Med bag. Let me tell the truth what y'all need to do. We're going to get you a med bag. Just what y'all do? You get the murders out the police department. Quit sucking them young hoes in the police department. That's what y'all do. Hey, we're going to get you medical help. Just relax. Y'all quit sucking them women in the police department. Y'all, all that's going to get out. Y'all got murders in your fucking police department, dude.
Sorry. This guy shot at the cops and ran.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what.
Hey, listen, this is the only clip the news is going to play, so it's you got to get your PR out there.
I know.
Sarge, we need, give me a scissor. Somebody give me a scissor. Hey, where's George? It's gonna be a fucking walk, because y'all were fucking them hoes in the police department. And y'all got murders in your fucking police department.
His wife is on the south side over there, just be careful.
Okay. Ain't nobody in there, man. Ain't no lie to y'all.
Stop.
We gotta get a medical. Turn around, I'm gonna cut your shirt. Man, you know what? Thank you for being nice. I want this one. Med bag. I need a med bag.
I got a chest right here.
I want your information, man. At least you will help it. I got you.
This guy got shot in the back and he's talking bad shit. I'll tell you what, they built him a little different down there in Houston. I keep saying this.
Body armor.
Like so many people think I'm being hyperbolic when I talk about Houston is very much built different.
He was wearing a vest when they shot him, though.
Oh, that'll do half.
So
okay,
so that I think that helped.
Yeah. I'm just saying, he still got shot. He's talking trash, you know.
Oh yeah.
Let's see.
He's got the vest, a little extra padding. They don't give us a shit.
Cool. I wonder who got hit and who didn't get hit. They exchanged gunfire. The outcome was good. I will give them 10 points back for that. Nobody else got hurt. They're providing medical.
Assume the arrest team was the rifle guys because they cut it out of the video.
You know what? I'm gonna give him 10 more for that last guy that we saw. He crushed it.
Go.
He crushed it. But I'm still keeping that 20. We're taxing that ass because it's so rare. It was the guy that murdered that poor crazy dude last week, where I was like, dog, in no universe is that a deadly threat. Do I have that knee jerk of a reaction to deadly force? Normally, I can say, well, I could see, or
the human
he's
element,
kind of
blah, blah, blah.
Right, bro. Especially you're in Houston, it's not your first, or at least it shouldn't be, like your first time in the shit. Like, I remember my first couple of I got Bodycam that I've shown the Discord before. I was in field training. I was a new, 6 weeks into being a cop. And going nose to nose with a suspect that threatened people with guns, right? We hop out of the car, and there's no weirdness about it. I'm not over here cracking shots off and what are they weird. I'm like, hey, nice and controlled, and let's handle up. Like, let's act like we've been here before. Like, I'm allowed to be judgy. I'll armchair quarterback the shit out of those 4. Because nowhere in training would you even try a shot at that distance. And if you were going to take a shot at that distance, it wouldn't be at that speed. No way. In no universe. Anyways, stop acting new. We're taxing that ass. Sorry. The ghetto part of me came out. There's that part of me that's for the streets. I used to not be like that. Juan knew young me. I was a respectable young man.
Yeah.
I had a funny sense of humor. Like, we grew up with the internet, but I was a good, well-respected young man. I had to bring the ghetto out of me.
Yeah, used to be able to bring you to my parents' house.
That's what I mean. They wait till they're like real tired. He kind of tries to tempt his parents with getting them drunk or whatever.
Yeah,
he's like,
have
damn it,
some wine, and then you'll accept.
You'll accept Josh.
Like, don't watch the streams.
Just remember the old Josh. Remember the old him.
Remember how he used to be a good boy.
Oh,
Phoenix.
Yeah.
Problem.
What is your problem? You're following me.
You're the one that's going out yelling at me, doing whatever. I get
yelling
behind
at you.
Okay, hold on.
It's going to be
a traffic stop.
POP. Speaking with the driver who was standing outside of his vehicle, verbally confrontational.
I wasn't
There's
yelling
a
at
speed
you.
limit down Cactus.
I
Do you know
wasn't
what the
going
speed limit
past
is?
it when I was trying to
Do you
get
know what the
behind
speed
you.
limit is?
35, 40
It
miles
is
an
40.
hour.
You were traveling 30. You need to be at 40.
Petty. Take points.
Can it be half?
Take 200 points because that's the number I see.
Can it
I
be
have a
half?
personal vendetta.
Can it be half points?
Sure. Yes, because it's Phoenix. Damn. This is typical for them. They used to be so good. Or maybe we just got very biased clips.
Probably. Fool, no. Jordan, he's normally not very outspoken about this. This is very full petty. 10 unders.
I'm letting you do half because I know this is going to get racked up real fast. Just from how he's approaching this.
Yeah.
We'll get there.
Is old boy here in the wife beater escalating this unnecessarily? Probably. But to be fair, he's driving 10 under and he is being harassed by the government. So I kind of get it.
He's exercising his First Amendment right to yell at a cop.
You're allowed to. Yeah.
The lady right there was just going so slow you couldn't have to go around her to get to me, dude. You ain't gonna fuck
and you
shit.
go around her and then you stop again? What is your problem with
No,
it? You
I did not
obviously want
stop
my
again.
attention.
I did not stop
What do
again.
you need?
Where's the dash cam for this?
Another 30 for 30 police officer. Because he's soft.
Very emotional.
He is not for this. Bro. Yeah. It's whatever. I just
did not stop. Why are you following me, motherfucker?
I am not following you.
Yeah, you fucking are!
Give me your driver's license.
Fuck you!
Give me your driver's
Fuck
license.
you!
Give me your driver's
Fuck
license.
you.
Do you have
Fuck,
any weapons?
what did you pull me over for? What is
for
the
driving
reason?
under the
no,
speed
you
limit.
fucking did.
Yes, I did.
No, you fucking
yes, I
did.
Yes,
no,
I
you
did.
fucking did.
I already told you.
Motherfucker, this is illegal.
No, it is not.
Yes, it is. Fuck
no,
you.
It
I
is
ain't
not.
giving you
Give me your driver's
Get
license.
your fucking superior here right now.
For what?
Get your fucking
Give me
superior
your
here, you
driver's
fucking
license.
punk.
Give me your...
So is the detainee here likely a little too turned up? Yes, but that's not illegal.
They'll do that to you.
Yeah. Steroids are bad, kids. Don't do them. Also, probably certain kind of podcast, like Jocko podcast, probably just you too. But it is what it is. Oh my goodness.
Driver's license.
Back the fuck
Joe
up.
Rogan
Get
is a
your
gateway drug, or
Probably, yeah, probably.
superior. Fuck you. Get your superior. Fuck you. Get your superior. Fuck you.
For what?
Because you're fucking pulling me over, fucking with me for no reason.
Nope, I already told you.
You're a punk ass bitch. Fuck
I wonder where they blurred his
there's no
face
need
out.
to yell. I need your driver's license.
No.
Oh, now he's
might
trying to
be
be
a policy
respectful.
thing.
Now he's being respectful. Okay.
Go get a superior.
He's
you
on
just
his way.
fucking
He's
tracked
on his
me
way.
down.
He's on
stopped
his way.
me, sat back
He is
there.
on his way.
Did you not just sit back
He is
there?
on his way.
Did you not
Sir,
just fucking
okay.
sit back there?
Sir.
I don't give a fuck what Ashley
I
has
was
you
doing a
doing.
record check on your plate.
Fuck
you need
your
to
mother,
relax.
fucking asshole.
I need to see your driver's
Fuck
license,
you.
please.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
This is a traffic
Fuck you.
stop.
Get your motherfucking superior. I
He's
know
on his
fucking
way.
law.
You want him to magically pop up? He's on his way.
Fuck you.
I called for him.
Fucking
He's on his way. I need your driver's license.
Fuck you.
Do you have any weapons in the car?
I'm fucking not. Get the fuck away from me. You fucking illegal as fuck right now, kid. You know you are.
How's this illegal?
Tracking me down, stalking me, you little fucking turd.
I saw your driving behavior.
Your dick's all tiny and shit, and everybody knows it.
Just the unhappy traffic stop.
What the fuck? You just passed.
He referred to it as an unhappy traffic stop.
The lady going fucking 0 miles an
Sir, you
hour.
need to provide your driver's license.
Fuck you, bitch. Get your superior.
Okay. You need to identify yourself with a driver's
My name's
license.
fucking Sam. Fucking Perone.
What is your birthday?
E.
What is your birthday?
What's your birthday?
You don't need my birthday. What is your
Fuck
birthday?
you. You
I
don't
need
need
to
my
identify
shit.
you.
Why did you pull me over for?
I
Why did you
already
stop?
told you.
Why did you stop, you little punk ass bitch? Why did you stop?
Because
So I kind of think, weirdly enough, this guy's a little MHMR. It's weird, and like the reason I bring it now, he could be undiagnosed asshole. It's totally a thing. That's absolutely, it could be an entitled douchebag, right? Can be a thing, but it's the cadence of speech, right, and his reaction to. So you got to imagine, you'll see this a lot. This gets often stigmatized with women. That women have 30. I'm not to give you guys a biology lessons, but women do have 30-day cycles, right? And in that, you get a crazy big dump, especially when you're young. 28 days. It depends, and even 28 days is not super accurate.
No, it varies.
It varies, but
lunar cycle though.
All I'm getting at is when you're new to it, because it does become new to you, where your body decides, hey, we're gonna put you on this cycle, right? The dump and change in your hormones is crazy. And it does very weird things for some people. Everyone's somewhere on that spectrum, right? But for some women, that crazy big hit of progesterone and estrogen and going back and forth between that, it really wrecks you. You'll start crying over nothing. And it's not because you're a woman or you're being sensitive. You're being dumped with a behavior-changing substance, which is hormones, right? Conversely, with testosterone, it can do the same thing. However, 9 times out of 10, women experiencing those symptoms, right? Only menstruation, yo. In that set of times, women can notice that they're experiencing that, and they develop coping mechanisms that are pretty early. For the most, some people do, not everybody, but most women do. That's perfectly regular. They even refer to it as being regular, right? So when you look at men and go through not the same thing, but young men get the testosterone hit, we get very weird and stupid and moody and all that stuff. The problem is typically registered adults can feel that come on and realize like, hey, I'm probably being a little bit moody or grouchy. I have cortisol levels have gone up, whatever. His inability to break this cycle of F you, give me your supervisor, and going back and forth, it's because he can't get... Now, if he was just like roasting this cop and mad about it, it'd be different because he'd be a lot more in control. But he's stupid. Don't make fun of me, a boot over here. But I bet you he's experiencing like a 10 out of 10 in anxiety. But the way he expresses it is this way. Because notice he hasn't become assaultive yet. That's probably coming. But
I'm still leaning heavily on steroid use, which
I'm 1,000%
as MHMR.
That's what I'm saying. Is it's such a bad exposure to said testosterone it has permanently altered his brain chemistry to the point where it's CTE to a certain degree, right? I really think he's so far gone that this is now. Hey, Josh, decal. As opposed to decal.
I saw you stop.
I think he's MHMR, dog. This is kind of wild, but it's you're no longer talking to a rational being. You cannot reason with this guy. I bet you a supervisor comes and cannot reason with this person.
Then why didn't you stop then? Why didn't you fucking stop then?
At the traffic stop.
You're fucking scared.
Oh, dude, his neck's got like scarring.
That's what I mean.
You see that?
Sorry, I need your driver's license.
Fuck your mother. Go get your goddamn superior.
He's on his way.
Fuck your mother, bitch. Get out of my face. Fuck your mother, bitch. Get out of my face.
Registration, and your driver's
fuck you.
license,
Shut up. There it is. There's my fucking... No, fuck you. I ain't
I don't know
handing you
who
shit. Fuck you. I ain't handing you shit.
Sir, do you have insurance?
I ain't handing you shit.
Do you have insurance?
Back the fuck up.
I'm not backing up.
Back the fuck up off me.
Do you have insurance?
Yeah.
Can I see it, please?
No, not.
This is a lot of blading behavior. You're going past just verbally combative. These are very, very big pre-attack cues. Christian, though I'm not saying a taser is a terrible solution, he hasn't become assaultive yet. you really can't tase him unless you really plan on trying to take him into custody. And tasing him will finish pissing him off, and then you got to fight. And do you really feel like you're winning the fight against Mr. Roid Rage, CTE, Mr. Boy and his feelings here? Probably not. See, Emu gets it. That's what I'm saying. This is to the point of MHMR, because he's like you can't. There isn't a logical train. Because let's just say he hates cops, right? Because we saw it with the guy that they just shot there in Houston, right? Clearly not a reasonable, rational person, but post-shooting him, he listened to instructions, was able to get brought out, and he talked mad trash, right? And he's probably a little undereducated, probably a little bit ignorant, but there's a very clear line of thinking versus this is very cyclical and kind of wild.
Until you fucking get a superior.
He's on his way.
You ain't doing shit. I want a lawyer
If you
for
want
to
to
say
speed
another
this
fucking
process
thing.
up, I need to see your insurance.
Shut your fucking big mouth.
I need to
All right,
see
bitch, get back.
I'm not getting back. I need to see your insurance, please.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
Are you failing to provide
Fuck
your
you.
insurance?
You're failing to fucking follow the law, sir. This is illegal.
I already explained
This is fucking illegal what you're fucking doing. You back the fuck.
So also, if you've ever dealt with somebody that's really severely on the like autism spectrum, what they used to call Asperger's, which is apparently not a thing anymore. It's the same thing. It's like all of these are stemming behaviors. Like he's kind of complying, but not complying, and then doing all this stemming. Like it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck. Is all I'm saying. It's kind of weird, which should make you nervous as a police officer, because that means that this guy, not that he's gonna snap, but that he's really struggling to cope with that stress, and that means he might take it out. He might just run into traffic here in 2 seconds. That's all I'm saying.
Fuck up. You back the fuck up. I ain't backing the fuck up. I ain't backing the fuck up.
Back up.
You back the fuck up. Grab that shit, motherfucker.
I am not grabbing it. There's
yeah,
no
you little fucking punk.
Back
little
up.
fucking punk.
Sir,
fuck
up.
you.
Back up.
Fuck off of me. Get your fucking hands off me.
I need another unit here.
No, you're not.
He's just now asking for another unit?
Yeah. He kind of brought this on himself at this point. Like, what do you expect to do? What are you going to do? Fail to ID and try to arrest him by yourself? Super roided out dude, bro.
That's terrible tactics. It's Phoenix, too. It's a big-ass police department.
Mm-hmm.
Not gonna fucking arrest me.
Sir, back up. Back up.
You back the fuck up.
Back up.
You back
Dude,
the fuck
back
up.
up.
Your fucking hand
Stop.
off me.
You cannot touch me. Stop.
You should not fucking
Back
touch
up.
me.
I told you to back up.
Okay, you can't tell him to back up and then walk him down. That's you're eroding a lot of the I was in fear for my life stuff that you need for use of force stuff.
Dude, please,
Again?
please stop.
Again?
Please stop walking up on me.
I'm in my goddamn car.
Back up.
Nice. All right, come on, bitch.
So he took the slap like a man, and he squared up to fight this guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
For driving under the speed limit.
Mm-hmm.
It is what it is. It's whatever. We'll see.
Step it up. We're fighting.
Come on.
Escalated this to a felony.
Come on. Yeah. Come on. Come on with it. 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 Come on.
Oh, Axon, damn it. We're doing so well.
Oh, hell yes. I mean, shout out to him, but
hey, Phoenix has got some grown ass men showing up here. Okay. What should have been his first concern was that sidekick. That's a solid, like, this dude fights people, okay? Or at least trains a little bit. Mm-hmm. That was too clean of a sidekick. You see this a lot in Muay Thai. Karate does it, but karate tends to favor front kicks. They're better, in my opinion. But that little chopping sidekick, ugh. You get caught in the ribs with one of those, that'll take the steam right out of you. And it did, because notice he can't back up anymore. And, yeah, it's a bad time.
Sir, back up.
It's more of a hug than anything.
You shoot him?
I don't know. Didn't
Wait.
hear audio for it.
Sir, back up.
Oh yeah, I think he did.
Oh, I think he did shoot him.
And it immediately jammed from the looks of it.
Contact shot like that, it's a semi-auto. It'll jam. That's gonna happen. That's wild.
Everybody's coming out now that the fight's over. I see y'all. Cool, you got into an OIS over 10 miles under the speed limit. Good for you. You're a great cop. Definitely a credit to the force.
Okay, at half points, I think I can get this to 250, and we're fine.
Yeah. That's why I let you have half points.
God dang, dude.
This is going to go very poorly very fast.
That is more unethical than old boy taking 65-yard shots at mock Jesus. Like, what? The outcome's still poor. This guy's got likely a life-altering injury to the gut from taking a 9 milli. I don't know, man. Uvalde did a better job. At least they were showing up to a crime. Sorry. Oh my god.
Oh hey Abby, welcome to the worst part of stream.
I forgot, bro. I need to up the payments for vigilante status. I'm gonna make that a pay-only thing. Y'all are stressing me out, dog. These are some terrible OASs. That was assaultive resistance almost never equals deadly force. I understand that guy's big and roided up. You eventually had a second person coming to help you. I don't know, dog. That guy might get charged. And it might be totally justified. So I don't know if that was reasonable force.
I feel like Phoenix would be like, yeah, that seems right.
Probably, dude. I don't know, man. That's crazy.
I mean, that's basically what they did to that dude in the on the subway train or whatever, where he just was trying to get him off the thing, get him pissed off enough to fight you.
So Raira, what I'm getting at is, so his whole reason for contact is hinging on this idea that this guy was going 10 miles under the speed limit, right? That's the whole crux of this. I believe that charge gets kicked, truly, which means he didn't have a lawful stop, which means this is effectively a consensual encounter. But I'm going through all of this bullshit about how, hey, show me your ID, and I'm going to touch you, and I'm approaching the car. We're going to have to evaluate the totality of the circumstances per the Supreme Court and saying it's not the moment of the threat, it's how we got there. So if I do some bullshit traffic stop that I then choose to escalate, because like if let's say this, right? Officer stops him. Maybe it's kind of a semi-bullshit stop, right? But he realizes this guy is pretty pissed off and starts backing up to his patrol car. Roid rage guy runs him down and starts beating the hell out of him, and then he shoots him. I can see where the articulation of I was in fear for my life and this big old roided guy almost beat me to death, right? You have the argument, and a jury will look at that and say, sure, this guy's a total douchebag, right? But when you're saying back up, but continuing to walk this guy down to his car, of which he might have had every lawful authority to be in, because he wasn't
Also,
doing anything.
Your initial approach is not, hey,
Right.
I'm Officer so-and-so.
Right.
Phoenix Police Department, I stopped you for this.
Right.
And this, can I have your license and whatever. License and insurance.
So-
and it's instead, why the hell were you yelling at me saying blah,
Right.
blah, 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 blah. And then about 2 minutes in, you go, well, I stopped you for going 10 under.
Yeah.
After the dude asked you like 8 times why you stopped him.
And what's your
Very
what-
different.
Again, you're likely losing lawful authority on the stop, because I guarantee you that shit gets kicked.
I'm now thinking, if I'm on that jury, I'm like, did you just make up the 10 under?
Right. Because what's your documentation?
Because you were just pissed off that he was yelling something at you and you wanted to stop him for something?
That's kind of my beef, is like, unless he had a LiDAR that hit him, right? And he's like, hey, I got it measured here and I was prepared to issue the citation and all this kind of bullshit. Like, I don't know, dog. The reason for the stop is what's screwing this guy. Secondarily, if we're going to have to look at it from the totality of the circumstances, if I walk this guy down, shove him a couple of times while he's irritated, we go to fisticuffs, I then lose the fight and then choose to shoot him?
Mm-hmm.
So what about the first couple of swings were not a fear for, was I not in fear for my life? If this guy didn't have like teeth missing and like a cracked orbital bone or something, I don't buy it. Sure, you probably got some swell face from a couple punches or whatever, but like, unless you can articulate like the SBI was happening, he never took the guy to the ground. He was never choking him. He was never things that you could have easily. This guy puts his hands around your neck, shoot that guy. Then a doornail. Even with the bullshit stop. Because he loses qualified immunity, but he's likely cleared of the charge because he's like, well, the guy posed a deadly threat. He fucked around. He found out. Like, it's
also,
crazy.
At the time
important.
of shooting, you were separating from him because you had the assistance of somebody else.
Right.
Who was now also your backstop.
Right. That's kind of what I'm getting at. So, though, Raira, I totally get where you're coming from. Bucks. I just scrolled up and saw it. Maybe I don't go back. Now, conversely, and this is really where the 30 for 30 discussion kind of kicks in, is if this is a 110-pound female, that's way easier to articulate. There's the disparity in force applied. I could let Ronda Rousey punch me in the face. That's a dangerous, scary lady, right? Or Holly Holmes, but I got 90 pounds on them. It's going to hurt. Probably going to give me a black eye, but the likelihood that now if she has to then stand there and I'll get to punch her back, who's going to win that exchange? It's physics, right? It's not because I'm badass. It's just I'm bigger than she is. If I let Andre the Giant punch me in the face and I get to punch him, physics still applies, right? My little marshmallow fist is going to cutely punch his cheek in, and this guy's probably going to knock my head off like a golf ball. So at that I can kind of see, right? Now, conversely, Grim, shut up. Anyways, Holly mentioned yes. What?
You mentioned Holly. What's her face?
Holly Holmes. Yeah.
Holly Holmes. There you go.
Holly Holmes's punch would hurt worse. I will say that. But Holly Holmes does go pretty hard.
I will not volunteer for those fights.
Yeah, that'd suck. Even from Ronda Rousey,
even for the 5K, I'll take the cops though.
Yeah, I take the fight with the cops. Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, all day long. After this, dude,
yeah, I was about to say all day long. And also, it kind of brings it back to my original point with them. What if they pulled that guy? What if that was the guy at the library, ripping up books, and that had gone very differently? They're likely dead, or he's dead. One of two.
February 27th, 2024, officers with the Lathrop Police...
For 50K, Django will. I don't know how you say 30 and a 40 with a straight face. Frag, I'm with you, dog. But anyways, yeah. The preservation of life is the most sacred thing that I think you're tasked with, and that applies to everybody. It doesn't matter if they're nice. It doesn't matter if they're nice to you. Like, you were supposed to rise up. And that should be the expectation. Was the guy a douchebag? Yes. Of all the people this could have happened to, sure. It happened to be the roided up douchebag. But his life is just as valuable as anybody else's. And prior to that that officer making contact with him, he wasn't messing with anybody else. Mr. Bus gets run. Rowdy with Rod. Don't Google that.
Police Department were dispatched to the 200 block of Shadywood Avenue after a woman called 911.
911. What's the location of your emergency?
I'm actually calling for a friend. I'm down the street from her house.
She lives on Shady Wood. Her and her daughter are there. They're in danger. This guy, he's threatening to kill her. He almost did try to kill her last night, she said, and I'm just really worried, and I don't know what to do.
I'm going to let my officers know and have them head out there.
Upon arrival, officers encountered 2 distraught women in the driveway, arguing with a man they referred to as Yawn. They tried.
Yawn, spelled J-U-A-N. Yawn. Are you typing one?
Yes.
What are you typing?
They're calling me out for being mad about my ticket still.
Still in his feelings. I'd be mad too.
Because I said it's a stupid thing to enforce, like enforcing 7 over at 2 a.m.
To be fair, Shannon has to wake up every day in Ohio.
That's true. You know what? It could be worse. It could be so much worse.
No, but for real though, Shannon, if you're in the Cleveland area, we'll go say hi. Oh, and Bill will be there. You might get a 2-for-1 there.
Tried speaking with the suspect, but Valdez ignored commands and abruptly backed a gold
He's playing
Nissan
with
Versa
something.
out of the driveway.
Why are you guys running from John?
Psychotic. He needs help.
Here, come back here.
He tried to kill me last night.
Here, come back here. Let me talk to this guy. Hey, does John have any weapons right now?
Well, yeah, there's probably knives and stuff in the house.
Does John carry a gun? Hey,
why does it keep saying Juan when he's saying John?
So the narrator said the same thing, but I think this is racism. I'm in the Cleveland area. Well, Shannon, we'll high five. We'll take a selfie.
I think this is media trying to make Hispanics look like criminals is what I'm seeing.
Yeah, 1,000%. How did they get the pizza emoji?
Oh, that's one of ours. That's our morale emoji. That's our custom morale emoji. Yeah.
I love it. I'm jealous.
Yeah, that's when we need morale.
Oh, and to be fair, that's the closest I'll be to Canada. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, my whole life. One of these days I'll go visit, but for now.
You get sent, like, shooting in Vermont or something.
Yeah, that's true. I guess
Shoot some apples.
Shoot some apples. But yeah, Cleveland will be, I don't remember the hotel. I think the hotel nobody. It's like Australia before it became a state, or a country.
Except, was it LeBron when he did the choice? Did he pick Cleveland that time?
No, he picked.
See, even he.
Yeah, he went down. He's like, I'm gonna take my talents to South Beach.
Yep.
For the choice.
When given the choice,
even LeBron
anywhere else.
That's dirty. Oh, that's so funny. Oh man, that's funny.
John, what's going on right now?
If this guy's brown, I'm gonna be mad for you.
Hey, Tino, stop that car if he takes off.
Wait, 13, clear copy 20.
Somebody's got to stay with the victims, dog. What are we doing? Get an offense. We don't know what the offense is. Somebody interview somebody.
They said he stabbed him. Last
night. We take Canada. Australia's going to be 52. I don't know what we get out of Australia.
I don't either.
I would take New Zealand.
More spiders? New Zealand would be great.
I'd take New Zealand. But there's some strategic value there. But Australia's... If Texas didn't have oil, I don't know that we'd have Texas, to be honest.
I still think we should have just done the North American Union. Like, they got the EU, and you just do Mexico, Canada,
Dog, you know
the US,
how
and
powerful
like
that would be?
It would be the undisputed...
Oh, by a mile. By a mile. Yeah. It would be Britannia.
90% of the way there. Yeah. And we're just like, no. We're up in our fields, but freaking walls and shit.
But I'd have cheaper organic maple syrup. That's all I care about. And a good hockey
It'd be
team.
So easy, dude. I'd work remote half the year down in Mexico.
Bro.
Because weather would be a little nicer.
Summers in Canada?
I'm saying.
And winters in Mexico.
Bro, I'd even take the freaking just the drier heat.
Yeah.
Of Chihuahua and visit my family, hang out, go up to Creole where it's up in the mountains, nice and chilly. It's like
nothing is good
for
Texas. Damn right. Dude, I'd take away Buc-ee's, the economy, and oil. Ain't shit good about Texas. The food's good, but we got that from Mexico.
The fact that we're like relatively recession-proof, which is about our
That's
biggest...
about it, dude. I remember laughing. I was talking to a buddy of mine that was up in the Midwest. Like he's like in my circle of gun writers. And he was like, yeah, dude, 2020 was so hard. Like everything got crazy expensive. And I was like, I mean, eggs got a little more expensive. Gas got they were like, yeah, like I remember gas getting to being like $15 a gallon. And I was like, bro,
dude, I remember gas being more expensive in the Bush years. I was like, oh.
But you know what I mean? Like they were kind of, they were chuckling, they were complaining about it. But I was like, yeah, it's just different here. Like we have local everything if you really want it. It's different. And it's purely just because the money's here. Like obviously oil brought in a lot of money and we're in a convenient
well, I mean, you
place
got the convenience of like it being on the border.
Yep.
And like, so you got very easy imports for stuff.
On the border,
on the ocean.
We're on the ocean. And we have 4 or 5 different international highways that run through us, and we're Central Standard Time. So like literally anything and everything can go through it. Probably 2 of the biggest airports here. Anyways,
but you get in between the cities and ain't nothing there.
Ain't shit there. Like less than nothing, bro. Texas, 90% of Texas is a big waste of time. The other 10% is kind of rad.
And to get to the other parts of Texas that are worth it, you have to drive through that waste of time.
Hours. And you randomly get baseball-sized hail or tornadoes or hurricanes or sometimes earthquakes, depending on how much we frack.
But the branding is sick, dude.
Dude, we crush on branding, baby.
The flag is awesome. Culture's cool.
We're pretty cool. It is hot.
The people are friendly.
We have all 4 seasons. We just have asymmetrical application.
Literally, we had them in a day the other day. Like there was it was like beginning of June or late May when freaking the entirety of Austin was buried in like a foot of hail.
Dude, that was wild.
And then it was just sunny that afternoon.
Dude, I took softball size hail to my roof.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was funny because while you were sending me that, it was fully sunny. I think I sent you a picture out my window where it was like fully sunny, and I'm like, I am an hour away from you, and this is bright sun.
Anyways.
And I never got the hail. I don't think we got rain.
Bro, Texas. We don't ask it to make sense.
No.
589. It's a gold-colored Nissan Versa. It's going to be the
quite
what's the DOT?
Terrible.
We are going.
I'll be in South Jasper.
Hail is absolutely a season. What are you talking about? You haven't seen hail if you don't think hail is a season.
At this point, officers approached again. They pointed their weapons at the vehicle, demanding Valdez turn it off and step out. But once again, he refused, accelerated, and fled the scene.
He left the scene. There's no fleeing the scene in a Nissan Sentra or whatever the hell this is. Flight requires speed.
Wonder if he's Colombian. Juan Valdez was the coffee. He's it's like a little like a brand of, it's like the Aunt Jemima but of Colombian coffee basically. Right. Like he's the brand. That's funny.
Bro, what's wild is the biggest accusation that could be made is Ted Cruz. I'll take it. Yeah. We're not doing too bad. There's no like Flint, Michigan for Texas. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like
Cruz is Canadian also. So
see, there it is.
And his real name was
oh, did he pull a Beto?
Like Raphael.
And he just like
he changed it to Ted.
He ungentrified himself.
No, he fully gentrified himself.
Oh man, I'll never forget that. I remember thinking, old Beto, whatever his name is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought that was a nickname.
When I was like, that tracks, that kind of makes sense, or whatever it was, and I thought, I mean, he's here, he's local, whatever. And then I was like, man, this guy's like Irish. This doesn't count. Get the fuck out of here.
He's Robert Francis. Which, to be fair, like we got Irish in Mexico.
Oh, I'm not saying
we got Canelo.
Right.
But yeah,
but I got salty.
Like, you can't be messing with him about having a nickname when you're Ted Cruz.
Right. Bunch of posers.
John, turn the fucking car off.
Oh, officer present.
Turn the fucking car off now. Hey, Tino, I'm gonna get your 40. Turn the fucking car off now.
Where's this?
Last drop, I think.
Bro, he's like, oh, we got lethal cover with just a handgun and a red dot. He's like, you know what? I'm going to get your less lethals. I'm going to be productive. We already have lethal coverage. Look at these guys. High speed, low drag. I'm tracking. Is this Ohio? Was this Ohio?
I don't know.
I'm giving them compliments, unfortunately, but if it is, but shout out to them. They're crushing.
Now!
Hey, where's your 40, dude? Turn your car off. There's a verbal turn your car off. The X in the mail half.
Turn the fucking car off now!
The California tag.
We're taking off again.
One of those neighborhoods where they build all their houses on top of each other. These guys are damn
Yeah.
near sharing a driveway. This might as well be a duplex with how close these houses are.
They might be like quadplex or something.
No, look, they're separated. It's just like
Well, sometimes they've got like a front and
westbound
back unit. That's how they kind of split
That's
it.
fair.
I don't think this
Northbound Haven Way. Choke last night. Then we're going to be going westbound on Castlewood. Speed's 15.
Pit him.
Westbound Stonebridge, no pedestrian traffic. Road is dry and clear.
Pull over!
Copy westbound Stonebridge.
034, one's going to be 273.5 and...
That makes sense. Nobody would immigrate to move to Ohio.
Do what?
Said it's in California because it makes sense. Nobody would immigrate to move to Ohio.
I see. Oh, I need food suggestions. Shannon, where are you?
Corn. That's all you got.
Stop. No. I need some food suggestions while I'm there. I got per diem to burn.
Dublin Dr. Pepper.
Wait, let's talk about the SOC.
As opposed to high fructose corn syrup, and it's the original Dublin or the original Dr. Pepper formula before they got.
We're talking about Dr. Pepper.
Mm-hmm. Abby was asking what Dublin Dr. Pepper is.
What is Dublin Dr. Pepper?
Oh, you don't know? It's like the Mexican Coke of Dr. Pepper.
Oh, no shit.
It's just like the original formula with cane sugar, and they're allowed to make it because of some weird deal that they had with when Dr. Pepper took over the brand and became like Dr. Pepper. They just rebranded to Dublin Dr. Pepper and kept making it in their original factory.
No,
I was actually going to do some brand work with them a few years back, but they couldn't get the money. They had a hard time getting distribution because literally the deal is they cannot be in the same truck as like any regular Dr. Pepper products. So they have a really hard time getting logistics out to like stores because almost every store is carrying Dr. Pepper.
Shannon, yes.
Or a Snapple product.
I will allow the vigilantes to know where I'm staying, but I'm not going to tell the internet where I'm staying for 4 days. I am bringing a gun, though, so I'm not that worried about it.
Look for the Best Western. You'll find him.
Never meant to. She thought about it. She's like, never mind. Don't tell anybody.
See if they have any units.
Fit this forward. Now, we still don't know what offense we got, though, because nobody asked any questions. That's my only beef.
They had a spontaneous utterance of "he stabbed us."
Bro, Zolo Hobo. All the protests going on. Ooh, burp. You think this will affect retention and hiring rates of officers? Yes and no. Yes, because I think the people that were there, I was part of the burnout group for 2020, right? I got into a very hard to get into department where the pay was way higher than everywhere else. And I was one of the few people that was privileged enough to get there. And I could have worked anywhere. And I was like, deuces, I'm going to go work where I get to go get paid to shoot guns for a living and stuff like that, right? I was an employable person. Conversely, when these were the riots surrounding Michael Brown, Freddie Gray, and people like that back in the day when the Dallas 5 happened back in 2015. I was very much on the fence. Law enforcement was on my radar, but I was really convinced I was going to go to officer school in the military because I was in my mid-20s in great shape, and I just got my bachelor's degree, and I was bored and also depressed. And that was the sad part of my life. And then I met my wife, which was great. But then I was like, well, damn it, I got to do something. And right around that time, the Dallas 5 incident had happened, which actually took place during a protest. And that actually motivated me want to become a police officer. And it actually pushed me down that road. Like literally within months, I had pretty much dedicated. I started working out specifically for that. I started catering what I was doing towards that. So I think the right people will get motivated when they see it, because I think they'll realize the secondary issues with protesting like that. And it's not protesting, there's the rioting. Protesting is a God-protected thing here in America. You should be allowed to protest. The First Amendment's there for a reason. And ironically, the Second Amendment is there to make sure people can do it. And so there is an idle threat against the government, that includes police, that if you start to trample on some of these other rights, that they have every right to it. You see like rocks getting thrown and stuff like that. If they're doing regular protest and getting stomped on by the government, there should be some pushback there. The problem becomes when it turns into a riot. Now you're burning down innocent businesses, you're looting, you're damaging innocent people's cars. Worse, when you're damaging government property, like stuff you're going to have to pay for anyways. Like, you're not hurting the government, you're hurting yourself, because all they're going to do is raise your taxes the next year. That I could see, like, it was a big reason why, like, I saw that and I realized that, like, there were people that were not going to do it because they were scared of it, and it drove me to want to do it. And I think the right people will join for those reasons in hard times. I think the wrong people join when it's a financial thing. Yes.
Well, I was going to say, conversely, sometimes the wrong people are also motivated to join.
Oh, sure.
As a response to be like, well, I want to fuck those protesters up.
Yeah, I think there's a political side to it where you're anti-protest. You're not anti-riot. You're anti-protest, because the protest
or you're just
right.
like
pro-violence.
You have this right. You're really just like the same way that throwing rocks at cop cars is like an anger response to something you're seeing going into this to like try and like, it's like that people are like, well, I'm gonna go drive my car into a protester, right? Like that same kind of reaction can lead you to
Marino Gaming. Good night, brother.
Good night, Marino.
Yeah, I because like I'm not a naturally like violent person. I might like violent video games from time to time, but like I'm a pretty like soft teddy bear kind of human being. I rescue cats, for God's sake. But I think there's the people that are going to want to serve, and there's the people that crave violence. And there's you can see it in the law enforcement.
I think anything that has a high emotional pitch can be a very powerful motivating factor for people in one way or another. It'll push you one way or one direction or another, probably a direction you were already heading.
Yeah.
And so.
And I think what sucks too is it's become such a political thing. That if you're joining for one reason or the other, it's very bad reasons, especially if it's politically motivated decision in your life. You're either going to be a tyrant or worse, like a murderer, right? Or something crazy like that. Or you're, I don't know. I have issue. Or you're a tyrant just in a different place in a different state. Like, I don't know. It's a weird deal. It's not for everybody.
Oh, there we go. Oh, come on.
You could have ended it there.
Yep. What is he driving? Is it a Sentra? Is it an Altima? What is it? I haven't been paying enough attention. That
looks like a Yaris or a Sentra. This Toyota would be the Yaris. This is a Nissan, so it'd be a Sentra, I think. Yeah.
I thought it was Sentra.
It's got to be a Sentra.
So, Frag, in Central Texas, you can still get the original Dr. Pepper. I just looked it up. So, Dublin Bottling Works is still around, but they can't make Dr. Pepper anymore. They can't make the Dublin Dr. Pepper. Regular Dr. Pepper still makes it, but only in Central Texas, apparently. So, you want to try it, that's where you got to go. Down to like the original Dr. Pepper town, where he got his doctorate.
Stop. Shut up.
Med school.
Just tried to use 245 boy 13 with this vehicle.
That is a crooked driving car now. Golly. I know what's wrong with it. Ain't got enough gas.
Hey, for him, we'll take whatever agency can assist.
Yeah, looks like his vehicle partially disabled the alignment. We're going to be continuing southbound 5.
Looks like we're passing Lathrop now, so we're heading towards Louise, I-5 South.
During the high-speed chase, one of the Nissan's tires blew out. Valdez bailed out of the...
Oh, we've seen this one. I didn't realize this is what was, leading up to this. It's a Versa. There you go. We have seen this one before.
We have?
Disabled car and immediately attempted to carjack another vehicle on the interstate.
We have.
We're 13, his tires coming apart.
Across towards the median, trying to carjack somebody.
I copy. He's booked in a lane and there's units covering once the DMV.
I'll tell you what, this guy had an opportunity to be a hero.
He's trying to carjack a victim vehicle, holding on.
Are you trying to carjack him?
God, dude, the boop is. I still forgot how impressed I was with this whole thing.
This vehicle is the description.
Hey, you're gonna get fucking shit, dude! Hey, you're gonna get fucking shit! Ground! Get on the fucking ground! Don't fucking move! Don't fucking move! Ah, bro, move up! Move forward!
Yes,
sir!
I'll tell you what, try that in Houston. You'd have jumped on the side of that
apparently
Nissan?
You can, and they'll just shoot at you from 80 yards away.
That's true.
Miss.
I tell you what, that dude's forehead would have taken a 45 if he was hanging off of my car. I'd finished rolling down the window. I'm not breaking my window for this. Come on now. I'd have prayed for him though before I did it.
I-5 south, just south. Woo! Yeah, I'm gonna get the iPad. Yeah. You got gloves? I got small ones. Ready to breathe, brother. You alright?
He was transported to a hospital and treated.
Like, whoa, what's going on?
Ron Bindell says he first heard the siren Saturday afternoon, saw 4 police cars, and then heard his next-door neighbors arguing.
He stopped, and he said, it wasn't me, but that was after. She said, you tried to kill me. And that's not me.
Bindell says the officer asked Valdez to turn off his car, but he refused.
He didn't do it. At that point, they actually had their guns pointed at him.
Bindell says his neighbor drove off a few minutes later, leading officers to the 5 freeway south of Lathrop Avenue.
The suspect's vehicle was disabled, and he got out and attempted to carjack an uninvolved motorist, at which point one of our officers shot the suspect.
We have one in cuffs. We're entering gate. He's secure.
Lathrop police say due to the
scene secure. God bless him.
Investigation, they aren't releasing any details about the shooting, such as why the officer fired their gun, how many times, and if Valdez had a weapon. Lieutenant Shea says they train for these types of volatile situations.
It's the call that you hope you never get, but you know you have to be prepared for it.
Now neighbors wonder how it all escalated so quickly.
Hopefully gets the help he needs.
Neighbors tell me there have been other incidents at that home involving police calls. Now, as for the suspect, Juan Valdez, he is in critical condition at a local hospital, but he is expected to survive. Reporting live in Lathrop, Michelle Banjor, KCRA 3 News. Just so scary.
Huh. I guess we'll just never know what the offense was.
Yeah.
I mean,
arguments.
I'll give him 10. I just don't know what the detention was for outside of fleeing, I guess. You got a good argument. Past 100 years in Germany. The whole history. I tell you what, Texas is an interesting space. I think that if you think about pre-independence Texas, I don't know, was a great place. Post-independence Texas probably wasn't that much better. Just different people. Then we got included into the union, and I don't know if that was much better. I don't know. We're a controversial place, but it's our place. We're kind of like New Yorkers, but have a good reason to be proud, as opposed to just like seeing past the problems, because we definitely have our issues, for sure. especially historically speaking, but it is what it is.
Out of the car right now, Dustin! Turn the vehicle off!
Kill me. The way he said it. I shouldn't chuckle at that.
Turn it off! No! Dustin, turn it off! Dustin! Listen to me. How many kids you got? It doesn't matter. No, it doesn't. No, don't. You don't want you to get hurt. Get out of the vehicle now. You can't let you drive.
I'm not driving. He's gonna pull it over there. I'm not driving. You guys have a wrong thing.
Turn off the vehicle.
It's not in drive.
It's literally driving right now.
Oof. It was a domestic dispute. Of course it was. Dumb.
Shots fired.
I don't know about it, those last couple. That was... Ohio half points. What the...
19's coming out to Maple, right into OSB, hold on.
Coming out Maple.
North on Maple.
North on Maple.
Speeds are 40. Going on to westbound.
40 miles per hour westbound.
He rolled it or what?
Speeds are 50. He's got a flat front right tire.
That truck's really struggling.
19, we're going to bypass Northwest Parkway, continue westbound on 33.
30 mile an hour. 19. Parkway westbound.
Cutting across the median.
Stop.
Tried to.
Get on the ground! Get on the ground!
Well, he had a gun. That'll do it.
Get on the ground!
That's the gun, yeah.
Cut across the median. Stop.
So what caused the initial shooting?
It's literally driving right now.
Oh, she went to tase the guy.
Oh.
And he shot at her.
And he
oh
went
my
pew pew.
God.
Yikes.
No idea why she went up to tase a full
I don't know.
truck.
Why would you tase inside a car?
Oh, this chick's so lucky to be alive. Yeah, this is her trying to tase him. Why is this guy holding lethal like this? This is super stupid. Oof. There was a spark that kicked off of there. That's a ricochet. Oh. That's spicy meatball.
Shots fired.
I guess it makes sense why they shot at him. Those are pretty sketchy shots. They're less unacceptable than a 60-yarder because this is probably like, this is probably like a 20-yard shot. This is doable with a handgun. They're both flat-footed. They're not running. This guy's stupid flicker flashlight. That's why you turn this feature off. I hate strobe on a weapon-mounted light. On a rifle, I could maybe bless it, but on a pistol, like, not in a professional capacity. You just see what the hell. Did we lose anything? I don't think we did. I'll give 5, I guess, for courage. It's probably stupidity. She should not have tried to tase that guy. That was stupid. She's only alive because he sucks at shooting. Missed a point-blank shot on an officer's face. Oy. I think the lag should be done. I disconnected for a second.
Oh, really? I didn't see it. Oh, I guess they saw it.
Was he thinking or was it paused? Buffering. Yeah, you're going to have to refresh probably, homies. Last 4. These should all be shorts. They're all OASs. Did the Apple Watch get counted? Yes, it did indeed.
Oy. This Orange County OC. Serving a search warrant at a home.
Okay.
In Orlando.
New Supreme Court case just dropped unanimously. You can be sued if you serve a search warrant on the wrong house. So read the report and the warrant and make sure it's for the right place. There's no more qualified immunity for that.
Should be short, you funny.
Savory, step off my nuts.
Orange County in Florida. Lame. I was hoping this was going to be the OC.
Right.
What you say? Oh, they got the rook.
They do indeed.
Not using the rook. What a waste.
Police with a search warrant, open the door now. Police with a search warrant, open the door now. With a search warrant, open the door now. Police, hands up.
That first person in that door is having a bad time, man. I tell you what. I've only done it a few times, and not with all this cool guy stuff. I did it with a handgun like an idiot. Well, there's a few times I did it with a rifle, but that is a not great feeling. I don't care how cool you are. That is a... Hopefully I don't take buckshot on the way in here. Because you're the one that gets to find out. Everybody else gets to be the hero.
Put on your side. I'm with you. Bravo, push left. Right. On your reach, we're up. Hands up. Push in. Take the room. Go with your head up. Lift your head.
What a use of force. What did he see, I wonder?
Reaching behind the bedroom door where a rifle was located.
Oh, we get his perspective.
Hands up. Take the room.
Probably just saved his own life there. A rifle fight in a close quarter situation like that, people die. Ooh.
Was the justification just the furtive movement of reaching behind the door?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because, like, you wouldn't have been able to see the rifle.
Oh, furtive movement's enough.
Yeah.
I mean, in these situations, like, oof. It's an Anderson. It's complete. There is no sighting system per the usual on these stupid things. I give him a, like a 5.5 out of 10. This is not horrible. Maybe a 6. If he'd have had an optic, I'd have given him like a 7. That's going to be kosher. I mean, a furtive movement like that, when you know there's likely firearms in the area, they did the announcement, they forced entry, he knew he was dealing with the cops, he made a furtive move, tried to conceal himself first, then made a furtive movement. That's how it's going to be articulated. And he was right. He wasn't reaching for nothing, you know. That's pretty clean, to be honest.
As I would have liked to have seen them use the Rook, because I think the Rook is cool.
Frag, as far as the way law enforcement does room clearing, one, we're not the subject matter experts in it. I think that's pretty certified, right? But and this is a SWAT team, so this is all they do, right? They're room clearing experts on the civilian side of the fence, right? We tend to be slow and deliberate because we're searching. And then the use of force decisions kind of happen a little bit slower because, again, could have just an innocent person hanging out, right? We currently, the current meta in most places that you do slow and deliberate on purpose. You're not trying to do a dynamic room entry. It's not hostage rescue, right? If it's hostage rescue, it's different. You're just blowing the doors off of it and running. But that seemed about reasonable. I don't think it did anything wrong. Suspect, points for bad suicide, I guess. And then
I just think the easiest way to clear the room is to get rid of the room, and that's where the Rook really helps.
That wasn't bad. I mean, the guy made a gut decision there on the furtive movement, and he was right. And results matter, and hopefully, I guess you can check real quick. Hold on. The guy make it? Let's see.
I mean, I doubt it. No, he died in the hospital.
Wow, you don't say, Doug.
Yeah.
He took like 5 rifle rounds. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah. That's unfortunate. Wrong points? Did I take what I should have given? No, I gave
Oh,
points.
it was sheriff. No, it was county.
Oh.
Sheriff deputaz.
Damn. I played myself. So it's 105. That's what I gave him.
Sheriff deputers.
Sheriff deputers. Thank you, John C., for holding me accountable. We believe in transparency here. Oh, Big Sarge. Let's go. This is Canada? Chicago.
Something.
It's like, what the hell is this flag?
Okay, so
Hey, Mr. Wright. Hurry up, bro.
Not a fan of having my face in the doorway like this. When the door gets kicked open or swung open pretty violently, it's a good way to get knocked out. Also, if bullets happen to fly in this direction, I want to be on the pillar. That's the most amount of wood I can have between my face and the inside of that thing, if you know what I'm saying.
Clip it.
That's 5 hours and 36 minutes. It's not a maple leaf. Chill. It's all the same after you go north of the Red River for me.
I want to have a conversation with you, Mr. Wright. This is Sergeant Velez. What? Let's have a conversation, sir. I ain't got no conversation with nobody. What's going on? Ain't nothing going on. I'm watching TV. Okay, but what happened earlier tonight?
John.
Earlier tonight, this dude right here next door. I know the street when the streets get real fast and like trying to eat your soul. This dude right here put on some teeth, and everybody in this building put on some teeth. Oh, everything I love, as long as 2 people in with dicks, and they was trying to eat our motherfucking souls. They from Las Vegas.
So based on their collective look of, I'm not going to say apathy. It's probably not the right word, but exhaustion. It's probably used to this type of call, so they're probably pretty annoyed. The only downside is when you get annoyed, you get complacent. This chick's position I have no beef with. This guy's I've already kind of discussed. The guy standing here just looking at the door is in a pretty compromised situation. He can't really help very much unless this door just swings wide open. In that case, he's got to decide whether this guy's going to cut him off if this turns into a deadly force scenario. So maybe put some gloves on, maybe get ready for a fight. I don't know. We'll see.
Okay. Well, can you come out and talk to us? No. Just leave. We're not
100% the here we go again face.
We cannot leave.
There's a lot of cops here. Oh, she's got a taser. Okay. We're doing an arrest plan. Shout out to Chicago. They're trying here. Got a key to open the door. I'm pumped here. Let's go.
Also, shout out for being a cop opening the door and not like the 15-year-old that lives at the house.
No kidding. Mr. Bust enjoys having wood in front of his face. I do. When it comes to door frames.
Josh is fed confirmed.
Almost done. Sarge out. Pull Big Sarge out.
1448.
Big Sarge is in shock.
Okay. Yeah, I'm good.
Shout out to being above the stereotype.
Supposedly we have lag, but I'm not seeing it.
Do we? Refresh your thing. I don't have it on my side.
I didn't see it. I had 0 lag.
Thought it was my interwebs. I blame y'all.
Yeah.
Yes. If you got a super chat in there, I probably read it. Without pre-reading it.
Put your hand on it. 320 out here.
Let's handcuff this fool. Let's handcuff this fool. Medical? Nothing? Let's just stare at the body. She's like, I didn't do shit. Agreed.
Yeah.
You can leave. You need to leave. I've counted 1 Apple Watch so far. Wait, what? Oh, this is before it happened.
That's fucking
Shout out to that guy. Absolute hero.
Shout out to Taser for doing nothing.
Oh, we take points max on. Taser deployment unsuccessful 2 times. So, they had an arrest plan. This guy kind of put him in a tough spot. They did do the less lethal option as just like they had lethal cover, so I thought that was appropriate. You're trying to give this guy the best opportunity to survive. It's just the outcome was poor. The taser let him down twice, as it would, but deadly force was swift, and I think probably saved that officer's life. Yeah, the guy didn't make it.
So police said Harding had suffered stab wounds to the neck and arms. That's our big Sarge in the front.
Ooh.
Yeah. Hansy DeWitt here said, who is Hansy DeWitt? I know is that Schmang? Is it Django?
No, that's Django.
Okay. Yeah. He's saying at no point in this entire video is the suspect handcuffed or is medical provided.
I'm going to only give them 10 points for that alone, because that's wild to me that they don't at least provide current honestly, in Texas, weirdly enough, you get prosecuted for not providing medical. Even if the guy tried to kill you. Once you try to kill him back, you owe him medical treatment. It's kind of wild. Even if all the medical treatment is recovery position, that's medical attempt, right? Maybe that's all you got. Yeah. Josh, Mr. Fed, next stream, could our light goal be more attainable? More attainable, dog! I have no. Absolutely.
You have it at like 169. We don't even hit 169.
Yeah. There's an FEL. I don't feel bad at all.
Literally are not.
You know what? Since he super chatted it here.
This is
I'll make it.
We're talking about when you should switch
it
from
140.
A protest to a riot. This is that line.
This is that line
right here,
right there.
When your oppressive Fed boy does not.
Yep. Does not lower the light goal.
Yeah, does not reasonably respond to peaceful requests.
Stupid.
A riot is advised.
Josh,
drop some rocks in chat.
Give us points. DeForce. That's fine. I'll give you guys. You guys are hanging in there. It was a long stream. I'm getting caught up on everything. Last two. This is you guys are about to get damn near the 6-hour mark here for me. Shout out to Muller.
580.
580.
Yeah, on your 54 subject, I got him down here, Hermitage Avenue, Middleton. If you'll start me a central car. Male white hat, khaki or camo shorts, black shirt, handgun in his left hand, just tucked it.
I've got 3 units that are en route. They were originally en route to Hermitage and Driftwood, Hermitage and Middleton.
That's correct. We're going to be central, just in front of the U.S. Community Credit Union.
I'll be honest, I'm already out of the holster. He's out of the holster, I'm out of the holster. I think a tactical boop would probably do you the most good here if this guy decides to be weird. I am waiting for a second unit if I can get one. And I'm probably doing this from the bullhorn while I'm still in drive. But this is a pretty sussy call here. One, he's a pedestrian in the roadway who's walking the wrong direction. If you're going to do this, you have to go, I guess this is a one-way. So there's no other way to go if you want to go that direction. But you're supposed to walk against the... Oh, there's a sidewalk provided right here. Get out of here.
Jaywalking.
Yeah, that or pedestrian road, one of two.
I'll keep mine en route just in case they don't have anyone central.
Okay, you get 3 points for each.
Large, are you just keeping eyes on, or are you going to make contact?
Just got eyes on for a moment.
So this is considered brandishing, which is a little different than open carry. So oftentimes open carry is going to be considered like slinging a rifle, like either in front of you or behind you, but you don't have your hands on it. Or you have a holstered pistol that's like outside the waistband, which would be considered openly carrying a firearm. Holding it in a manner that could be easily like deployed is considered brandishing. You got an offense already, to be honest, and that's even in a constitutional carry state.
Too poor to buy a holster.
You still have to.
And you're just punishing him for being poor, Josh.
Nope, too bad. Sucks to suck. You can afford the gun, but you can't afford the holster. Straight to jail.
Yeah, I spent all my money on the gun.
No, that's a you problem. It's unreasonable to expect the public to not feel threatened by somebody walking around with a gun in their hand.
Hey, facts over feelings, Josh.
Right. Clearly.
See, Sarah gets it. Can buy a car but can't afford the insurance. That's right.
Yeah, go ahead and step up.
Yeah, go code. I would have asked for them code right. He could be smoking this lady right now, dude. I'm not. Unless you're ready to handle up, old timer. Like, better be ready to F around and find out.
Dispatch the other units that were en route. You can step up also. It's going to be 580 has eyes on him at Hermitage and Middleton.
Sir! 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 Metro Police, put the gun down!
Copy.
Sir! Metro Police, put the gun down!
You're not taking that shot. You're not that guy. Unless you got a rifle. Boop him. Give him a good boop. He's like, I'm just enjoying a succulent Chinese meal. What crime have I committed? Well, he's no longer jaywalking. He found the sidewalk. Shout out to him.
So he's fine. Free to go.
Metro Police, put the gun down!
That's good. She's the bullhorn.
That's what I was saying.
Use the PA, dog. The public announcement system. There it is.
Put the gun down.
There it is.
Put the gun down. Stop.
There it is.
Put the gun down.
Here it is.
Put the gun down. Put the gun down.
Come on. So, reason I'm saying, I'm talking safety selector down, starting to put pressure on a trigger. So the problem with his demeanor, he's not responding to any of my commands, right? I have brandishing. At the very minimum, probably something like deadly conduct here. I had the other offenses where I had illegal detention beforehand. But it's the manner of how it's being carried, the potential risk to public life. Now, I'm not saying smoke this fool right now, right? But he's turning to you. He's making gestures to you, acknowledging that you're there and not doing anything about the gun in his hand. We're leaning towards deadly force, to be honest. I wouldn't have been mad if he had taken a shot there.
Moment.
But I'm still of the mind that a tactical boop is the best way to take him in alive. You might fuck him up a little bit, but that's better than shooting him. But yeah, give him a boop. Right there, right in the intersection. Just boop.
580, 29, you're 20.
Harmony Avenue, Middleton Street.
Did he tuck it?
Copy. Go ahead.
Now you can't boop him.
Code 1 injuries. 47 refused.
Copy. Hold on. I'm going to give one do not receive back to 3865 starting now just 10206. 0857. Hi, you're on the test. Bank purchase. This has been notified.
10-4 is walking towards Lee.
I'm sorry, sir. You have a lot of background.
10-4 is walking towards Lee.
Copy.
Right there.
Hold the air until we get somebody with him.
Copy. All units hold the air. 0888.
Yeah, you should have called the channel a long time ago when he's dealing with an armed person in the street. I hate you people. Where's dispatch? Should have given him the air a long time ago. So stupid. Sorry. Oh,
he doesn't need the air. He's not doing anything.
To be fair, you're right, but he should be. I'll make it 69. The GTA NPC vibes. Good night, Bill.
Stop. Go back. Go.
It's a different dude?
Yeah, he's trying to get this guy out of the way.
Yeah, and boop him too. Oh, you think he was bringing extra coffee to the guy with the gun?
Yeah, he figured it out.
Drop the gun!
Oh, how is he not dead?
Now, there's a small chance this is a fake gun, just given how big the profile is, but...
Do you take the risk?
1,000% no. You set an incredibly dangerous precedent to do that. Conversely, every second you choose not to take deadly force in this situation, the more you potentially lose qualified immunity. Because the argument starts to become, why is he a deadly threat now when he wasn't 3 seconds earlier, right? Like, you've had time to play this in your head. You've gotten to follow this guy for 2-3 blocks. You realize he's got a gun in his hand. He's been being menacing, and now he's pointing what I believe to be a gun at me. Bro, it's never a good act to have to kill somebody, but you cannot allow... This is line stepping at its finest. And, like, we can't... It needs to be known, you point a gun at people, you die. That is the consequence. Jeez. No way. What are you doing, my brother? Well, now you're in it to win it, homie. Oh, it took this?
That got way too close. If that guy was in half decent shape.
I want to see what he saw here. I'm genuinely curious.
Stop! 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 Go back! Go!
And said, Driver, I hear you all talk shit about first shift. Do you think that is what this is?
Do what?
That you talk a lot of shit about day shift. Do you think that's what this is?
Do I have to at this point? Some day shift retired ass bullshit. Bro. Like, he's an old man. His body's probably a few years too gone for some of this shit. And even he could have figured out this equation. He ain't gonna get in a foot chase to get there, but he'd have got his car close enough to take the shot and figured it out. Juan would have been like, fool, stop pointing this shit at me and blow this dude away. Like, none of the training and none of the experience. It'd have been like,
I would have hit him with my car.
at the minimum.
An hour ago.
At the minimum. Dog.
Drop the gun! Drop
I
the
almost
gun!
did that one time. I was driving downtown Dallas. This dude walks up. I was at a stoplight. I had like 2 other people in my car. This homeless dude just walks up in front of my car, right in front of my light, stands directly in front of it, starts reaching down into his pants. I don't know if he was jerking it or if he was trying to pull something out, so I floored it.
Right.
He got out of the way, and I was like, well, cool, I don't get to kill anybody tonight, but like, I'm not sit here.
He's like, nah, dog, I grew up in Dallas.
Hell, figure out what the hell you're pulling out your pants.
Yeah.
Drop the gun!
This is all de-escalation training 101. Don't draw a line. Verbally de-escalate.
Drop the gun! Metro Police, drop the gun! Metro Police, drop the gun!
He's flinching like he knows it's a real gun.
Drop the gun! Drop the gun!
Jeez. Like, they make the targets at the gun range this shape. Like, literally. What are we doing? And it's not even like necessarily a backstop issue per se. But at the same time, like, backstop or not, the gunfight's happening now. Like, I don't know, dog.
Drop the gun!
Yep. Bang. Bang.
Metro Police, drop the gun!
Bang. He turns around, fool. You just square up on that tree and bang.
Metro Police, drop the gun! Metro Police, drop the gun! Drop the gun! Drop the gun!
Shout out to marksmanship, I guess.
580. Shots fired.
Okay.
He already knows you're Metro Police.
Right.
Let's see. Okay.
They didn't say anything about his weapon.
About his what?
I was curious to see what kind of weapon he was carrying. It was a big old handgun.
Yeah. I mean, it usually if it's a fake gun, they say that in the title or somewhere in there. It's like it was a BB gun, it was a whatever gun.
Assuming it was a gun. Terrible tactics. But ultimately, technically, he eventually got to the right answer, so I'll give him 5. It is Tennessee, so maybe half points, but
Django said this video dropped 6 hours after the shooting. It was an airsoft gun.
That makes more sense. That makes mucho more sense.
I'm assistant.
Don't forget her again.
Hey, Christ is back.
Christ, hold on.
One more. There it is.
Houston
Police Depa.
So, oof. The airsoft gun, like you said, the size of it, maybe that makes sense. Maybe he was somewhere in between knowing or not knowing, but tactics are pretty square there. That was a pretty bad application of tactics.
Assistant Chief Christy Smith of the Houston Police Department. This critical incident briefing is intended to provide you with information about an officer-involved shooting that occurred.
She's real good.
See if they redeem.
Huh?
Playing the only one glove.
Is he really only wearing one glove?
Yeah.
Maybe to keep his gun hand gloveless.
Oh, okay.
That is the meta sometimes. Or
So he's lethal,
he thought he had a pair of gloves and he had the one. That could also be the case. Last one, boys and girls. Hang in there.
Police.
Okay. That is not an announcement. Give a good police. HPD. Open up. Good positioning, though. This is not their first domestic. Excellent positioning. This guy checked to see if there was a balcony on the other side. Good job. Now, this is a day shift problem. So they got sunglasses on for out here because it's bright as hell. It's Texas. Problem is, this is uneven lighting. This is going to be a dark environment from where you're at, and you're going to really struggle to see. This is a day shift only problem, but that's my only beef with this.
Police.
Hello. Margaret?
Police.
Hey. Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Drop the fucking gun! The fucking knife! I mean the knife! Oh God. Get on your belly! On your belly! Get on your belly! Don't fucking move! Hey,
don't fucking move!
Don't fucking move! You got hands, you got hands, you got hands.
That's 47. That's for EMS. Shots fired.
Put your hands behind your back!
Get some units, please.
I'm gonna handcuff him. I'm gonna handcuff him. Fuck, man. Why'd you do that, man? Fuck, man. Why would you make us do that?
Oh, he got tagged. Let's skip forward so we can avoid some of the blood. Yeah, he got tagged pretty bad.
Police.
See, no iPro. No, he's in it to win it here.
Police.
Hello.
You call the police?
Yeah, he's not gonna be.
Talk about a shit backstop. I'm trying to see.
He's spooling.
They saw here. So sunglasses or not, he was still able to identify something in this guy's hands. At the very least, his posture. That he's at least getting punched in the face or something. I just want to see. I mean, he went full blast right out of the gate here. Right towards the door. This guy just bailed. He dropped his gun. Oh, hold on. Is this Glock perfection? Yes. So he's got a magwell. I don't know why people do this on a duty gun. The problem with his magwell is he's got flush-fitting magazines. Regular 17-round mags don't have like that frumpy little base plate. So it doesn't stick out past this. So sometimes you think you've fully seated your magazine, but you haven't. So you have a one-shot gun. And so you literally have to jam your thumb up into it to get it out. And sometimes conversely, because they're half plastic, half metal, they sometimes bulge when they're fully loaded. And especially, this gun's gotten hot or cold too many times, like it's in Texas and been in a patrol car a few times. The internal geometry of this it'll get the magazine to stick. And you can't strip the magazine because you can't reach the base plate. So you have to stick your finger, Garand thumb style, inside of the chamber. And if that thing slides forward, you're taking a slide to your index finger. But, yeah, what an idiot. Oh, yeah, he dropped. Yep. Magazine didn't drop free.
Get on your belly! On your belly!
See, this is an extended magazine, so it sticks out. Or at least it's got a base plate on it. Test and vet your equipment. It's literally your job. Sorry, I'm being petty.
go back. Did he cut his fingertips off his gloves?
No, they fell because he
that's
fell.
when he fell. Okay,
yeah, he fell on it.
Yeah.
He also stripped a perfectly good round out of his gun. He had completely useless firearms.
Get on your belly! On your belly! Turn around! Turn around! Turn around! Don't fucking move! Don't fucking move! You got hands? You got hands? You got hands?
That's a big neck.
1947. Activate EMS. Stop rolling, man. Stop moving. Stop moving. Stop moving, man. Stop moving.
He's high five.
Yo, man, come on. We want to help you out, bro. Trying to breathe. Trying to breathe. Okay, get on the side.
I'm not saying pressure does nothing, but a roll. This is like basically paper towels. Unless you know where those paper towels came from, there's a small chance you're like predisposing him to sepsis. I'm just saying. You could use it to pack it. The only downside's like, so packing paper in general has like a little string. Shout out to the ladies. It's kind of like a tampon. It's the best way I can describe it. The whole idea is everything I put into a wound, when I pull that thing out.
Menstruation heavy stream today.
I know, right?
What's the moon cycle looking like today?
No kidding.
Do we sync up?
Yeah, we might have some fertile ladies in the chat here, but when you pull it out,
Am I ovulating right now?
yeah, you want all of the material that you put in it to come out. Because if it doesn't, and something gets stuck in there, and they just stitch this dude up or something, it'll basically cause sepsis, and it's a bad thing. But pressure on a wound is never going to be a bad thing. It encourages coagulation. But if he's got a second chest wound, I don't know if this is helping much. But at least they're attempting to do it. So good on them for medical. They handcuffed him to the medical.
Get on the side. Get on the side. Like that. There you go. Like that.
Oh, no. This is an Israeli bandage. I take it all back. It was a good application. I'm not mad about this at all, actually. A good way to keep pressure on it. So I thought it was just like a toilet paper roll, basically, or like a whatever. So Israeli bandage.
Like a kitchen thing, like
kitchen
at a barbecue restaurant that just have brown paper.
Yeah. That's what I thought it was for a second. So Israeli bandage, it's really kind of clever. So it's like ace wrap is the best way I could describe it. I've applied these twice. Both times were successful. It's a saved life. Both were gangbangers that got stabbed, but it is what it is. There's like a big pad. It's like a gauze pad that's basically sewn into it. That's got like an anticoagulant. Some of them do, some of them don't, but most of them have like an anticoagulant like film on them. So you'll place that big pad over the injury and you wrap the hell. It's not a tourniquet because it's not putting enough pressure on it to be a tourniquet, but it allows that wound to be basically temporarily sealed. And now you can move that person without worried about not being able to apply some sort of pressure to the wound. Sarah said Josh's favorite movie, The Greatest Showman. I'm assuming she consulted Kinsey on what my two least favorite movies are. Crazy Rich Asians wasn't terrible.
It was fun for what it was. It was just like
The Greatest Showman had one good song, and the rest of it wasn't the worst thing put to film, but it reminded me why I normally don't like musicals. It's pretty bad.
It's coming.
Of the TMI.
Did you finish explaining how the Israeli bandage works at all?
Yeah. So basically, pad, you wrap it. It's basically integrated into a ace bandage. You wrap the whole thing over, and then most of them you should have basically a way to tie it off. And it's just a really good way of applying some sort of dressing, especially if you're going to have to move that person in a pretty dirty environment. This is a relatively dirty environment. You're not re-exposing that wound to foreign bodies and stuff like that. Works when a tourniquet won't. Doesn't really do what a chest seal's supposed to do, but it's not a bad idea. The
tourniquet is torso?
No, tourniquet's going to be for limbs. So yeah,
I know. I'm just joking. Because that's where his gunshots were.
Yes, tourniquet is torso.
Please. Please. Hello, Mark here.
Yeah.
Hey. Whoa.
They both fell.
Hey, grab it. Drop the fucking knife. Drop the fucking knife. I'm the knife. Oh, God. Shot fire, like Heathrow.
Great radio traffic.
Get on your belly. On your belly. Get on your belly. Don't fucking move. Wait. Don't fucking move. Don't fucking move. You got hands. You got hands.
Good job with the knife. I'll tell you what, they did a good job. They had to fight off their back foot the whole time, but that was a real.
I wish we had like a non-body cam, so I want to see their tactical roles.
No kidding. That was pretty good. You know what? Actually, I bet you see this guy eat shit.
Police. Police.
Oh yeah, this guy stood no chance. No chance.
Oh, and then he becomes a backstop real quick. Oh, smart on this guy for waiting until he.
Yep, that was the first round, I think, right there.
Yeah.
God, talk about
Still not a
shit
great backstop.
This guy eating shit, bro. Both of these guys. I'm not saying I've never fallen on patrol, but. I'll tell you what, this guy put in work here.
Get on the ground.
If it wasn't for Ernesto here, everybody else would be stabbed at least once because they both fell the hell down. Hey, but no negligent discharges. Shout out to them for that. I gave him 30
Well,
points.
one of them couldn't because his freaking gun broke.
Glock perfection, baby. And that is stream, boys and girls.
It's a feature, not a bug.
It's a feature, not a bug. Did they get the like skull? It was at 140.
We're at 91.
Sucks to suck.
I don't think we had like 143 was our max.
Oh yeah, I think so. So anyways, I love you all. I'm glad you guys hung out with us. I am gonna go hang out with my wife for a little bit. You guys got 6 hours and 10 minutes out of me, which means you're not getting an after party because I still have to wake up for the morning. I have to drive into Dallas, where hopefully they don't shut down I-35. We'll see. I said next stream, Josh. Abby, what? Good night, Wani Bear and Joshy Poo. Cloner, thank you, brother.
Oh, I-35 is pretty bad right now because there's a shit ton of construction. Your map might tell you to do real stupid things like it did to me today.
Well, I'm saying it's a protest. They're going to try to shut down I-35.
Oh. Well,
don't do that.
It's probably going to be about the same then.
Yeah, and nothing changed.
Nothing was different. Yeah. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, that's why I take George Bush. I'm hoping they leave that one alone.
I think they're gonna find out that all the construction is gonna ruin their protest.
Yeah. I'll have to mention, depending on where in I-35, they're a little too close to like Plano and all those other places. And you're like, Dallas might not have the officers to respond, but like those are not the agencies I want counter protesting me here with stuff like that. So we'll see. I'm half asleep and sore.
Dallas has them. They just will ignore literally everything else happening in the city.
No kidding.
Happy to do it.
I'm sore from sitting down. Trust me. I'm literally, Juan and I both talked about sit, stand, desking it at this point. So we'll see.
I would have done it. I've been doing it the last couple of streams just because it's gotten real bad.
Yeah.
Like all my cushioning is gone basically.
So.
But today my light's set up on the desk. So if I move it up, it's all going to fall over.
Emu, I'm laying down. Whoa. Sore from twisting to type. Not a pro fibro stream. I'm sorry. So we can get hugs. Yes, Sam. Anyways, I love you all. I will talk to y'all later. We'll see everybody on Tuesday.
Mando's question.
What is Mando's question?
What is your favorite song from The Greatest Showman?
Oh, bro, it's
You gotta sing it for us.
It's the Never Enough song. I can't think of it off the top of my head.
That's actually one of my alarms.
That's a bang. That's hilarious. You're trying to sleep. That one's a banger. The rest of them,
well, because it starts with that gentle piano, so it kind of brings me out of sleep without. And then when I hit snooze on that, the next one is like the TARDIS sound going.
Oh, that's funny. Literally the title of the song. That's what I gave you, but I don't know. I'm trying to remember how it goes. All I remember was I used to laugh because I used to give Kinsey a hard time about that. About like anytime I'd try to give her like part of what I'm eating or like time, she's like, "Oh no, you don't have to worry about it. Let's just stay up one more episode." And I'm like, "It's never enough." Anyways, it's a good time. I love you all. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. I'm going to go sleep now. Bye-bye. We need an intermission. Spirit of the law.
Intermission would have been good. I could have gotten some chips.
No kidding. Hey, we got 1,200 views. We had